Chapter 400. Hearing Yang Fan's refusal, Shang Wanwan'er's tense shoulders finally relaxed. Only now did she realize that she had broken out in a cold sweat from fright. After serving the Empress for 10 years, no one knew her better than her. The Empress didn't have the habit of tapping the table with her fingers when she was thinking. To be precise, she didn't have this habit during normal times, but it was different when she had the intention to kill someone. The sentence just now was just a test from the Empress, a test that could make people go to heaven or go to hell. If Yang Fan's answer was a little careless, it could lead to a fatal disaster. Fortunately, he finally made a wise choice. The position of chief historian was available in all levels of government. It was also available in civil and military government offices. Its function was equivalent to that of the Secretary General in later generations. Although it was the same chief historian, the ranks of the chief historian in different levels of government offices were very different, ranging from 3rd rank to 7th rank. Princess Taiping enjoyed the treatment of a prince, and the chief historian in the prince's residence was above 4th rank. Therefore, the chief historian in the residence of Princess Taiping was also above 4th rank. Yang Fan was now a Yulin general, and his rank was above 5th rank. If he was willing to be the chief historian, it was equivalent to being promoted by 4 ranks. Perhaps some people thought that the chief historian in the residence of Princess Taiping was not as powerful as the Yulin general. In fact, this was not the case. In the Tang dynasty, many high-ranking political figures used to be the chief historian. This position was actually a springboard, and it was a very good springboard to train people. He was the assistant of the chief official. Not only did he manage all kinds of details, but he could also participate in the various decisions of the chief official. Therefore, after a few years of training in this position, as long as his performance was not bad, he could usually get a more important position. Moreover, as the chief historian, he would establish a good relationship with the chief official, which was equivalent to finding a strong backer for his future career. On the other hand, although military generals had military power, unless they were in troubled times, military generals with military power were not as powerful as civil officials. When governing the world, military generals could only train for 1,000 days. Therefore, not to mention the fact that he was promoted by 4 ranks, just in terms of power, the chief historian was much more powerful than the Yulin general in the army. As for Yang Fan, who was originally a military general, but became a civil official in the Princess Mansion, this was not a problem in the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, the distinction between civil officials and military officers was not as clear as it was in the Song and Ming dynasties. At that time, civil officials could be military officers, and military officers could also be civil officials. This was a very common thing and did not count as holding a post across the system. Therefore, Wu Zetian's consideration was not unexpected. However, anyone could be the chief clerk of Princess Taiping's mansion, except for Yang Fan. The reason was self-evident. Although Wu Zetian had made a special trip to the imperial censorate, because of the relationship between Yang Fan and her daughter, it did not mean that she could tolerate her daughter's unscrupulous behavior, nor could she tolerate Yang Fan's arrogance. However, even if everyone in the world knew about this, it would still be inconvenient for her to tell her daughter about it, because she, as a mother, was not competent in this aspect. Let Yang Fan go to Princess Taiping residence to be the chief clerk? Didn't that mean that she not only tacitly allowed her daughter to keep a handsome man, but also made it convenient for her daughter? Just because of her daughter's identity as an imperial princess, she could not allow this kind of scandal to happen. Moreover, her daughter's son-in-law was her nephew. If she did this, it would be a great humiliation to her Wu clan. Therefore, she proposed that Yang Fan be the chief clerk of Princess Taiping residence. It was just a test, to test whether Yang Fan knew when to advance and when to retreat. She could tolerate her daughter's previous relationship with Yang Fan. After all, forcing her daughter to marry Wu Yuji made her feel guilty to her beloved daughter. If this matter did not cause a storm in the city, she could even tacitly allow her daughter to continue dating Yang Fan as a kind of compensation for her daughter. But now it was different. The rumors outside were in an uproar. How could she continue to pretend to be deaf and dumb? As the emperor, she could not even give up a piece of cloth to cover up. If Yang Fan did not know when to advance and when to retreat, now that this matter had been exposed, it would be hard to guarantee that he and Taiping would be arrogant and domineering in the future. Wu Zetian did not want Princess Gao Yang's scandal to happen again in this dynasty. If Yang Fan took an inch and wanted a foot, was blinded by beauty, and readily agreed to her appointment, then she would rather make her daughter sad again and kill Yang Fan this time. Fortunately, Yang Fan's reply satisfied her. If Yang Fan was obsessed with beauty, greedy for wealth, and relied on a wealthy family, then she would take Yang Fan's life. Conversely, this person must be put in an important position. Of course, as the price, Yang Fan would have to draw a clear line between him and Taiping. She did not need to make this clear. She believed that when Yang Fan made his choice, he already understood her intentions. Wu Zetian straightened her body and raised the wine cup to take another sip. She allowed the sweet rice wine to slowly seep into her stomach. Her eyebrows raised slightly, and she said, "Since it's like this, then you can go to the Ministry of Justice to be a disciplinary officer. It is also a fifth-rank official position. If you are transferred, Zhen will not be treating you unfairly." Yang Fan was startled again. The Empress's train of thought was always like a heavenly steed flying into the sky, making people unable to grasp it. Even if he cracked his head, he could not understand how he, a military officer of the Yulin Forest Guards, had become a disciplinary officer of the Ministry of Justice. Ministry of Justice's disciplinary officer? That was the third in command of the Ministry of Justice. Now that the position of Minister of Justice was vacant, the disciplinary officer was the second in command of the Ministry of Justice. Wasn't this position the position that Yang Mingsheng had held in the past? Even though this position was not as high as the chief scribe, in terms of power, it was several times greater than the chief scribe. Yang Fan was endlessly shocked, but there was no time for him to think too much. He only hesitated for a moment before Yang Fan solemnly bowed and said in a low voice, "This subject obeys the imperial decree." Wu Zetian nodded and said, "Go to the Yulin Forest Guards to hand over the assignment. Tell your fellow officers that in a moment, go to Wan Er's place in the Library of History. Zhen still has some matters that Wan Er will give you." "As you command." Yang Fan forcefully suppressed his pleasant surprise. He quickly glanced at Shanghai Wan Er, bowed, and retreated. Wu Zetian looked at his back, and her eyes revealed a slightly satisfied expression. Yang Fan had been promoted by her at the beginning of her great Zhou dynasty. Yang Fan was born in white and had nothing to do with aristocratic families or Li Tang's surviving officials. This was the most crucial point that she could rely on as a confidant. Zhou Xing, Lai Junshun, and Su Enli were able to obtain her unhesitatingly trust and support because of this point. Others were born in a hero's family, but Wu Zetian was born in a hero's family. Even if Li Tang's surviving officials or children of aristocratic families were talented and could be put in important positions, she would certainly be on guard. She trusted commoners of the common folk almost unconditionally. But Zhou Xing and Lai Junxin had met with repeated mishaps, forcing her to seriously reflect on her criteria for choosing trusted aides. Cultivating the most important trusted aides from the commoners was a condition that she would not change. Now that there was no longer a trend of informants, there was not much room for her to choose from among the common folk. She could only choose trusted aides from the commoners who were already officials. Yang Fan was born in a commoner's family and had been promoted by her, so he already had the basic conditions. In addition, he was Xue Huai's disciple, a member of Wu Sanxi's faction, and with Princess Taiping, all these factors determined that he would never betray her. Because his interests were tied to the Wu clan, she could boldly appoint him. As for the fact that Yang Fan had never studied the law, it was not within her considerations at all. Yang Fan had never studied the law, but he was still better than the illiterate Ho Siji and the half-baked Lai Junxin. There were many things that could be learned after taking office. Most importantly, there was nothing to worry about with his background, and there was no need to doubt his ability. This kind of person could be her eyes and ears. After Zhou Xing and Lai Junxin's fall, Wu Zetian was determined to cultivate a new pair of eyes and ears. When Yang Fan arrived at the Featherwood Guard to take over his duties, Huang Xiuchong, Zhang Shitong, and the others who had gone through thick and thin with him in the West all rushed to see him off. Soon, Yi Huli and Wei Yong also rushed over after hearing the news. Although Yang Fan had been transferred from the army and was transferred to the Ministry of Justice, in terms of authority, he was only below one person and above tens of thousands of people. He could call the wind and summon the rain and monitor hundreds of officials. It was far from what a Lang general could compare to. Therefore, although Yang Fan was transferred, it was no different from a promotion. Huang Xiuchong, Zhang Shitong, and the others were all excited and congratulated him, saying that he had survived a disaster and would have boundless fortune. When Yi Huli, Wei Yong, and the others rushed over, they were also very happy. His friends in the army all talked at once, and all asked Yang Fan to treat them to a meal. Yang Fan smiled and agreed to meet them at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Because these friends of Yang Fan were all people in the army, most of them had duties. If they wanted to leave, some of them would have to switch shifts with others. Therefore, the date of the gathering could not be decided immediately, so it was arranged for 5 days later. After a short gathering with them, Yang Fan said that he still had instructions from the emperor. He then took his leave, left the Black Tortoise Gate, and rushed to the history library. When Yang Fan arrived at the history library, he had just turned to Shanghai Wan Er's residence when he saw the female official Fu Qingqing carrying a scroll. He quickly stopped and saluted, saying, "Sister Qingqing, has Shangwan Duji returned?" Fu Qingqing pursed her lips and smiled sweetly, saying, "Io, Lang General Yang, ah? No, now I should call you Yang Langzhou. Qingqing is only a small female official in the palace. She is not worthy of you calling her sister. Shangwan Duji has already returned. Please wait for a moment. Yang Langzhou, Qingqing will go and report." Yang Fan smiled, cupped his hands, and said, "Thank you for your trouble, sister." Although Fu Qingqing was the closest female official to Shanghai Wan Er, she did not know about the relationship between Yang Fan and Shanghai Wan Er. But ever since the last time when she was ordered by Shanghai Wan Er to coerce the Jin Wu Wei officers and soldiers to testify for Yang Fan, coupled with the rumors from outside the palace, she had already determined that Yang Fan was Princess Taiping's man. And since Shanghai Wan Er was willing to help in such a matter, it was obvious that she had a deep friendship with the princess. Naturally, she was especially polite to Yang Fan. Fu Qingqing's slender waist swayed as she gracefully entered. Shanghai Wan sat in front of the table, holding a weasel brush in her hand. She was bored to death as she scribbled on a piece of paper. She drew here and there bit by bit. Who knew that after a few strokes, Yang Fan's appearance appeared under her pen? By the time Wan Er realized it, a lifelike portrait had already taken shape. Wan Er was very angry and wanted to wipe it off, but the tip of the pen had just touched the face of Yang Fan when it suddenly stopped. Lang Jun was looking at her with a loving smile. How could she continue? At this moment, Fu Qingqing lightly knocked on the door 3 times and walked in. She bowed to her and said, "Duji, the new disciplinary officer of the Ministry of Justice, Yang Fan, requests to see you." Chapter 401. Wan Er gently pulled over a piece of paper and covered the portrait. She said to Fu Qingqing, "Invite him in. Oh, I still have something for you to do in a moment. You stay too." Fu Qingqing agreed and gracefully flashed out of Wan Er's study. She said to Yang Fan in a low voice, "I await your arrival." Yang Fan nodded and strode into the study. He saw Wan Er dressed in white with her hair draped over her shoulders. She was already dressed as a woman. Her beautiful and gentle appearance was indescribably charming, but her face was a bit pale. His heart ached. He was just about to call out, "Wan Er," when he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. He hurriedly closed his mouth, but he smelled a fragrant wind. Fu Qingqing floated past Yang Fan and walked behind Wan Er. Seeing this, Yang Fan knew that this was deliberately arranged by Wan Er. She was afraid that he would bring up their affair, so he could only put on a businesslike appearance. He crossed his arms and said, "Yang Fan has rushed to the Ministry of Justice. Does His Majesty have any other orders?" Shanghai Wan Er did not move. She slowly said, "Why did His Majesty order you to work in the Ministry of Justice? Do you understand His Majesty's intentions?" Of course, Yang Fan understood how much power the disciplinary officer of the Ministry of Justice had. Not to mention the fact that he was the second in command of the Ministry of Justice. Even if it was an imperial censor, as long as the emperor supported him, the civil and military officials of the court could do whatever they wanted. Although this position was not considered a high official in Luoyang, where officials were as common as clouds, the weight of this position was not ordinary. But he had first gone to the Yulin Guard and then come to the Ministry of Justice to see Wan'er. He really did not have time to carefully analyze Wu Zetian's intentions. Now that he was in front of Wan'er, there was no need for him to first think about it and show off his schemes. He calmly shook his head and said, "I am slow-witted. I do not understand His Majesty's intentions." Wan'er said, "The Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Censor are His Majesty's eyes and ears to supervise the officials. In the past, the Ministry of Justice had Zhou Xing and the Imperial Censor had Lai Junshan. These two Yamens carried out His Majesty's will and completed the mission His Majesty entrusted to them. Although Zhou Xing and Lai Junshan were involved in the case one after another for their own benefit, greatly disappointing His Majesty. But under their leadership, these two Yamens are very competent in carrying out His Majesty's will and acting as the Son of Heaven's eyes and ears." Wan'er paused. She took the opportunity to look at Yang Fan's face. She didn't want to move her eyes away for even a moment. She continued to say, "His Majesty has appointed you to be the disciplinary officer of the Ministry of Justice. He has high hopes for you, and I hope you will not disappoint him. You will do your best to judge all the prisons in the world and enforce the law for the court." Yang Fan finally understood Wu Zetian's intention. Zhou Xing was already dead. In order to give an explanation to the officials, Lai Junshan had also been demoted and exiled. The emperor no longer had a capable spy by his side. The emperor had the intention to nurture him. As long as he was willing, he would soon possess the same level of power as Zhou Xing and Lai Junshan. Suddenly hearing this news, Yang Fan's heart couldn't help but tremble. He didn't need to think too deeply to understand the significance behind this appointment. But now was not the time to think about it. It was not easy for him to enter the palace. If he couldn't spill his heart to Wan'er today, when he took up his post in the Ministry of Justice, it would be even more difficult to see Wan'er again. He looked deeply at Wan'er and said in a low voice, "I understand. I am willing to serve His Majesty." Shanghai Wan'er tilted her body slightly to avoid his burning gaze. She said in a low voice, "Your feelings, I will tell His Majesty on your behalf. Yang Longzhong, you can leave now." Yang Fan said, "But I still have something I want to say to Shangguan Shoji." Shanghai Wan'er raised her head in surprise. When she met Yang Fan's affectionate gaze, her heart jumped. She quickly turned her face away and pretended to be calm. She said, "If Yang Longzhong has something to say, just say it." Yang Fan said, "This matter is confidential and should not be known by others. Can Shangguan Shoji first send the attendants away?" Fu Qingqing glanced at Shangguan Wan'er. Shangguan Wan'er said, "Qingqing is someone by my side. We're like sisters, and we're as close as one. Doctor, if you have anything to say, please speak your mind. There's no need to hide." Yang Fan stared at her. Seeing her deliberately avoiding him, he gradually became angry. He suppressed his anger and asked word by word, "Is there really nothing that cannot be said to others?" Shanghai Wan'er felt that he was a little angry and secretly glanced at him. She did not believe that he would dare to expose the relationship between the two of them. She braced herself and said, "When a man does things, he should be open-minded, like the wind and the moon. I believe that Yang Longzhong has nothing to say behind others' backs." Yang Fan was so angry that he laughed. He nodded and said, "That's right. Yang Fan's chest is open-minded. There is indeed no place for him to carry someone behind his back. Since Shangguan Shoji has said so, then I will speak frankly." Wan'er felt very wronged. She said, I have suffered so much because of you. Now that I am forced to leave you, isn't it because of you? Why are you blaming me?" Her eyes were slightly red. She glared at Yang Fan angrily and said, "Wan'er is listening. Yang Fan coughed and said solemnly, Yang Fan wants to know, well, you used to be as gentle as water to me. Why are you so cold now? Don't tell me you've already forgotten our vow to stay together and love each other forever? What is the oath that Her Highness the Princess forced you to make? Crack! A light and crisp sound came from behind Shanghai, Wan. Fu Qingqing held her chin and gently rubbed it. Then she pushed it up. There was another light crack. She then squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Beauty Fu probably had a problem with the ligaments in her joints or the abnormal development of the muscles in her jaw. That was why she had a habit of dislocating her jaw. If she yawned too much or opened her mouth too wide when eating, she might dislocate her jaw. Yang Fan's words just now revealed too much information. Beauty Fu was so shocked that she dislocated her jaw. Fortunately, ever since she had this habit of dislocating her jaw, she had mastered the technique of restoring it. She stretched out her hand and quickly put her jaw back in place. Wanner's almond-shaped eyes were wide open. She never thought that Yang Fan would dare to say such words in front of others. Yang Fan saw that she was staring at him and was tongue-tied. He couldn't help but say, I am deeply in love with Wan. Why does Wan treat me? Shut up. Wan shouted at him with a red face. She hurriedly said to Fu Qingqing, Qingqing, get out first. Fu Qingqing held her chin and nodded vaguely. She quickly ran out of the door. Wan suddenly stood up and chased after her. She warned, after you go out, don't talk nonsense with others. Yes, don't worry. Qingqing will keep her mouth shut. Fu Qingqing hurriedly pointed to the sky and swore to show her loyalty to Wan. Then she looked at Yang Fan in surprise and left with a lingering fear. As soon as the door closed, Wan rushed in front of Yang Fan. She stomped her feet and said angrily, You are crazy. How dare you say it in front of her? Yang Fan looked as if nothing had happened. He walked slowly to where Wan was sitting. He lifted the back of the chair and sat down peacefully. Yes, Wan had just sat there. The chair was warm, and there was still a lingering fragrance. Yang Fan slightly closed his eyes and sniffed. He picked up Wan's wine cup with intoxication. Seeing him like this, Wan felt even more bitter. She rushed over and snatched his cup away. She said angrily, You are still angry with me. Yang Fan said slowly, Why would I be angry with you? If it weren't for the fact that you saw me as a passerby and intentionally left someone in the room, not wanting to talk to me about intimate matters, how could I have been forced to say these words in front of her? Wan, you forced me to do this. Well, I was extremely angry. She said, You are shameless. You know, I have my difficulties. Yang Fan raised his eyelids and glanced at her. He said, You have your difficulties? What difficulties do you have? Tell me, why don't you want to see me alone? Wan suddenly looked sad. Her eyes turned red. She turned her back and said quietly, You are still asking me. Didn't Xiaoman tell you? Me and Lang Jun, now that we meet, it would be better not to see each other. Every time we see each other, we will be even sadder. What do you want to see you for? As Wan spoke, her shoulders moved slightly. She couldn't help but cry. Yang Fan hurriedly stood up and gently held her shoulders. He softly said, Wan, I don't want to anger you. Am I supposed to turn a blind eye to your suffering because of me? There is no knot in this world that cannot be untied. If you have something to say, you can tell me. If you have something to say, I will take care of it. It is useless, Wan. I have sworn to the heavens, Shangwan Wan could not bear it any longer. She turned around and threw herself into his arms. Hot tears rolled down her cheeks and quickly wetted his chest. Yang Fan grabbed her shoulders and nervously asked, What oath did you make? Tell me quickly. Shangwan Wan said sadly, It's no use. You must already know about Xiaoman's oath. Yes, she did something to the oath. Xiaoman is very smart, and I was stupid. I followed Tai Ping's orders and made the oath without missing a word. I'm trapped in my own trap. I am so stupid. Yang Fan anxiously said, What oath did you make? At least tell me, okay? Shanghai Wan only cried and didn't say anything. Yang Fan used a bit more strength to force her to raise her head. He said word by word, Tell me. Wanner saw that Yang Fan's eyes were about to spit fire. She couldn't help but feel a bit scared. She had no choice but to answer. She forced me to make the oath. If I break the oath and stay with you in the future, then what? Then the heavens will punish you. You will die a violent death. Your bones will be scattered, and you will never be able to reincarnate. Yang Fan was stunned. He didn't expect that Taiping Princess would make Wanner swear on herself. Wanner loves him very much. If Wanner made Wanner make the oath, what would she do if she broke the oath? Wanner was not afraid of death to be with him. I am afraid that she might not keep the oath. But Taiping Princess made her swear on herself. She would not dare to break the oath no matter what. Li Lingwei. Yang Fan gritted his teeth and slowly clenched his fist. Wanner cried and said, Lang Jun, Wanner is yours. In this life, even if I can't be with Lang Jun, Wanner will keep my chastity for Lang Jun. Wanner doesn't want to hurt you. Lang Jun, you should leave. Chapter 402. Yang Fan was stunned for a long time before he slowly said, You swore my name? Wanner, I won't hide it from you. The name I'm using now is actually just a pseudonym, not my original name. So you swore in this name. In fact, Shanghai Wanner's eyes suddenly lit up, but then dimmed down. She gently shook her head and said, Wanner understands what you mean. But no matter what name Wanner said when she swore, the person she was thinking of in her heart was you. If changing a name was enough to break an oath, then there would be no need for so many people to swear an oath to the heavens. Wouldn't it be fine if they just changed their name after making an oath? Yang Fan became a little impatient and said, In fact, ghosts and gods are illusory. Who has ever seen ghosts and gods with their own eyes? You don't need to worry about this oath. I don't believe in these things. Wanner said in a low voice, You don't believe it, but Wanner does. Heaven and earth can't be bullied, and ghosts and gods can't be bullied. How could Wanner dare to joke around with Lang Jun's life? Speaking of this, she couldn't help but cry again. She sadly said, If Wanner is with Lang Jun again, how can I not think of this oath? How can I not be afraid? At that time, every time I see Lang Jun, it will be a torture. How can I be happy? Lang Jun, do you understand? Yang Fan was silent. To be honest, he didn't really believe in the existence of ghosts and gods. But it was not entirely true that he didn't believe in them at all. He believed that there was an existence beyond human beings that controlled the operation of heaven and earth. But he didn't really believe in the idea that God would interfere with everything in the world, including taking care of everyone's oath. If God really cared about everything that happened in the world, then where was God when hundreds of people in the Peach Blossom Village were killed for no reason? How bored would God have to be to act like a person who made a contract, caring about everyone's oath and supervising the execution of it? But even if he didn't believe it, he couldn't make Wanner not believe it either. He also understood that the most important thing was not whether or not Wanner believed him. It was the mark that this oath had left in Wanner's heart. It would seriously affect Wanner. As long as they were together in the future, she would constantly think of this oath. How could she be happy? In that case, being with her would become a kind of torture. This kind of torture would eventually wear away her feelings and make her afraid to get close to him. So when Yang Fan heard that Princess Taiping had forced her to make a poison oath, Yang Fan laughed and did not take it too seriously. At this moment, looking at Wanner's tearful eyes and painful expression, he truly felt how much the poison oath that Princess Taiping had forced Wanner to make had hurt her. Taiping's actions were undoubtedly because of her love for him. However, this kind of love was not only forcefully possessive, but also plundering and harming others. Yang Fan could tolerate some of the things she did to him, but he could not forgive her for hurting Wanner. In the name of love, could she hurt others so unscrupulously? If Xiaoman had not been alert and avoided this trap, then right now, Xiaoman would be like Wanner, washing her face with tears all day long. Anger burned in his heart, but Yang Fan could not think of any words to comfort Wanner. He also could not think of what to do to untie this knot in her heart. He knew that as long as this knot could not be untied, Wanner would never be with him again. Putting himself in her shoes, if Princess Taiping had forced him to use Wanner's life to make an oath, Could he be with Wanner without any psychological barriers and sleep on the same bed with her? Seeing Wanner's eyes blurred with tears, Yang Fan temporarily sorted out his messy feelings. He softly comforted her. "Don't be sad. Be good." He gently stroked the wrinkles on Wanner's forehead and softly said, "Why are you so distressed? Since God has let us be together by fate, He will not separate us like this." He gently held Wanner in his arms and stroked her long hair and thin shoulders. In a low voice, he said, "Life is hard to predict. When I first walked into the royal palace, carrying the halberd, I stood at the door of the Hall of Martial Attainment, watching the beautiful and proud Miss Shangwan float in and out. Did Miss Wanner ever think that the stinky man next to you, drooling and staring at you, would be your future husband?" Wanner was amused by him and laughed out loud. Her face was still wet with tears. She felt a little embarrassed when she laughed. Wanner shyly buried her head in Yang Fan's arms and used his clothes to wipe the tears on her face. With a nasal voice, she said, "How was I drooling? You said it so unbearably." Suddenly, Wanner remembered how Yang Fan stood there in a daze, and how he followed behind her and stared at her body when he accompanied her to the Hall of History. The past flashed in her mind as if it happened yesterday. She could not help but feel a kind of sweetness in her heart. Seeing that her attitude had softened, Yang Fan took the opportunity to say, "At that time, you did not think that we would be together, did you? Between you and me, at that time, the difference in status was like heaven and earth. No one could have imagined that in the end, you would become my woman. In this world, what could be more important than an emperor? In order to be together, we have always worked hard. One day, even the emperor will not be able to stop us from being together." Wanner heard him speak with infinite love and could not help but raise her head and look at him with infatuation. Yang Fan gently said, "At that time, did you hesitate?" At that time, Wanner did not worry, nor did she hesitate. "In order for us to be together, it was you who thought of a way for me to embark on a career as an official so that one day I could marry you openly. You and I both firmly believed that such a day would come. What is going on now? We are confident that we can get past the emperor. Are you saying that we cannot get past the princess?" Wanner raised her head and said hesitantly, "But this is not a problem with the princess. This is a vow to the heavens." Yang Fan raised his eyebrows and said, "So what if it is the heavens? If the heavens have eyes, if there really is a God in this world, will he accept such an unfair vow? What right does he have to punish you and me? That encounter by the Luo River probably meant that the three of us will be entangled for a while. But you have to believe me. I will definitely think of a solution." Yes, Wanner believes in Lang Jun. In Wanner's heart, Yang Fan's words finally defeated the power of the gods. She meekly leaned into Yang Fan's arms and softly said, "Since Wanner is Lang Jun's woman, Lang Jun is Wanner's sky. Wanner will listen to Lang Jun." At this time, Wanner would rather believe that Yang Fan would finally think of a solution. As long as she did not give up, she would always have something to look forward to. However, when she thought of the vow that Princess Taiping forced her to make, her heart was still clouded. Could the vow really be broken? She could only hope that her man was omnipotent. Yang Fan was gentle and continued to persuade her. Wanner's heart finally felt a lot better. These days, she did not dare to show anything strange in front of others. But in private, she was full of worries. She could not sleep at all. Her spirit was about to be tortured to the point of collapse. Although Yang Fan's comforting words could not completely untie the knot in her heart, it had a great effect on her spirit. Listening to Yang Fan's sweet words, the deep depression in her heart was gradually dispelled. As soon as Wanner's mood calmed down, she thought of a very important matter. She could not help but tell Yang Fan. The emperor let Lang Jun go to the Ministry of Justice to be the disciplinary officer. This clearly means that he wants to put Lang Jun in an important position. But the emperor first used the position of the chief clerk of the princess palace to test you. This means that the emperor does not approve of Lang Jun's relationship with Taiping. Yang Fan said, "Wanner, there is nothing between me and Taiping." Wanner interrupted him and said, "Wanner understands, but the emperor does not. Right now, The rumors among the people are very noisy. Lang Jun cannot explain this matter. But in the future, Lang Jun should draw a clear line between yourself and the princess and have less contact with her. Otherwise, it will be bad for Lang Jun. You might even be killed. Yang Fan nodded hard and said seriously, I understand. After this matter, I know even more clearly that if we continue to be ambiguous and entangled, we will both be hurt. If I had made my attitude clear to her, I believe she would not have had any illusions and forced you to make such a poisonous vow. This time, I will completely end things with her. Yes. Wanner hugged Yang Fan tightly and said, to be able to be put in an important position by the emperor is a great opportunity for Lang Jun. But this position is an errand to offend people. Since ancient times, officials like this rarely have a good ending, because this position is basically an enemy of all the other officials. Even if the emperor does not want to get rid of the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness, the officials in the court will not give up the opportunity to take revenge. Yang Fan said, yes, I have not had time to carefully think about my future plans. But with this position, I do not necessarily have to walk the path of Zhou Xing and Lai Junshin. Di Gong used to be a minister of the Supreme Court. Within a year, he had dealt with many accumulated cases. There was not a single case that was unjustly reported. Because of this, he became famous. Only then did the emperor notice him and put him in an important position. Su Yugong of the Censorate always disagreed with Lai Junshin. But because even the emperor knew about his toughness, he was as steady as a mountain. Lai Junshin had harmed so many people, but he could not do anything to the person under his nose. Lai Junshin has been exiled, but Su Yugong is still alive and kicking. If you want to make a name for yourself, you must be different, but you do not have to be a cruel official. Yes. Wanner showed a slight smile on her face. Wanner was about to tell Lang Jun, since the emperor wants to use you, you can't just sit and do nothing. But to be a lone official and be the enemy of hundreds of officials, not to mention the fact that Lang Jun could not do such a heartless thing. Even if he was willing to do it, there would come a day when his reputation would be ruined because of his temporary arrogance. Imitating Di Renjia and Su Yugong is a good idea, but I have something that I hope Lang Jun will remember. If you can do it, you will have no worries. Chapter 403. Yang Fan saw that she was focused on government affairs and was no longer sad. He sighed in relief and said, speak. Wanner said, although you want to imitate Di Renjia and Su Yugong, the situation in the court is different from before. It is not enough to copy them. You must learn to be flexible. In fact, Di Renjia has always been like this. It is not something he can touch at his current stage. He will not use an egg to hit a stone. In the court, only Su Yugong does not care who the other party is, what their background is, or what their identity is. He will fight for what is right and will not give in. He is a strong man. This name can protect him for a while, but it may not protect him forever. You see, Di Renjia is demoted to a county magistrate. If there is a chance in the future, he will rise again. With Su Yugong's temperament, he will either not fall, or once he does, it will be difficult for him to rise again. Wan Er's words were not only the truth of a person, but also the wisdom of being an official. Yang Fan carefully thought about all the officials he knew in Wu Zetian's court. He thought about those who could rise again and those who could not, and he couldn't help but nod. Wan Er said, Longjuan's law enforcement is not just about the law. The people you're dealing with have to be related to various factions. There are some people you can touch, and some you can't. Based on the current situation, you have to be very careful when dealing with people from the Wu clan. Yang Fan said, the Wu clan is a relative of the emperor. Their power is unparalleled. I will not provoke them easily. Wan Er raised her head and stared at Yang Fan's face. She asked, Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi are not on good terms. Lang Jun, you're close to Wu Sanxi. What if Wu Sanxi asked you to cause trouble for Wu Qingxi? Yang Fan frowned slightly and said cautiously, Wan Er, do you know something? Wan Er shook her head and said, I do not know. However, in Wan Er's opinion, I'm afraid that the emperor has already made up his mind on who the crown prince will be. Therefore, before the truth is known, you only need to be loyal to the emperor. Don't get too close to any of the factions, lest you fall into a trap and be unable to extricate yourself. Yang Fan's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "The emperor has already decided on the candidate for the crown prince? Is it the Wu family or the Leaf family?" Wan'er said, "Of course it's the Wu family." Up until now, they had not been able to find anything about the Easter Palace letter case, but the Yin curse case had already been proven to be a false accusation by Wei Tuaner. Wan'er found out that Wei Tuaner's confession was instigated by Wu Sanxi, but the emperor suppressed this matter. If the emperor was still wavering on the choice of the crown prince, he would not give up so easily. Even if the emperor did not punish Wu Sanxi severely, he would punish him as he had punished Wu Chengxi as a warning. But now, the emperor suppressed this case forcefully. To the outside world, he only said that Wei Tuaner conspired against the crown prince's wife, and because of jealousy, he framed the crown prince. Wu Sanxi did not receive any punishment. Instead, the crown prince lost the right to meet with officials, and all the officials in the Eastern Palace were dismissed. The crown prince and the other 4 grandsons were all demoted to Junwan. What does all this mean? Yang Fan muttered to himself, deep in thought. Wan'er continued. This time, it was clear that the prime ministers were falsely accused and imprisoned, but the emperor forced them to punish them on the grounds that they had close ties with the Eastern Palace. He demoted them all to county magistrates and chased them out of the capital. Do you think that the emperor really wanted to protect the face that he could no longer keep? That's why he forced them to accuse? Yang Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he slowly said, "This is to establish the crown prince." One said, "Yes, to establish the crown prince. The emperor is old, and it is urgent to establish the crown prince. If he does not do so, not only will the officials be uneasy, even the emperor herself will feel uneasy. However, these officials who were demoted are all staunch supporters of Li Tang. The current crown prince is from the royal family of Li Tang. If the emperor wants the crown prince, not only will she not demote these officials, but she will also put them in an important position. The emperor chased them out of the capital to weaken their influence in the court." Wan'er thought that demoting the crown prince to Junwang was only the first step. Wu Dan's position as crown prince would certainly be lost. If there are no accidents, these important officials of the Li Tang will not be able to step back into the capital before the Wu clan takes control of the court. She stared at Yang Fan and said word by word, "It seems that the emperor's choice for the crown prince must be among the Wu clan's nephews. But who is this person? Wu Qingxi or Wu Sanxi? Now that the emperor is biased towards Wu Sanxi, it does not mean that he is the emperor's choice. Lang Jun is now part of the Wu clan, but the Wu clan is divided into the Wei clan and the Liang clan. Before the emperor's intentions are clear, Lang Jun must not get too close to the Liang clan and become enemies with the Wei clan. These years, Wan'er has seen many things happen. Today, power overturns the court, and tomorrow, families are destroyed. Ever since the emperor ascended to the throne, there had been at least 8 prime ministers who were second only to the emperor. Some of them were dismissed, some of them had their families ruined, and some of them had died. The frequency of personnel changes was unprecedented. Even a dignified prime minister could be killed just like that. Long Juan's every decision is related to your career and even your family's life. So, until the last moment, you must not make the final decision. If you bet on the wrong side or stand on the wrong side, you will lose everything. Those old officials are old. If they don't make a decision now, they may not have a chance in the future. Lang Jun is still young. You don't need to bet everything on one throw like them. As long as you are alive, you'll have a chance. Yang Fan nodded solemnly and thought, Wan'er serves the emperor, so she can get a lot of information that others don't. Although her analysis is not correct, it is not far off. If the emperor is determined to choose a son from the Wu clan, then our plan will have to be adjusted. I will have to discuss this with Zhao Yu. Yang Fan thought and said to Wan'er, don't worry. I will not act like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. I will not go against the general trend. Wan'er nodded. At this time, Fu Qingqing's voice suddenly came from the courtyard. Scholar Zhang, we are meeting a guest. Is there something urgent? Wan'er heard this and quickly said to Yang Fan, Lang Jun, you go first. Yang Fan nodded and held her in his arms. After a moment of silence, he whispered in her ear, "As long as you and I have the heart, we will be together." Yang Fan let go of Wan, and slowly took 3 steps back. He turned and strode out. Wan stood there and watched his figure disappear through the door. She watched the door open and close. Her hands slowly clenched into fists. Langjun will not give up, and Wan will not give up either. Since I cannot hide or avoid it, it will face it together with Langjun. From today onwards, will have my own power and help Langjun. There was no lack of wise people in the court. Wan only had the advantage of being close to the water pavilion. She saw through Wu Zetian's intentions before anyone else. After just one day, many officials in the court also sensed something. They began to feel that the fight for the throne, which had started since the Empress ascended to the throne, had almost been settled. No, it was not that the dust had settled, but that a new stage had begun. In the past, it was the fight between the Li clan and the Wu clan. Now, it was the fight between King Wei and King Liang. The Li family would completely withdraw from the stage of competition. The future emperor of the Zhou dynasty would be born from the Wu family. Would the throne belong to Wu Chengxi or Wu Sanxi? The officials who wanted to choose a side faced a difficult choice that was no less difficult than the fight between Li and Wu. Apart from the red-eyed gamblers, most of the officials chose to remain silent. They wanted to see some clues from the emperor's words. However, had the empress's intentions really been seen through by the officials? At least, the empress herself did not think so. In the Hall of Fragrance, Wu Zetian, who was training the civet cat and the parrot, still had a mysterious and peaceful smile on her face. She looked just like the towering Lushna Buddha in the Dragon Gate Grotto that had been carved out of her appearance. The Buddha held a flower and smiled, smiling as he watched all living beings bustling about in the world of mortals. Wu Zetian also used a lofty, godlike smile to look down at the people running about in the circle of fame and fortune that she had drawn. In the Liang household, Censor Zhou Yong, Ran Ziyong, Minister of Glory Song Jixuan, Eunuch Minister Li Jun, Supervising Censor Yao Shaoji, and Sanxi and the 5 dogs gathered in the hall for a banquet. Wu Sanxi sat at the head of the table. He was already drunk, and his face was slightly flushed. Zhou Yong laughed. Ever since His Majesty ascended the throne, we have waited for 4 years. Now that the situation has finally been settled, the crown prince is destined to be His Highness King Liang. Song Jixuan's eyes flickered. He coughed and said, "The more critical the moment, the more we cannot relax. His Majesty's intentions are clear. It is true that the crown prince must come from the Wu family, but it may not necessarily be His Highness King Liang. Everyone, please do not be careless." Eunuch Minister Li Jun said, "Who else could it be, if not His Highness? Could it be King Wei?" King Wei's removal from the position of Prime Minister means that he has lost His Majesty's favor. Now that His Majesty intends to remove the current Crown Prince, who would dare to assume the position of Crown Prince other than King Liang? Wu Sanxi thought for a moment, then said, "What Jixuan is trying to remind you is that as long as I have yet to enter the Eastern Palace, the position of Crown Prince will not fall into my hands. There is only one thing I must do now." He looked at his 5 most loyal lackeys and said in a low voice, "Solidify the favor." Back in King Wei Manor, Wu Chengxi was pacing anxiously in his study. Zhang Jiafu of the Phoenix Pavilion followed closely behind him. Wu Chengxi suddenly stopped and shook his head. "That's not right. If Aunt has already chosen King Liang as the crown prince, she would definitely immediately agree to the crown prince's resignation and make King Liang the heir. This is more in line with Aunt's thunderous personality. Since Aunt seems to be waiting for the position of crown prince, it is clear that even though she has decided to remove the crown prince, she is yet to decide who will succeed him." "That's right." Zhang Jiafu clapped his hands and said, "His Highness is wise." This lowly official said that it is too early to declare defeat. Even though His Highness has been removed from the position of Prime Minister, King Liang has not become the Prime Minister because of this. Not only is His Highness a king, but he is also a minister of the imperial court and the oldest member of the Wu family. King Liang is just King Liang. No matter how you look at it, His Highness has a higher chance of victory. Wu Chengxi nodded and said in a low voice, "That's right. This king cannot admit defeat. Right now, there's only one thing I must do." He turned around and looked at Zhang Jiafu. "Invite the favor." Chapter 404. Princess Taiping gave the crown prince a taste of his own medicine. She cleverly used the queen's suspicious nature to not only protect the crown prince, but also eliminate Wei Tuan and her group. Many internal officials related to Wei Tuan were removed from their positions, and the internal court was purged. During this process, Shanghai Wan Er's power began to consciously infiltrate the inner palace. In the past, Wan did not care much about this. The limited connections and power she established were only to ensure that her eyes and ears were unobstructed so that she could have a certain ability to protect herself in the deceitful palace. Thus, Shanghai Wan Er's power was mainly concentrated in the palace. In order not to clash with Wei Tuan she did not extend her hands into the internal court. Now, for the safety of her Lang Jun, she began to expand her power. Shanghai Wan was close to the water, so the important positions in the internal court that were left vacant by Wei Tuan group easily fell into her hands. Princess Taiping also took this opportunity to expand her power in the palace. Taiping originally only had a few eyes and ears in the palace, and these people were not important figures in the internal court. Thus, sometimes in order to get some secret information in the palace or to do something in the palace, she needed to use Shanghai Wan or bribe Wei Tuan. Now it was different. Taking advantage of the rapid collapse of Wei Tuan group, her people also obtained a few important positions in the internal court. Of course, the power she possessed in the palace could not be compared to Wei Tuan in the past, and it could not be compared to the current Shanghai Wan in the palace. Because of Wu Zetian's favor, no power could compete with Shanghai Wan. Even if Shanghai Wan did not compete, because of her special identity and status, there would be internal court eunuchs and female officials who took the initiative to rely on her. Moreover, she was now deliberately developing her own power. However, for Princess Taiping, the power she controlled in the inner palace was enough. Unless she wanted to start a coup, having more power in the internal court was of no use to her. All she needed was sensitive eyes and ears, and she already had that. Her brother, the crown prince, was saved, and she had expanded her power in the inner court. She could understand the Mother Empress's mood, sitting, sleeping, walking, and all kinds of actions at once. For Princess Taiping, this should have been a happy event. But with the series of actions that Wu Zetian had taken, she could not smile anymore. The crown prince was imprisoned in the Eastern Palace, and all the officials in the Eastern Palace were dismissed. The crown prince was forbidden from meeting with the officials. The crown heir and the other imperial grandsons were all demoted to the rank of Junwang. What did this series of actions mean? The crown prince's life was saved, but his position as crown prince would soon be lost. If a nephew of the Wu clan became the emperor, thinking of this, Princess Taiping shuddered. She was the princess of the Tang dynasty. She was Li Ji's daughter. This would never change. Just like her brother, the crown prince Li Dan, although he changed his name to Wu Dan, who would treat him as a member of the Wu clan. Other people wouldn't, and he wouldn't either. Up until now, the inheritance of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors only recognized the paternal line. This was true for others, and even more so for those involved. So, Princess Taiping was not willing to let the throne fall into the hands of the Wu clan, even if her mother was the empress. However, many people in the world did not recognize Wu Zetian's identity as the empress. They also did not recognize the so-called Great Zhou dynasty. In their eyes, it was only the daughter-in-law of the Li clan that was in charge. Sooner or later, this daughter-in-law of the Li clan would have to hand over the family business to her son. Now, she wanted to hand over the country to an outsider and truly let an outsider be in charge. That was a completely different matter. The people in the world could not accept it, and Taiping was even more unable to accept it. What terrified her the most was that even though she was the daughter-in-law of the Wu clan, if a member of the Wu clan really became the emperor, she might not even be able to keep her life, much less her 2 brothers. Was the Li clan going to be destroyed? Was the Mother Empress so cruel? Princess Taiping's heart was in a mess. Li Yi stood beside Princess Taiping and secretly glanced at her. Seeing her gloomy face, he was speechless for a long time. He could not help but cough and said slowly, "Now that Yang Fan is in the Ministry of Justice, he is obviously going to be of great use. Or he can become the princess's support in the imperial court." Princess Taiping shook her head lightly and showed a faint worry on her face. What happened to the person who interfered with the selection of the crown prince and favored Zhou Xing? What happened to the honorable prime minister? The selection of the crown prince is decided by the Mother Empress. Interfering with the selection of the crown prince is tantamount to looking down on the monarch's power. This is the thing that the Mother Empress values the most. How can she allow others to touch it? Yang Fan will not be of much use in this aspect. Even Princess Taiping took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Her serious face relaxed because of this, showing a bit of softness and charm. In the softness and charm, there was a bit of desolation, like a withering flower in the autumn wind. Even because of this, it is inconvenient for me to be too close to him. Princess Taiping paused and sighed again. Moreover, it is still a problem whether he can stand firm in the Ministry of Justice. There is no mediocre person in the 3 law departments. Now that Lang has jumped out of nowhere and stepped on their heads, it will be difficult for him to win people's hearts. Li Yi asked carefully, "Should we help him?" Princess Taiping raised her eyes and stared at his face coldly. Li Yi hurriedly bowed. Princess Taiping said lightly, "How can we help him? Do you think my power can interfere with the 3 law departments?" The 3 law departments are the government that the Mother Empress values the most. It is fine if I don't show up, but if I show up, it will do him more harm than good. Moreover, with my power to help him suppress the officials in the Ministry of Justice, even if I succeed, he will not be able to stand firm there. Who would want to support an official who only knows how to rely on women? Just like Fu Yuyi, he was promoted by the Mother Empress to be the prime minister. But what happened? There are some things that others cannot help him with. It depends on his own ability. Early in the morning, Xiao Meng personally helped her Lang Jun to freshen up. After breakfast, she helped Yang Fan put on the official uniform that she got from the Ministry of Appointments yesterday. He had a white muslin undershirt, a crooked collar that covered his knees, a pair of black leather shoes, a light crimson official uniform, a leather belt around his waist, a jade pendant and a green ribbon, a silver fish pouch, and a Xieji crown on his head. After dressing up, Xiao Man took 2 steps back and looked at her Longjuan's appearance from head to toe. Her husband dressed like this. Apart from being handsome, he also looked a bit more dignified. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and laughed. "Oh, Lang Jun looks even more dignified than when you were in the army. Be careful when you go out later. Don't scare the servants in the mansion." Yang Fan looked at his appearance in the mirror and turned around. He stroked his non-existent beard and said in a deep voice, "How dare you, Xiao Meng? How dare you make fun of your husband? Someone, drag her away and flog her 20 times. Let's see if she will beg for mercy." Xiao Meng sneered and made a face at him. She said mischievously, Come on. I want to see who in this house dares to hit me. Showing off your authority at home. You're really something, Yang Longzhong." Yang Fan laughed and said, "If no one is going to do it, then I'll do it myself." After that, he opened his arms and threw himself at her. The 2 of them laughed for a while, and then Xiao Meng was caught by Yang Fan and placed on his lap. Of course, Yang Fan didn't flog her. His hand naturally went into Xiao Meng's clothes. Xiao Meng was wearing the regular clothes of the inner residence. Inside the soft and loose clothes, her smooth, soft, tight, and powerful buttocks were half covered by Yang Fan's big hand. The delicate and smooth skin was like silk, making people unable to let go. Xiao Meng had sex with him last night and climbed to the Western Paradise twice. Even now, her body was still very sensitive. When he touched her, her body had a strange feeling. She couldn't help but push his chest and said, Okay, don't mess around. Don't be late on the first day. You have to give your colleagues a good impression of being diligent." As she said that, she straightened her soft and round waist and was about to get out of Yang Fan's arms. Xiao Mang's body exerted force, and Yang Fan felt the faintly bouncing buttocks in his palm. He couldn't help but put some strength in his hand to resist. Xiao Mang moaned, and her straightened waist softened. Her tense body softened, and the extremely elastic August 15th returned to its soft and creamy feeling. The delicate buttocks felt as soft as water when he gently caressed them. Yang Fan's heart was filled with love. He gently bit Xiao Mang's ear, which was like an ingot, and asked softly, "Now that we are married and have a career, we only lack a baby. When will you give birth to one for Langjun?" Xiao Mang blushed and stammered, It's not up to me." Yang Fan nodded and said, "My wife's words are reasonable. I think it's because I didn't work hard enough." Then tonight, halfway through his words, a slender finger pressed on his lips. Xiao Mang pouted and said, "How long have I been married to you? How can I have a child so quickly? You just promised me last night that you can't do it more than 5 times a month. Everything has to be done in moderation. If the Xiang fire moves recklessly, it will harm the marrow, blood, kidneys." As her red mouth opened and closed, she was kissed by Yang Fan. Xiao Mang frowned slightly, and then like a ripple, her pink cheeks bloomed like 2 peach blossoms as her tongue was sucked by Yang Fan. A light chirp jumped out of her red lips and flew away without a trace. It took a lot of effort for Xiao Man to break free from his bossy embrace. She pouted her pink lips and said, "I can't even kiss you. Don't act shamelessly. The next time is 5 days later. Otherwise, I will ignore you." Okay. Yang Fan frowned and said, "Who asked me to be taken advantage of by you? Come, prepare a horse. I am going to the Qiuguan Yamen to recuperate." Xiao Meng glared at him angrily. Yang Fan quickly changed his words and said, "Enforce the law impartially and diligently. I am going to the country." Xiao Meng's anger turned into joy, and she said, "That's more like it." Third sister held back her laughter and replied, "Ah Lang, the horse has already been prepared." Chapter 405. In the autumn of the first year of the Great Zhou dynasty, Yang Fan officially became the Minister of Autumn Official. Summer had just passed, and autumn had just arrived. The sky was clear, and the wind was clear. Yang Fan braved the autumn scenery, wrapped in the autumn wind, and stepped into the autumn magistrate's yamen, which was the main hall of the Ministry of Justice. Yang Fan had already gone to the Ministry of Appointments yesterday and reported to the Ministry of Justice after receiving his appointment. Today was the first day he officially took office, so he paid his respects to the chief official. The Ministry of Justice of the Great Zhou followed the Tang system. There was a Minister of Justice and an Assistant Minister who were in charge of the punishment of the world. The Ministry of Justice had 4 departments. The first was the Ministry of Justice, the second was the Ministry of Justice, the third was the Ministry of Justice, and the fourth was the Ministry of Justice. They were led by the Minister of Justice and the Assistant Minister of Justice. Among the 4 departments, the Ministry of Justice was the main department of the Ministry of Justice. It was called the Small Ministry of Justice. This was where the Ministry of Justice was in charge of the punishment of the people. When Yang Mingsheng was still in office, he held the position of Minister of Justice. The Minister of Justice was Zhang Chujin, who was also an extremely powerful judge in the 3 departments of justice of the Tang dynasty. The Assistant Minister was Zhou Xing, and the Minister of Justice was Yang Mingsheng. Now the Minister of Justice was vacant. The Assistant Minister of Justice was Cui Yuanzhou. The Ministry of Justice shall have 2 provincial officials, 2 Yuanweilong, for managers, 19 official censorates, 38 secretaries, 6 pavilion chiefs, and 10 zhanggu. The other 3 departments were not as important as the Ministry of Justice and did not have as many affairs, so they had fewer officials. For example, there was only 1 minister and 1 assistant minister. Before Yang Fan took office, the position of the left minister of the Ministry of Justice was also vacant. Only the right minister Qindong was in the position. The left minister was above the right. Now that Yang Fan was here, he would have to suppress Qindong. Moreover, the Minister of Justice was a 3rd-rank official, the Assistant Minister of Justice was a 4th-rank official, and the Minister of Justice should have been a 5th-rank official. Yang Fan was transferred here with a 5th-rank official, which was 3 ranks higher than Minister Chun, so he naturally became his superior. The main hall of the Ministry of Justice was located in the first courtyard, while the offices of the various departments were located in the second courtyard. Each of the 4 departments occupied a large side courtyard, and in each side courtyard, according to the rank of the official, they were allocated rooms for each official. The offices of the Assistant Minister and Minister of Justice were located in the 3rd courtyard. Currently, Chui Yuanzong was the acting minister of the Ministry of Justice, so he alone occupied the 3rd courtyard. After Yang Fan took office, the first person he had to pay his respects to was this Assistant Minister of Justice, who is now the true head of the Qiuguan Yamen, Chui Yuanzong. In the past, when Yang Fan was a military officer in the palace, although he saw the court full of red and purple people coming and going every day, it was only for fun. At most, he was somewhat familiar with these officials' faces, but it could not be said that he was familiar with them. It was even more difficult to match their names with their appearances. This was the first time he had seen this Assistant Minister Qiuguan carefully. Chui Yuanzong's office was very large, with a high and wide pavilion. However, there were no paintings, calligraphy, or paintings inside. The entire room was very simple and elegant. The walls were not decorated with antique shelves, but rows of bookshelves densely packed with thread-bound books. From the layout of a room, one could roughly see a person's personality. From the clean, spacious, and uncluttered layout of the room, one could see Chui Yuanzong's strict personality. This person must like to be meticulous in his work. Such a meticulous judge, who is in charge of the world's criminal law, should have a stern expression and a dignified air. Even if he was not like Yang Mingsheng, who had 2 deep wrinkles on his face that made people feel uneasy, he should still be filled with a dignified air. However, when sitting face to face with this person, even if he was dressed in official robes, one could not feel the slightest trace of authority. Chui Yuanzong's appearance was simple and honest. His skin was like Yang Fan's, slightly dark and somewhat rough. His face was slightly round, and his facial features were not angular. He had a pair of thick lips and a short, fleshy nose. Although the beard under his chin was neatly trimmed, it was not thick and thick. The sparse beard could hardly show off his noble temperament. With his appearance, if he were to change into an ordinary old farmer's clothes and walk in the fields, one would not be able to see any difference between him and the ordinary people who worked in the fields. Such a person was born in the Chui family of Zhengzhou. He was the son of the branch of the Chui family of Qinghe, which was one of the 5 families and 7 princes in the world. As the saying goes, one can be firm without desires. In the past, Yang Fan only regarded being an official as a way to get close to his enemies. He did not care whether he was a good official or not. However, it was different now. This was his career. How could he not feel a little nervous when he was suddenly transferred to a completely unfamiliar judicial yamen? Although he was laughing and playing with Xiao Man at home, as if he did not care about this new official. In fact, he just did not want Xiao Man to worry about him. Now seeing Chui Yuanzong's good-tempered appearance, Yang Fan secretly felt relieved. A good-natured official was always easy to get along with. The way Chui Yuanzong looked at him was a little strange, as if he had heard of him for a long time. Now that he suddenly saw him, he felt a little curious and ruminating. Yang Fan noticed the look in his eyes and instinctively thought that it was because of Princess Taiping. After all, his love affair had been spread all over the city. But looking carefully, Yang Fan could not see any warmth, envy, or contempt in Chui Yuanzong's eyes. Assistant Minister Chui's eyes had a sense of exploration. His eyes seemed to contain some secret, but it had absolutely nothing to do with any romantic affairs that people like to hear and see. Chui Yuanzong quickly restrained his strange expression and began to talk with him seriously. Yang Fan then learned what it meant to not judge a book by its cover. Chui Yuanzong had already learned everything about his history, and he was very familiar with it. He was even more familiar with it than Yang Fan himself. Once they talked about official affairs, his tone also became sharp. There was not a word of idle talk. Every question seemed to be carefully thought out and interlinked. Unconsciously, one's thoughts would follow his thoughts, and one could not even think of resisting. Yang Fan could not help but secretly admire him. This person was indeed an important person who had been immersed in the officialdom for decades. Although he was far from the domineering deputy prime minister of the censorate, his sharpness was restrained, and he was quite shrewd. After Cui Yuanzong asked Yang Fan some things he needed to know, he said solemnly, "His Majesty has summoned me and talked about you. His Majesty has high expectations of you." Hearing him mention the emperor, Yang Fan bowed slightly. Cui Yuanzong continued, "Zhang Chu-jin and Zhou Xing from my Qiuwan Yamen have committed crimes one after another. Our Yamen's strength has been greatly damaged, and many positions are still vacant. We are seriously short of manpower, and the accumulated cases cannot be dealt with in time. Now that you have come to assist me, I'm also very happy. I hope that Yang Longzhong will fulfill his duties, be diligent in government affairs, and be honest in performing his duties." Yang Fan said, "This lowly official will solemnly follow assistant minister's instructions." Cui Yuanzong nodded and continued, "Our Yamen has 4 departments: the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of Justice. In the future, the Yongzhong, minister counselors, and managers of each department will often have dealings with you. I have already summoned them. You should meet them and get to know each other." Yang Fan hurriedly stood up and said, "Many thanks for Assistant Minister's guidance." Cui Yuanzong said to a servant waiting in front of the hall, "Summon Chun Dong and the others." A moment later, the Yongzhong, minister counselors, and managers of the 4 departments who had already received Cui Yuanzong's summons walked into the hall one after another. Cui Yuanzong stood up and introduced them one by one, such as the Ministry of Justice's Right Minister Chun Dong, the Ministry of Justice's Right Minister Sun Yuxuan, the Ministry of Justice's Right Minister Pai Erding, the Ministry of Justice's Right Minister Yin Xiaojun, the Ministry of Justice's Right Minister Zui Yuanqing, Chao Chigan, and others. Just among these managers of the various departments, there were 4 Yongzhong and 8 minister counselors, let alone the 16 managers. As Yang Fan listened to Cui Yuanzong's introduction, he barely managed to remember the officials of the Ministry of Justice he was responsible for. He didn't care about the names of the officials of the other departments, only clasping his hands and greeting in a daze. When these officials saw Yang Fan, they all smiled from ear to ear and treated him warmly, especially the Yongzhong from the 4 departments. They chatted with Yang Fan, laughing and joking. The hall immediately became lively. The Ministry of Justice's Right Minister Chun Dong was 34 or 5 years of age, a bit chubby. He had a medium build, square face, and big ears, his face full of happiness. Because he and Yang Fan were in charge of Ministry of Justice together, their relationship was the closest. Together with the fact that the Ministry of Justice was the leader of the 4 departments, his status among his colleagues was also the highest. He was especially loud when he talked. Yang Longzhong's great name, we have long heard of it. To be able to work together with Yang Longzhong in the future, this Chun feels deeply honored. Yang Longzhong has just taken office today. There are still all types of rules and regulations that he needs to familiarize himself with. How about in a few days? In a few days, this official will be the host, inviting all colleagues to attend a banquet, hold a welcoming feast for our Yang Longzhong. Chen Dong said with a smile. He then cupped his hands towards Cui Yuanzong and said, "I hope that assistant minister can also do me the honor." Cui Yuanzong smiled slightly and stroked his beard, saying, "This old man doesn't like to drink, and I don't like to chat and laugh. Aside from official business, I am a taciturn person. Wouldn't it spoil your mood if I went? This official won't participate. If you colleagues want to have some fun, go ahead. Just don't drink too much. It will affect your work the next day." All the officials laughed loudly and repeatedly said, "We don't dare." Cui Yuanzong smiled and said, "All right, I called you all over. Let's meet each other and get to know each other first. We still have a long time to interact in the future. Since everyone has met, let's disperse. Chen Langzhong, you and Yang Langzhong return to the Ministry of Justice. Tell our department's official, secretary, constable, chief, and others to meet Yang Langzhong first. You will also be in charge of the internal affairs of the department to Yang Longzhong." Chen Dong said repeatedly, "It is my duty. It is my duty." Assistant Minister, please continue with your work. We will take our leave now. Everyone bowed to Assistant Minister Chui and escorted Yang Fan out of the office. When they reached the corridor, all the officials beamed with joy and apologized to Yang Fan before dispersing. Right Minister Chun Dong, Assistant Minister Zui Yuanqing, Chao Chigan, and the 4 managers accompanied Yang Fan back to the Ministry of Justice. The entire Qiuguan Yamen was divided into 3 large courtyards along the central axis. Each of the 3 courtyards had a main building complex at the center. There were the main hall, second hall, and third hall of the Qiuguan Yamen. The offices of each department were arranged in the left and right side courtyards. The Ministry of Justice was the core department of the Ministry of Justice. It had the most authority and was also the most staffed. Therefore, it had the largest building complex in the second courtyard. Entering from the side door, there were countless courtyards with large courtyards. These are the offices of the assistant ministers, managers, officials, and officials of the Secretariat. In the middle of the courtyard was a large courtyard. This was the office of the left and right disciplinary officers. Entering the red lacquer door, they were greeted by a complete relief mural on the opposite wall. The mural depicted a strange beast surrounded by auspicious clouds. It looked like a qilin and was as strong as an ox. It had a single horn on its forehead and looked majestic. It was a mythical Xieji, beast that could distinguish right from wrong, good from evil, and loyal from treacherous. In each of the 4 corners of the courtyard, there was a large water tank used to extinguish fires. Water lilies were planted inside, and the green lotus leaves covered the surface of the water. In the middle of the courtyard, there was an osmanthus tree. The flowers had not bloomed yet, and the entire tree was green, giving it a very peaceful appearance. Chun Dong smiled at Yang Fan and said, Yang Longzhong, the office on the left is my office. After knowing that the minister is about to take up his post, I have ordered people to clean up the place. Come, let's go in and take a seat. The officials of this department will soon come to pay their respects. Yang Fan followed him into his office and took a look at each room. The central hall was partitioned by a folding screen. There were 2 reception rooms, one at the front and the other at the back. The left and right wing rooms had secretaries and servants. Further in, there was a large room. One was used as a private study and the other as an office. Inside, there was also a small space separated by a folding screen. There was a bed inside where one could rest in the afternoon. The 2 of them sat down in the inner study room. After chatting and laughing for a while, the Ministry of Justice's subordinates, other than the 2 deputy counselors and the 4 managers whom they had just met, the other 19 officials, 38 official secretaries, 6 pavilion chiefs, and 10 jungle officers, came in groups to pay their respects. Yang Fan received them one by one. He did not expect that there would be more than 70 officials in a department under the Ministry of Justice. If he included the servants and servants, wouldn't there be more than 100 people in this department? On second thought, this department was in charge of all the prisons in the world. He felt relieved. Every time a group of people came in, Qindong would introduce them to Yang Fan. These people would come forward to pay their respects, and Yang Fan would say a few words of comfort and encouragement. After all the officials had come in, it took almost 2 hours. When these people had all left, a scribe dressed in a green robe, who was as thin as a bamboo pole, floated in and whispered a few words into Qindong's ear. Qindong smiled apologetically at Yang Fan and stood up, saying, There is a matter. It has been 10 days, and I must collude today. I will go and settle it. Yang Fan did not understand these terms and quickly stood up, saying, Brother Chun, please go ahead. Chun Dong smiled and cupped his hands at him, then left with the scribe who was as thin as a bamboo pole. Yang Fan smiled as he watched him leave. He was very happy in his heart. Originally, coming to an unfamiliar yamen and coming into contact with some completely unfamiliar matters made him very nervous. He did not expect that his colleagues here would be so easy to get along with. The nervousness in Yang Fan's heart was swept away. He sat quietly in the room for a while. The room was quiet and there was no movement at all. Yang Fan could not help but have a strange feeling in his heart. He stood up and left the inner study. He strolled to the central hall and looked outside. He saw that outside the door of Dr. Chen's office, there were people going in and out. It was very lively. It was not only the minister counselors, officials, secretaries, and even the officials of the Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Court. There was also the Luoyang government, the Supreme Court, the Imperial Censorate, and even some travel-worn officials who had rushed over from other places to hand over their files. They were all going in and out of Dr. Chen's office. But Yang Longzhong's office was deserted. The smile on his face could not help but stiffen. Perhaps it's because I have just taken office, and they do not know that the main official of this department has already taken office. I still have no idea about the various matters, and I really can't do anything right now. Yang Fan comforted himself like this. But when he saw that the officials of this department who had just come to see him, when they came out of the office and saw him standing in the hall opposite, their faces revealed a somewhat unnatural expression, and they deliberately avoided his gaze, Yang Fan gradually understood. All this time, if Yang Fan was not dealing with Jianghu people, he was dealing with the military officials of the court, and then with the nobles of the court. These people's temperaments were somewhere between Jianghu people and military officials. Yang Fan had never had any experience dealing with people of this kind of civil yamen. Now, he could be considered to have seen it for himself. Yang Fan stood there quietly. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly smiled. These scholars are really interesting. Yang Fan did not stand for too long in the central room. He slowly strolled to his office room and sat down behind the desk. His hands were placed on the side of the table. Suddenly, he felt that something was missing. His hands gently stroked the glossy black, smooth, and flat surface of the table. Yang Fan suddenly laughed involuntarily. Yes, the 4 treasures of the study are missing. Thinking back carefully, the study on the other side seemed to be exactly the same. While there were no official documents, even the 4 treasures of the study, such as paper, ink, brush, and inkstone, were nowhere to be seen. Although the room seemed to be full of decorations, it was empty and there was nothing useful. Wasn't it too obvious? Yang Fan sighed. He stood up and walked around to the back of the screen. There was a single bed there for him to temporarily rest on. The bedding on the bed was complete. It was clean and dry. It looked like it had just been changed for him. Looking at it, they only wanted to make him a figurehead in official affairs. As for the various kinds of treatment, they did not want to make things difficult for him. Yang Fan took off his official boots. He was not afraid of the wrinkles on his official robes. He lay down on the bed, put his arms behind his head, and closed his eyes. Thinking carefully about what had just happened, Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh self-deprecatingly. This matter could not be blamed on others. It was he who had thought things too simply. Not to mention others, at least how could the Minister of the Right, Chun Dong, welcome his arrival so warmly? If it was him, he had worked hard for many years, and there was an empty position in front of him. He was just one step away and only needed a little more effort to sit on it. In the end, someone dropped down from nowhere and destroyed his hope. This person was not only a junior, but also had no achievements in this line of work. We accept it. However, if it was only Chun Dong throwing a tantrum, it would be fine. Looking at the situation, it seemed that the entire Ministry of Justice had joined together to give him, an outsider, face. If the entire Ministry of Justice had joined together to ostracize him, could it be that this came from Assistant Minister Chui's orders and Chun Dong was just an executor? Yang Fan pondered for a long time, but still could not find an answer. He had just arrived and had no understanding of the Ministry of Justice. Now, although he understood that they did not welcome his arrival, he could not immediately figure out who was the one who led this. He did not believe that the Ministry of Justice was a monolithic block. As long as there was fame and profit, which Yamen did not fight for power and profit and form cliques. The Ministry of Justice was no exception. Right now, faced with this outsider who rode on top of everyone's heads, everyone was temporarily working together to face a common enemy. You want to make things difficult for me? TSK. Who's afraid of who? Yang Fan sneered and crossed his legs. When I first entered the palace, Commandant Zhu and Xie Duwei also made things difficult for me. Now, one has died, and the other has become my wife. It's a pity that the main hall of the Ministry of Justice is full of men. There isn't a single beautiful girl. At the door, a yamen runner quietly walked in. He stuck his head in to take a look, but did not see the shadow of the newly appointed Minister of Medicine. He only heard a woman's voice behind the screen humming and singing. I say you're stupid. You're not stupid, but you act like a big idiot. Be careful of my sharp knife, cutting a cold melon. Chirp and crackle. Chapter 406. Speaking of tricks, Yang Fan, who had escaped from the god of Plague Valley alone when he was 9 years old, fled from Shaozhou to Guangzhou, and was used to the fickleness of the world. After arriving in Luoyang, he endured, hid, spied on, and investigated in order to find his enemy. He had not used it before, not because he could not, but because he did not want to. Moreover, he had never had the chance to encounter such a situation. Of course, his tricks might not be in line with what the people in the yamen were used to, but it did not matter. The tricks were just a process, and it was fine as long as he could achieve his goal. Once Yang Fan had a plan in mind, he quickly put the matter aside. Speaking of broad-mindedness, he had lived for many years with Curly Beard, who was recognized as the most powerful man in the underworld, and had been under Empress Wu Zetian for 2 years. Naturally, he was far superior to his colleagues in the Ministry of Justice. And in terms of calmness and openness, Yang Fan was far superior to these people. Which of these people had such wonderful experiences as he had? He snuck into Yang Mingxing's residence and caused chaos in the capital. He single-handedly charged into the Jinwu Guard's camp and escaped the pursuit of the elite soldiers. He cleverly instigated a conflict between the Tubo King and the powerful Prime Minister. He disguised himself as a fish and toyed with the 100,000 Turkic soldiers in Xianchuo City. He safely walked out of the Imperial Gate that 9 out of 10 who enter this gate will die. Such rich life experiences made this young man, who had just reached his 20s, in some aspects, far superior to these officials who had worked hard their whole lives in the officialdom. Just like the first time he played kickboxing, what he lacked was general knowledge. Anyone could master these rules in the shortest time possible. The real difficulty lay in the skills that required long-term training, such as a strong physique, agile movements, keen eyesight, exquisite and superb ball skills, all of which he had mastered long ago. So he only needed to familiarize himself with the rules in the shortest time possible. After that, he would be able to leave everyone else in the dust. It was impossible for Yang Fan to respond to the current situation because he still had no idea about the power layout of this yamen. He didn't even know who their leader was. Just like fighting on the battlefield, he had to at least understand the enemy's strength, the ability of the commander, how many routes the enemy had come from, and what kind of weapons and equipment they had. He couldn't just abandon the city and charge out the moment he heard that someone was challenging him, right? This would take time. These things couldn't be accomplished overnight. Since he already knew that someone was trying to push him aside, he just had to deal with it as it came. Once he understood this point, Yang Fan threw all the matters of the assistant minister, doctor, and minister counselor to one side. Like a fallen leaf swept away by the autumn wind, he swept it all into the rubbish heap. Then, his brows furrowed slightly, like ripples on the surface of a calm lake. With his rich experience and strong will tempered by a rough life, he could be indifferent to the exclusion and cold treatment of the officials of the Ministry of Justice. But when he encountered one thing, he was at a loss, and his heart was in a mess. That was love, the love between a man and a woman. The lake in his heart was undulating. The cute and innocent Xiao man, the gentle and delicate Wan, the charming and charming Taiping, and the beautiful and pleasant Anu. 4 beautiful figures circled around his heart like a horse lantern, and then fixed on Anu. Anu was the first woman he had fallen in love with when he was young. Although the world was unpredictable, as if it was fate that he met Wan. And from then on, Anu's beautiful figure was like a gurgling stream, a trickling stream, drilling into the depths of his feelings, and it was difficult to get rid of it. First love was always unforgettable. It would always leave you with the most beautiful feeling in the depths of your memory. Many years later, can you immediately remember the first woman you fell in love with when you were young? Can you clearly remember the beautiful figure that she left in your heart? Yang Fan had thought that since the beautiful figure in the beard hat and brocade clothes flew out of the Ding Ding Gate from the Ding Ding Street, and went to Ek of the Dragon Gate. They would never meet again. Who knew that the fate between the two of them was not over? Not only did they reunite, but they also had the feelings of life and death in the desert beyond the Great Wall. In his heart, Anu's feelings were very different than Taiping's. A man like Yang Fan was like an unruly wild horse. A woman's thousands of tenderness could make him unknowingly soften, but the one who approached him with a bridle and saddle would immediately make him have rebellious thoughts. He thought of Anu coming all the way to Luo Jing, but she was heartbroken and became a monk. If he was not in prison and Anu was forced to appear to save him, he would not know that she had endured from a spring flower to wither into mud. Thinking of this, there was an indescribable feeling in Yang Fan's heart that melted his heart. Yang Fan had 16 shops in the South City. Adding the 3 shops owned by a Xiaoman and the 3 markets, there were a total of 19 shops. None of these 19 shops dealt in Buddhist and Taoist items. However, the current emperor worshipped Buddhism. In the past 2 years, the status of the Buddhist temples in Luoyang had risen and become more and more important. The people in the court followed suit and became Buddhist believers. Many of the smaller temples were also full of incense. Xiaoman had already noticed that there was a large amount of profit in this. She had already begun to open high-end incense shops around some temples. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiaoman had already instructed the shopkeepers and assistants of these incense shops to inquire about Anu's whereabouts. However, there was still no news until now. Thinking of this, Yang Fan frowned. Anu came to Luoyang to find him. When she saw that he was married, she did not even show up to scold him as a heartless man. She treated herself in a way that was close to self-abuse. Only Anu's unique personality could do this. Under Anu's cold and strong appearance, there was actually a heart that was weaker than that of Wan and Xiaoman. Her tragic childhood experience and the great trauma of the betrayal and hurt of her family made her shrink into a thick shell when she was hurt. She hid in a corner alone to quietly lick her wounds. If he did not ask about Anu's whereabouts, with Anu's character of feeling sorry for herself, she would only be more convinced that Yang Fan did not care about her at all. If she left Luoyang in sadness, where could he find her in this big world? Could he bear to let Anu spend the rest of her life like a Buddha? Yang Fan's eyes gently closed as if he was taking a nap. In his heart, he had already made up his mind. There are so many temples in Luoyang. It is very inconvenient to search them one by one, especially the places where nuns and nuns cultivate. It is more difficult to find her. In this case, I will think of a way to make it grand. At least let her know that I have not forgotten her, and that I am looking for her. The right minister of the Ministry of Justice, Chen Dong, sent the last group of people out. The green-clothed attendant, who was like a thin bamboo pole, tiptoed in. Chen Dong picked up a bowl of goat milk and pouted to the other side. He asked, "What is that person doing?" The green-clothed attendant, who was like a thin bamboo pole, was called Luo Ling. He was Minister Chen's attendant. Hearing Chen Dong's question, Luo Ling's face revealed a strange expression. He answered softly. He is lying on the couch, humming a little song. Chen Dong spat out a mouthful of milk and laughed in surprise. "What did you say? He is humming a little song?" Luo Ling smiled bitterly. "Yes, this lowly one did not expect. This person is really—" Chen Dong gently stroked his beard. He suspiciously rolled his eyes. "Lying on the couch and humming a little song. This person can't be so heartless. Could it be that he can't see that I am deliberately giving him the cold shoulder?" Luo Ling said, "Minister, from what I see, there is nothing strange about this. He is a general. I am afraid that he is illiterate. What does he know about the law? If you really ask him to do something, I am afraid that he will be unwilling. I heard that this person is good at punching and stick. He is especially good at kicking and bowing. Because of this, he won Princess Taiping's favor. That is why he has a meteoric rise. What real ability does this kind of person have? Minister does not need to pay attention to him at all." Luo Ling said disdainfully. There was a hint of envy in his tone. Regardless of whether he has real ability or not, to be able to become a guest of Princess Taiping, how could he not be envious and envious? Princess Taiping was the flower of Luoyang. It was said that she was beautiful and unrivaled in the world. Moreover, she had such a noble status, not to mention the various benefits of climbing up this high branch. Even if there was nothing, to be able to press such an enchanting and noble woman under his crotch was enough to make people envious. Chun Dong stroked his beard and slowly said, "If he is really so tactful, then let him occupy that position. He will eat his salary and be an idle person. This official will be too lazy to argue with him. If he is not tactful." Chun Dong sneered twice, but he didn't say anything else. He already believed Luo Ling's words a little. Yang Fan was Shui Huai's disciple. He had also started his career by being a gigolo. He was also a scoundrel who had no real ability other than pleasing women. What was so strange about such a move? Chun Dong was diligent and diligent. He made friends with many colleagues and curried favor with superiors. He only wanted to take a step forward and sit in the position of Minister of the Left. Who knew that Yang Fan would suddenly appear out of nowhere and easily snatch away his future? How could he not be angry? Yang Fan had Shui Huai, Princess Taiping, and it was said that there was also King Liang behind him. Chun Dong naturally did not dare to have a direct confrontation with him. If Yang Fan learned from his master, Shui Huai, and only swung his large fist to argue with him, even Assistant Minister Chui would not stand up for him. But who could say anything when a soft knife was used to kill someone? No matter how tyrannical Yang Fan was, he could not go to the White Horse Temple and ask for reinforcements just because no one trusted him. People like that were the most looked down upon. When the time came, he would not even need to push him out. He would be bored of staying in the Ministry of Justice and would leave on his own. According to Chun Dong's plan, he would first leave Yang Fan out in the cold for a while. Yang Fan would definitely be dissatisfied with the loss of power. As long as he came to argue with him, he would hand over a few difficult cases to handle to him. This was the Ministry of Justice, and they handled the most serious cases in the world. Most of the people involved had very complicated backgrounds. As long as he took out a few of these cases and asked that hothead to handle them, if he was smart enough, he would admit defeat and willingly become a puppet. If he was not satisfied, he would be kicked out with his face covered in dirt, pack his bedding, and go home to eat his own food. He did not expect that not only was this Yang Fan a weakling who relied on women to make a living, but he was also a scoundrel. This fellow did not care about the power in this small place at all. Chun Dong slapped his forehead gently. He thought about how he had taken great pains to make all sorts of arrangements, as if he were facing a great enemy. He could not help but laugh involuntarily. He shook his head and sighed, making a mountain out of a molehill. I really made a mountain out of a molehill. At this moment, the melodious sound of a bell could be heard from afar. Chun Dong raised his head and said to Luo Ling, "Go and invite that Yang Longzhong over. I'm going to have lunch with him." Chapter 407. Throughout the morning, all the officials in the Ministry of Justice were busy. Only Yang Fan, the official in charge of the small Ministry of Justice, was lying in bed. Under Dr. Chen's orders, Luo Ling tiptoed into Yang Fan's office and went behind the screen. He saw that Yang Fan had the quilt draped over his body and was already fast asleep. Luo Ling couldn't help but snicker as he stood by the bed. Then he stepped forward and gently patted Yang Fan's shoulder, calling out, "Doctor, Yang Longzhong?" "Oh." Yang Fan opened his eyes. His gaze flickered for a moment before it immediately became clear and fixed on Luo Ling's face. Yang Fan's eyes were very bright. In the dim light of the inner room, they were even more penetrating. Luo Ling felt as if he had been stabbed. He unconsciously took a step back before bowing and saying, "Dr. Chen invites Yang Longzhong over for lunch." Yang Fan turned over and sat up. He put on his official boots, straightened his clothes, and followed Luo Ling out. Yang Fan wasn't pretending. He had really fallen asleep just now. He was lying there alone thinking about his matters, and his tiredness unconsciously came over him. On one hand, it was because he had slept late last night with Xiao Man. On the other hand, it was the influence of the season. As the saying goes, tired in spring and tired in autumn. Right now, it was the beginning of autumn. With nothing to do, he naturally felt tired. Although he didn't sleep for long, he was full of energy. When he arrived under the sweet-scented osmanthus tree in the courtyard, he felt the fresh air. Yang Fan couldn't help but straighten his back and stretch his body. He heard the joints in his body crack like soybeans being fried in an iron wok. Luo Ling was secretly speechless. This person's body is very strong. No wonder he was born a general. Then he thought of Princess Taiping. Luo Ling couldn't help but feel a trace of warmth in his heart. No wonder he was favored by Her Royal Highness. It turns out, because it was almost noon, it was almost time for lunch, so the people from the various yamen and departments had already consciously stopped coming over at this time. Dr. Chen's spacious office was much more deserted. As soon as Yang Fan entered the suite, he saw that there were only 2 secretaries in the outer room, copying something, and no one else. Yang Fan followed Luo Ling into the inner room. He saw a tall stack of documents on the table, like a crooked city wall, more than 2 chi high. Dr. Chun was bent over the table, writing at a rapid pace. From the top of the table, one could only see his slightly shaking head. Hearing that Yang Fan had arrived, Qindong raised his head and laughed. He put down his pen and walked out from behind the table. As he rubbed his shoulders, he smiled and said attentively, "Yang Longzhong, please take a seat. How do you feel about the Ministry of Justice?" "You and I are colleagues," Yang Fan said with a laugh. "From now on, we're going to work together for a long time. Why are you being so polite?" Yang Fan's courtesy name is Yuan Fong. "Brother Chun can just call me by my courtesy name. That way, it will appear more intimate." Yang Fan's courtesy name was given to him by Di Renjia, but the 2 later parted ways and the coronation ceremony was not held for him. Most of Yang Fan's close acquaintances were from the military. These people rarely learned the ways of the literati. Those close to him only called him Erlang according to his family's ranking. Therefore, ever since he reached the crown, this was the first time he used this courtesy name. Qindong's rank was 3 ranks lower than Yang Fan, and his position was half a rank lower than Yang Fan. Originally, he didn't have the right to call him by his courtesy name, but he inadvertently neglected this point. Qindong gladly agreed to Yang Fan's request and exchanged courtesy names with Yang Fan. It turned out that Qindong's courtesy name was Shuji, which was quite elegant. Qindong invited him to sit down and pointed to the mountain of official letters and official documents on the table. He shook his head in distress and said, "Alas, this Ministry of Justice is really busy. Yuan Fong, you see, I haven't even raised my head this morning, but there are still so many official documents that I haven't dealt with yet. Now that Yuan Fong is here, I have much less to worry about." Yang Fan said with a smile, "I am ashamed to say this. I have just come to the Ministry of Justice to report and have yet to become familiar with my colleagues. I am even more unfamiliar with matters, so it is difficult for me to share Brother Shuji's burden. Brother Shuji, it is better for the capable to do more work." Qindong sighed with a smile and waved his hand, changing the topic. He said, "Yuan Fong, if you have nothing to do, why don't you take a stroll around? After a few days, you will become familiar with your colleagues in the Ministry of Justice." The 2 of them chatted happily and harmoniously. Qindong didn't seem to feel that there was anything wrong with him not handing over any matters after Yang Fan, the chief official, had arrived. Yang Fan also didn't seem to feel that there was anything wrong with this. The 2 of them laughed and chatted about some very unimportant topics until it was time to replenish their energy. Qindong stood up and said, "It's about time. Let's go eat." Yang Fan walked out side by side with him. Qindong pointed as he walked, explaining to Yang Fan which departments were in the various courtyards along the way. In reality, there were signs hanging on the doors of the courtyards. Even if he didn't say it, Yang Fan could still understand them. However, he would slightly explain the name of the chief official and his personal evaluation of the chief official. This was not written on the signs. At this time, the officials of the various yamens also came out and gradually joined them. Qindong's face was beaming with happiness. Sometimes he greeted one, sometimes he joked with another. When these officials saw Qindong, most of them were also very friendly. However, everyone seemed to have overlooked the existence of Yang Fan. Even the officials and vice-chancellors who had met Yang Fan at the office of the Assistant Minister of Justice this morning seemed to completely treat him as a stranger. Seeing this scene, Yang Fan very consciously treated himself as heir. He didn't say a word and maintained a harmless smile on his face. His expression was bashful, just like when he was stared at by the young ladies at the show and workshop. Seeing Yang Fan's reaction, when some people looked at him again, there was a kind of disdain in their eyes. Yang Fan didn't seem to notice it at all. On the contrary, he smiled even more happily. The place where the Ministry of Justice handled lunch was called the Public Kitchen. It was also known as the Unit Canteen in later generations. Speaking of which, this Unit Canteen had been first established by Li Shiming. Li Shiming had once discovered that because the morning court session was too early, some officials didn't have time to eat. Some people would buy food on the way and chew on it while standing at the palace gate. This was truly a loss of the dignity of an official. So he prepared breakfast for the officials in the corridors of the throne room. This method was naturally very popular with the officials. In the past, when officials ate lunch, they would have to rely on their families to prepare it for them or bring a lunchbox with them in the morning. Officials with poorer backgrounds would save on lunch, while those with wealthier background would choose to go out to eat at a restaurant. One could imagine that because everyone ate at different times and for different lengths of time, there was no way to unify the office hours in the afternoon. Now that the emperor had invented the public breakfast, his subordinates began to imitate him. As a result, free lunches were introduced to the other government offices and local yamens. And from then on, lunches were custom-made. Yang Fan used to be in the army and was used to working for the government. He didn't know that the provision of lunches in the yamen was a new rule in the current dynasty, so he didn't find it strange that the yamen provided lunches. He followed Chun Dong into the main hall of the public kitchen and saw that it was neatly arranged with many small tables. Behind each table was a couch. In accordance with the ancient customs, the system of separate meals was practiced. As soon as they entered the public kitchen, everyone walked to their seats. Yang Fan followed Chun Dong to the seats at the very top, which were also the cleanest, and the kitchen servants served their meals. Everyone had a plate filled with all kinds of dishes. There was also a wooden rice bucket and a white tin wine pot. The food was very sumptuous. According to the standard of the 4th to 5th grade, there were 7 plates of dishes, 2 liters of fine rice or 2 liters of noodles, 3 portions of mutton, and 2 portions of melons and fruits for digestion. What surprised Yang Fan was that there was actually 1.5 liters of fine wine. When Yang Fan was in the Imperial Army, he definitely didn't eat as sumptuous as this. It was even more impossible for him to drink wine. The people eating here were all arranged according to the order of their official rank. Everyone had a couch in front of them. Yang Fan didn't see the assistant minister. It seemed that this principal official had special privileges. Someone would naturally send the food to his office, or perhaps he had been invited to a restaurant. Yang Fan looked around and saw that the dishes on the tables of the assistant minister, and assistant minister were a little less than theirs. There was also no wine on the tables. This hierarchy was also reflected at the dining table. The officials from the 4 departments of the Ministry of Justice had all arrived. Yang Fan had already met them at Assistant Minister Chui's place in the morning. At this time, after exchanging a few pleasantries, they all took their seats. Chen Dong and Assistant Minister Yin Xiaojun sat opposite each other. Duguan Minister Sun Yuxuan and Assistant Minister Pai Erding sat opposite each other. Yang Fan's seat was empty, but opposite him was a pillar in the hall. There was a great deal of knowledge at the dining table. After experiencing the scheming scenes of the Wu family banquets, Yang Fan had a deep understanding of this point. At the same time, he believed that an occasion like the public kitchen, where 1 meal a day was not a temporary gathering, people would be more relaxed. They would not pay attention to disguising their usual habits. Thus, at such an occasion, he could see many more things. As Yang Fan ate, he observed the 2 assistant ministers and the 4 managers of his department. After looking seriously for a while, he withdrew his gaze and looked at the 4 officials, including the right minister of his department. Very quickly, he tasted something unusual. Chun Dong and Assistant Minister Yin Xiaojun seemed to get along well. The two of them chatted and laughed the most at the dining table, and the time they chatted was also the longest. Duguan Minister Sun Yuxuan and Assistant Minister Pai Erding were closer. The two of them chatted and laughed without restraint, and the number of times they communicated with each other was also the most. Coincidentally, Chun Dong and Yin Xiaojun sat across from each other. Sun Yuxuan and Pai Erding also sat across from each other. Clearly, this kind of seating arrangement was closely related to the close relationship they usually had. Working in the same yamen and working under the same roof, as long as one's temperament and temperament were compatible, they would naturally be closer at the dining table. After eating and leaving, the two of them might not necessarily be like-minded friends. Of course, Yang Fan would not conclude based on this that they belonged to the same faction. However, although those who were affectionate at the dining table might not be friends, those who were cold to each other and didn't even bother to talk to each other were definitely not friends. Thus, Yang Fan could basically confirm that the Ministry of Justice and the Simon Yamens had a closer relationship, and the Duguan minister had a more amicable relationship with the Ministry of Justice. It was impossible for Yang Fan to immediately analyze everything. Right now, he was in a fight for power with Chun Dong. Yin Xiaojun, who had the closest relationship with Chun Dong, was naturally excluded. If nothing unexpected happened, the first official of the same rank he had to fight for would be either Pai Erding or Sun Yuxuan. Very quickly, Yang Fan's attention fell on Sun Yuxuan. The imperial physician Sun Yuxuan was a drunkard. A drunkard was a drunkard, but Sun Yuxuan was not the kind of drunkard who was bloated, delirious, and had a bright red brandy nose. This person had a plump physique and could be said to be dignified. The court had 4 standards for selecting officials: body, speech, calligraphy, and judgment. The first was the physique and appearance. How could Sun Yuxuan's appearance be lacking? After Wu Zetian came to power, the nobles of Shandong and Guanlong successively became her enemies. Most of the scholars came from these two great powers. Although Wu Zetian strengthened the imperial examinations and tried to select talent from the commoners to fight against them, the selection process was too long. Every year, only 10 to 20 jinshi would be selected. Among them, the nobles would take up more than half the quota. How many descendants of the commoners could she actually promote? In desperation, she could only not stick to one pattern. As long as they were loyal to her and had some tricks up their sleeves, even if they were illiterate, she would still promote them. This was why there were illiterate judges like Lai Junshen and Ho Siji. But even though these illiterate judges were illiterate, they still met the standards in terms of appearance. For example, Lai Junshen was more than just meeting the standards. He was simply a handsome man. His complexion was like jade, and he was extraordinarily handsome. Although it was only a golden exterior, it was very pleasing to the eye. This Sun Yuxuan was an extremely handsome man. Although he was around 40 years old, his physique was still strong. His facial features were neat, and the beard on his chin was very neatly trimmed. It was just that this person was extremely fond of wine. As long as he had a cup in his hand, he could feel the world around him. He didn't need to use any strength at all. That 1.5 liters of fine wine was completely drunk by him. After that, he could only look enviously at the wine jugs on other people's tables. On the 4th time he looked at Yang Fan's untouched wine jug, Yang Fan smiled. He suddenly picked up the wine jug and stood up. Yang Fan was a new official. Although the other doctors were chatting and laughing, other than being friendly with Yang Fan at the beginning, they purposely left him to the side. In reality, they had always been paying attention to his actions. As soon as Yang Fan stood up, several gazes fell on him at the same time. Yang Fan walked in front of Sun Yuxuan and put down the wine jug. He said with a smile, "When I was in the army, General Yi Huli often told me that people who love wine are always straightforward and broad-minded. I have observed Brother Sun's speech and behavior, and it is indeed as General Yi Huli said. This jug of wine, I will give it to Brother Sunday." Sun Yuxuan was startled and hurriedly declined. "That's not right, that's not right. Everyone's wine has their own rules. How can I take Yang Longzhong's good wine?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "Although I came from the army, I have no tolerance for alcohol. As soon as the wine touches my lips, I will be drunk. When I wake up the next day, I will have a splitting headache. So I don't dare to touch this wine. Since Brother Sun loves wine, this wine should belong to Brother Sunday otherwise. Wouldn't it be benefiting those cooks? Sun Yushuan's tolerance for alcohol was very high. A jug of wine was just enough to arouse his alcohol bug. If there was no good wine to accompany the meal, even the dishes would be tasteless to him. Hearing Yang Fan say this, he no longer refused. He only laughed and accepted the wine jug, saying, "If that's the case, then many thanks to Yang Longzhong." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Brother Sun is too polite. This wine must be prepared for every meal. When I get back, I will inform the cooks. This 1.5 liters of wine will be given to Brother Sun every day." Sun Yushuan was all smiles when he heard this and repeatedly thanked him. Without waiting for Yang Fan to return to his seat, he grabbed the wine jug and took a big gulp. Shen Dong watched from the side. He slowly picked up a mouthful of stewed mutton and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he took a small sip of wine. A trace of disdain escaped from the corner of his lips. So this person is not blindly ignorant. It's just that, in this yamen, even a minor 9th-rank official is as slippery as a loach. What a naive kid to think that he can bribe a doctor with just a jug of wine. Of course, Yang Fan did not think that he could bribe Sun Yushuan with this. This jug of wine itself was meaningless, but what about a jug of wine every day? Sun Yushuan had eaten his wine. At the very least, he had to be more polite to him. He was not the only one who was paying attention to every movement at the dining table. The minor officials below him were paying even more attention. Just a few polite exchanges were enough to send a message to the officials below. Yang Longzhong, was not isolated by everyone. The committee counselors who were close by could hear their words, see their actions, and understand all the details. But the officials who were further away could only see their actions and expressions and could not hear what they were saying. What about the officials further away, the officials in charge, the officers in charge, and the officers in charge? The dissemination of information in the officialdom had an effect of exaggeration. Moreover, this was a performance that looked like flowers through the fog. If he wanted to break the ice, he had to at least let the cold wind die down. Before counterattacking, he had to first weaken the power that the other party had deliberately created. After eating lunch, they returned to the judicial department's courtyard. Luo Ling moved a few benches and placed them under the cassia tree. Yang Fan and Chun Dong sat on the benches and arranged themselves for a while. Ben and the 2 deputy counselors, Zui Yuanxing and Chao Chigan, also came to this courtyard and sat down to chat. Not long after, 2 of the 4 officials also came to join the fun. Everyone gathered together and chatted happily. However, they maintained absolute respect for the 2 doctors in their speech and actions. Anyone who saw them would think that they were a harmonious and close group. No one would be able to tell that Yang Fan, this official, was a mere figurehead, the one who had been pushed aside. This was especially the case for Judicial Sector's manager Feng Shihui, who flattered and fawned over Yang Fan, flattering him like a tide, recounting Yang Fan's glorious deeds of defeating the inner court and defeating Tufan with great familiarity. The words of praise were mushy to the point where even Yang Fan felt goosebumps rise all over his body, yet his expression didn't change, remaining calm and composed. A person who could flatter to such a shocking and earth-shattering degree could truly be considered a talent. However, when the afternoon bell rang, the officials seemed to have received a signal. They all got up and hurried back to their own offices. The courtyard immediately became as empty as a field. Among the long benches that were still warm from the officials' buttocks, Yang Fan stood quietly for a while. Suddenly, he smiled mysteriously. He put his hands behind his back and staggered back to his somewhat frighteningly empty office. Chief Attendant Luo Ling, who had been hiding behind the door of Dr. Chen's office, watching for any activity outside, smiled craftily. Only then did he come out to tidy up the benches. Yang Fan had slept in the morning and did not feel sleepy in the afternoon. However, sitting alone in the empty room with nothing to do, he assumed that no one would come in for the entire afternoon. So he sat cross-legged behind the desk, closed his eyes, and began to practice his breathing. After an hour, Yang Fan's breathing suddenly stopped, and he entered the embryonic breathing realm. His mind looked inside and focused on his dantian. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Fan awoke from the embryonic breathing realm. When he suddenly opened his eyes, he could not help but startle the person in front of him, causing him to scream and fall to the ground. Chapter 408. Yang Fan looked at the man in front of him. He was dressed in a green coarse cloth, with a green headscarf on his head and a black belt around his waist. He seemed to be an ordinary minor official in the Ministry of Justice. He looked to be less than 40 years old. His body wasn't fat, but it was very sturdy. He had a dark red face, and his strong muscles made his face look taut. Other than some crow's feet at the corners of his eyes, there were no wrinkles on his face. Yang Fan frowned and asked, "Who are you?" The man let out a sigh of relief and got up from the ground. "Dr. Lang is still breathing. Are you okay?" Yang Fan said, "Of course I'm okay. What could happen to me?" The man smiled sheepishly and said, "I just came in and called for the doctor, but he didn't respond. I waited for a while and saw that the doctor didn't even seem to be breathing, so I took the liberty to try. As expected, I couldn't feel the slightest bit of breathing. I was really scared." Yang Fan laughed and said, "I see. This is just a kind of breathing technique, a way to prolong life. There is nothing strange about it. Who are you? What are you doing in my office?" That person had probably heard of the matter of breathing exercises to maintain health. Hearing Yang Fan's question, he hurriedly bowed and said, "I am the head of the cooks in the Yamen of the Ministry of Justice. My name is Wang Wan, and I am here to deliver leftovers to you." "Leftovers? What's that?" Yang Fan was puzzled. After asking carefully, he understood the whole story. It turned out that Wang Wan was the head chef of the Ministry of Justice, responsible for the lunch supply of the whole government. The officials in the government enjoyed a free lunch. Who paid for it? Of course, it was the imperial court. The officials' daily lunch expenses were called food, and the corresponding money allocated by the imperial court was called food cost. The imperial court allocated a huge amount of food cost at one time. The government would then use this money to make loans to generate interest, and the profits would be used for daily food expenses. Would the government be afraid of not getting back the principal and interest? Therefore, this money would generate a stable income, and a very rich one at that. Everyone ate to their heart's content for lunch every day. No matter how much they tried, it was impossible to finish it all. What about the rest of the money? The leftover money was called the leftover money. Every day, when the kitchen official was settling the bill, he would distribute it to all the people in the Yamen so that everyone could share it. After listening to Wang Wan's explanation, Yang Fan couldn't help but smile. "So that's how it is. I just take an office and haven't received my salary yet, but I've already gotten some extra income. Haha, how much is it?" Grinning, Wang Wan took out a string of coins from his waist and put it on the table in front of Yang Fan. He bowed and said, "This is the leftovers from today's meal, a total of 840 copper coins. The leftovers are uncertain every day, and we'll only know how much is left after we've spent the day, and then we'll distribute it to everyone." Yang Fan was startled. He cried out involuntarily, "There are actually so many leftovers in one day's meal." At the beginning of the Tang Dynasty, prices were cheap. Although they often fluctuated, in general, money was still very valuable at that time. According to the current prices in Luoyang, 1 copper coin is equivalent to 1 yuan in our current state. How much extra monthly income is this? Seeing his surprise, Wang Wan grinned and said, "This isn't considered much. This lowly one remembers that the highest daily income last month was 1,362 copper coins." Speaking up to this point, he took a step forward and lowered his voice, saying, "Of course, it's impossible for everyone to get so much. This lowly one calculates the leftovers from the actual number of people and then adds in some imaginary amounts. For the officials, the leftovers are multiplied according to their rank. Assistant Minister Chui gets 10 times, the other doctors get 8 times, and the vice ministers get 6 times, and so on and so forth." Speaking up to this point, Wang Wan sighed and said, "Everyone says that this lowly one's job is full of benefits, but this lowly one's job is not easy. The low-ranking officials often say that high-ranking officials have a lot of salary and land, and that the salary and allowance have long been distributed according to their rank. It's fine if I eat better than everyone else at lunch, but why do I have to share the leftovers several times? They all say that the leftovers from the meal should be divided equally among everyone regardless of their rank. But they only talk about it in private, and none of them dare to say it to their superiors. So they often come to bully this lowly one. This lowly one is only a chief cook with no power or influence. What can I do? Not only am I being bullied, they even accuse this lowly one of taking advantage of the situation. Every month, the yamen checks the accounts. What can this lowly one do? Sigh, I'm being bullied. Oh, Yang Fan's eyes flickered slightly, and he carefully inquired about the leftovers. Wang Wan complained to him, then slapped his forehead and said in surprise, "Io, why did this lowly one only care about talking to the doctors? Those low-ranking officials naturally go to the kitchen to get their leftovers, while the officials need this lowly one to deliver them one by one. The Ministry of Justice is the first place this lowly one comes to, and Yang Longzhong is the first place this lowly one delivers. After that, there are still many places to go. If I delay for too long, I won't be able to deliver everything before the yamen is dismissed. Since the doctors are busy, this lowly one still has things to do." Yang Fan nodded and said with a smile, "All right, go do what you need to do." Watching Wang Wan leave, Yang Fan looked at the glistening yellow string of coins on the table and thought for a while. Suddenly, he smiled mysteriously and reached into his bosom. Yang Fan walked out of the office with his hands clasped behind his back and stood under the osmanthus tree. From time to time, he would stretch his arms and legs and move his body. The officials who worked for Dr. Chen didn't know Yang Fan's identity, but those who knew that he was the department's new chief official couldn't help but look at him strangely. Yang Fan was calm and turned a blind eye to them. He only strolled leisurely in the courtyard. Sometimes he would walk to the wall and lean over to look at the water lilies in the vat. Sometimes he would walk to the wall carvings and carefully admire the mighty image of the Siege. He stroked the delicate and smooth lines of the carvings. His expression was extremely leisurely. Dr. Chen's assistant Luo Ling hid behind the door and quietly watched his movements. The more he watched, the more puzzled he became. He couldn't help but come out and pretended to wander around the door for a while. Then he greeted him with a smile, "Yang Longzhong." Yang Fan was looking up at the Siege with his hands clasped behind his back. He turned his head to look at him and said with a smile, "Ah, it's Luo Ling. Look at this Siege. The lines, the eyebrows, the scales, the carvings are really extraordinary. From my point of view, it must be the work of the name." Luo Ling hummed and laughed as he agreed. He wanted to pry information from him and probe his thoughts, but he didn't know how to start. Yang Fan seemed to have seen enough. He turned around and walked back to his office. As he walked, he said to Luo Ling, "This official is very bored. If you have nothing to do, why don't you come and talk to this official?" This was exactly what Luo Ling wanted. Luo Ling hurriedly agreed and accompanied Yang Fan into the office. The two entered the room. Yang Fan sat behind the table and said to Luo Ling, who was bowing and standing there, "It's just a casual chat. There's no need to talk about so many rules. You can also sit." Luo Ling complied and sat opposite him. He saw two strings of glistening yellow coins on the table and couldn't help but ask, Lang Zhong. This is Yang Fan looked at the table and said with satisfaction, "Before this official came to the Ministry of Justice, I thought that working in a yamen compared to working in the palace would be very boring. I didn't expect this place to be so good. This is the leftover food that this official just received. Working here has such benefits. This official really didn't know before." Luo Ling looked at the amount of money on the table and said hesitantly, "Lang Zhong is an official of our Ministry of Justice. The leftover food he receives is a bit more than other people. To me, this is just an ordinary official. It can't be compared to Lang Zhong. Oh, the leftover food that Lang Zhong received today, I'm afraid it's at least 1,000 taels." Yang Fan casually glanced at the table and said, "Oh, it's a total of 1,500 taels. There are so many additional benefits in one day. Over the course of a month, it's a considerable amount of income." Hearing this, Luo Ling's expression immediately froze, and his eyes suddenly widened. He quickly put on a calm expression and anxiously calculated in his mind. 1,500 taels? How come my family's Lang Zhong only received 1,000 taels? That Wang Wan is so hesitant. He even said that he doesn't put this new official in his eyes at all, and that the leftover food he gives him is far less than that of my family's Lang Zhong. Luo Ling's gaze turned slightly cold, and he secretly thought about it. Yang Fan slowly put away the 2 strings of money and patted the bulging bag with satisfaction. He said to Luo Ling, "The Yamen has such benefits all thanks to the kitchen officials. The benefits fall into our hands, but the kitchen officials only get a few coins. It's not easy. I heard that the people below him have a lot of criticisms against him. We should take good care of such a capable chef." What? Luo Ling exploded as soon as he heard this. With a red face, he said, "It's not easy for Wang Wan? He's as incorruptible as water? Lang Zhong, you're a new official and don't know the ins and outs. In our public kitchen, even an assistant minister might not get as much as he does as a kitchen official. He still feels wronged. Is there anyone in this world who doesn't feel wronged?" Yang Fan said in surprise, "What do you mean?" "I heard from that kitchen official Wang that the Yamen checks the accounts every month. What benefits can he get?" Luo Ling sneered and said, "So what if they check the accounts? Even if they send an immortal down, they won't be able to understand the accounts." Luo Ling first saw that Wang Wan was two-faced and gave Yang Fan more food than Lang Zhongchun. He was already furious. Now that he heard Yang Fan speak up for Wang Wan, he couldn't hold back anymore. His face and neck were red as he said, "Lang Zhong, you saw the quality of our public kitchen's food this afternoon. It's extremely sumptuous. The more sumptuous the tea and food, the more expensive it is to buy. The more expensive the food, the more Wang Wan is in charge of purchasing it. Isn't that right?" Yang Fan was obviously partial to Wang Wan. After hearing this, he said disapprovingly, "You don't know about the kitchen, so you're just taking it for granted. If there was really a lot of profit to be made from purchasing it, the imperial court would have reduced the quality of public meals long ago." Luo Ling slapped his thigh and said, "Hey, Lang Zhong is right. The imperial court wants to reduce the quality of public meals. In our imperial court, the highest quality of public meals is none other than the chefs of the political affairs hall, where the prime ministers work. The chefs are really delicacies. There's nothing they don't have, and every meal costs a lot of money." 2 years ago, the prime ministers had discussed this matter. They said that the political affairs hall was too wasteful, and Prime Minister D. Renjia proposed to reduce the standard of food, but the other prime ministers didn't agree. Prime Minister Li Zhaoda said, "The public meals are sumptuous. That's because the imperial court values the secretariat. If we are incompetent, we can just resign and let the capable ones take over. There's no need to reduce the standard of food to gain fame. That's it. If anyone mentions reducing the standard of food again, isn't that admitting that they're incompetent? Therefore, no Yamen dares to be so unconventional." Luo Ling's interest was piqued. He crossed his legs and continued, "Because of this, the various Yamens have to make sure that their public meals are exquisite. You tell me, how can he not be fat as a kitchen official? There's a rebate for everything he buys. Moreover, our Ministry of Justice has people on official business from time to time, and the officials who come from all over to handle affairs have to treat each other. Many officials and bailiffs don't eat lunch in the Yamen, so the number of people who eat every day is actually less than 60%. But the kitchen is always full. That Wang Wan is so fat, yet he still cries about being wronged. Is there any justice left in this world?" What Luo Ling was talking about was the practice of eating and drinking at public expense from the early Tang dynasty. This practice was only stopped by Zhu Yuanzhang in the Ming dynasty with the thunderous methods of the old turtle. But in the Qing dynasty, this practice was revived and became more and more intense. There was even a head chef who could spend money to donate a platform for himself, which showed how rich this kitchen official was. When Yang Fan heard this, he was furious and said, "This slippery little official. I was almost cheated by him." Luo Ling saw that Yang Fan was angry with Wang Wan and felt very happy. He laughed and said, This kind of lowly person is the most treacherous. Lang Zhong, don't believe their honeyed words. Yang Fan was instigated by him and became more and more angry. He slammed the table and said, "This kind of lowly person is as greedy as a big rat. Why didn't the Yamen fire him and replace him with someone more obedient? I think that newcomer wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous." Luo Ling snorted and curled his lips, saying, "But for such a person, no matter what Tom, Dick, or Harry he is, there's always a great bodhisattva behind him." Wang Wan is a relative of Assistant Minister Chui's family, who could do anything to him. This kind of lucrative job has always been occupied by the relative of the person in charge. Luo Ling picked out his earwax, flicked his finger in the air, and harumphed. "In the past 2 years, our Yamen has had 3 chefs. The first one was Zhang Qujin, a distant nephew of Minister Zhang. The second one was Zhou Xing, a nephew of Minister Zhou. This Wang Wan is the elder brother of Lady Ru, the most beloved of one of Assistant Minister Chui's brothers." When Yang Fan heard this complicated relationship, he couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. He laughed dryly and said, "If you want to beat a dog, you still have to look at its owner. If that's the case, it's really inconvenient to offend him." Seeing that he was terrified, Luo Ling felt disdain in his heart. Suddenly, he felt that he had said too much just now. Moreover, he shouldn't have revealed the relationship between Wang Wan and Assistant Minister Chui. Wouldn't it have been better to ask him to go to Assistant Minister Chui and meet a rebuff? Thinking of this, Luo Ling regretted it in his heart. He lost interest in chatting and quickly got up, saying, "I'm sorry, I've been away for a long time. I don't know if Dr. Chen has any instructions for me. I have to go now." Yang Fan nodded and said, Good. You go. When I'm alone and bored, you might as well come over and chat with me to relieve the boredom." Luo Ling snorted and thought, "Sure enough, the more you talk, the more mistakes you make. Don't even think about asking me to talk nonsense with you again." His mouth was full of promises, but he turned around and left. Yang Fan waited for him to leave. He leaned slightly on the table, propped his chin on his hand, and muttered to himself, "This Wang Wan, between the lines of his words, he clearly wants me to stand up for everyone and ask for an equal share of the leftovers. In this way, without being exploited by the officials above him, he will be even more like a fish in water. But I'm afraid that's not his original intention. What's more, even Di Renjia ran into a rebuff on this point. This is the rule of the officialdom. If I do this, I'll be ridiculed by others if I fail. If I succeed, not only will I offend all the bureaucrats in the Ministry of Justice, but the officials from other yamens will also be tempted and make a ruckus. All the officials in the world will blame me. Cutting off a person's source of wealth is like killing his parents. Smashing someone's rice bowl is bound to cause resentment for generations to come. Even if 10,000 people say you're good, what's the use? If you offend a superior, you'll be in trouble. This chef is pushing me into a pit. He's Assistant Minister Chui's man. Could it be that Assistant Minister Chui also wants to mess with me? The Ministry of Justice is not only a bit muddy, but also a bit deep. Chapter 409. In the evening, the Ministry of Justice's bell rang again. The officials all packed up their things and prepared to return home. Yang Fan, who had been idle for a day in the judicial department, was much more relaxed than the others. He only locked the door and closed the empty detention room before slowly leaving the Ministry of Justice Yamen, mounting his date-red steed. His figure, bathed in the brilliant red of the setting sun, soon disappeared from the Tianjin Bridge. Tonight, the family was eating an antique pot, or hot pot. Autumn was a good time to nourish the body, and the delicious soup was especially appetizing. There was an earthenware pot with a small square door at the bottom. Roaring charcoal was stuffed inside, and the water in the round earthenware pot quickly began to boil. There were already ginger, garlic, scallions, and other seasonings in the water. Next to the earthenware pot were several plates of tender rabbit meat, as well as coriander, cabbage, mushrooms, and other vegetables. When the fresh coriander entered the pot, the emerald green color became even richer, and there was a soft brilliance to it. Picking up a piece of tender rabbit meat, He rolled it a few times in the boiling water and then picked up 2 pieces together with the coriander, dipping them in the spicy juice made from the dogwood. As expected, it was appetizing. Even though Yang Fan had always put on an unperturbed appearance, he was still a person who ate the mundane world. Being ostracized by others like this, there was no way he could feel comfortable, and he couldn't help but feel a bit gloomy. Now that a mouthful of spicy and fragrant meat slid down his throat, it was fragrant and warm, and only then did he feel a bit better. Xiaoman picked up a piece of Chinese cabbage and heated it in the hot pot. She carefully glanced at him and gently asked, "You just went to work at the Ministry of Justice today. Are you used to it?" Facing his wife's concerned gaze, Yang Fan lowered his eyes, raised his wine cup, and took a sip of the top-notch stone-frozen spring. He let the fine wine flow down his throat until it merged with the dogwood juice in his stomach, burning down his throat like fire. Only then did he narrow his eyes and say with satisfaction, "I can handle even the Emperor's side with ease, so what does a trifling Ministry of Justice count for? I just came into contact with the law, so there are some things I don't understand too well. I'll get used to it after a few days, so you don't have to worry." "Oh," Xiaoman answered and gently stirred the soft pieces of spinach in the seasoning bowl. A faint smile appeared on her face. In fact, when Lang Jun came back, she could tell that he was not in a good mood. But since Lang Jun did not say anything, she would not ask again. When a woman was wronged outside, she always liked to come back and complain to her man. She didn't really need him to help her vent her anger, but she would be happy if he comforted her. And what men hated the most when they were wronged outside was to come back and tell their women about it. When he was humiliated outside, he could think of a way to regain his dignity, but if his woman were to question him, it would only upset him, and he might even vent his anger on her. Women are like cats. They like to be comforted by men. Men were like wolves. They liked to hide and lick their wounds, preparing for the next battle. Xiaoman couldn't ask, so she could only use her gentleness to comfort her man. She picked up a dish for him and poured him a glass of wine. One's beautiful eyes were full of hope, and the other smiled sweetly. Tenderness was unknowingly passed through her red lips and watery eyes, nourishing Long Juan's heart and making him happy. When Yang Fan was about 60 to 70% drunk, Tao Mei suddenly flew in like a magpie and happily reported to him, "Ah Lang, Chen Shou is back." "Chen Shou?" Yang Fan was startled. Then he remembered that Chen Shou was the first doorman in his mansion. When he was arrested and sent to the council, Chen Shou escaped in the name of returning home to visit his family. Later, when Zhao Yu came to make peace with him, he did not bring Chen Shou back. He did not expect that after so long, Chen Shou would come back on his own. Yang Fan said impatiently, "Why did he come back? Little Xuanzi is now very competent as a doorman. We don't keep idlers in our house. Ask him to get lost." Chen Shou was a member of the hidden sect, and when Yang Fan got into trouble previously, the members of the hidden sect had swiftly concealed themselves. However, Tao Mei, third sister, and a few other servants that were gifted to him by Zhao Yu weren't touched at all. Yang Fan knew that these people truly weren't related to the hidden sect, and the only spy that the hidden sect had sent to his residence was Chen Shou. Although the hidden sect did not have any malicious intentions towards him, no one would want to have a pair of eyes and ears watching them. It was a good opportunity to get rid of the hidden sect's eyes and ears. Tao Mei and Chen Shou were from the same batch of servants that worked in the Yang residence. They were the most familiar with each other, and thus, she was rather happy to see Chen Shou back. Now that she saw that her Alang was unhappy and wanted to dismiss Chen Shou, she couldn't help but be startled. She agreed embarrassedly and was about to leave. "Wait. Bring him to the study room and wait." Yang Fan suddenly thought of something and quickly called out to Tao Mei. Yang Fan and Xiaoman continued to eat. When the meal was over, the stove was removed and cheese and fruits were served. The husband and wife ate the fruits and continued to chat for a while before Yang Fan walked into the study room. When Chen Shou saw Yang Fan, his old face revealed some awkwardness. He went forward and greeted, "Ah Lang." Yang Fan snorted. "The Yang residents can't afford someone like you. You don't have to address me as Ah Lang. What is the purpose of your visit today?" Chen Shou laughed dryly and readily changed his address. This old one knows that Lang Zhong is not happy about the previous incident. How would I dare to come and obstruct your eyes? Today, I am here because I have found the whereabouts of the matter that Lang Zhong instructed me to do previously. We've already found Ani Pei and Lady Gong's son. When Yang Fan heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiaoman had already acknowledged them, but his information had only just arrived. Yang Fan said impatiently, all right. You don't have to say anything more about this matter. I have already investigated clearly. Chen Shou was slightly surprised. He didn't know what other sources of information Yang Fan had, but he was also tactful. He knew that he wouldn't get any results even if he asked, so he just responded. Yang Fan said, You came today just for this matter? Chen Shou said, Yes. In addition, I wanted to inform Lang Zhong that the matter in Chong and has been settled. The sect lord is safe and sound. Lang Zhong, please be at ease. Yang Fan thought to himself, Shun Mu is safe and sound? It seems that not only did he not suffer any losses when he fought with that young Master Jiang, but he even gained the upper hand. After this incident, the hidden sect's power must have increased greatly. Chen Shou noticed that Yang Fan wasn't very fond of him and felt a little uncomfortable. He coughed dryly and said, This old one is here to pass on these two matters. If Lang Zhong doesn't have any other instructions, then this old one shall take his leave. Yang Fan nodded subconsciously. Seeing that Chen Shou had walked to the door, he suddenly called out, Hold on. Chen Shou turned back in surprise. Yang Fan quickly walked over and asked in a low voice, Although the hidden sect doesn't have much power in the imperial court, it should be easy for you to help with some things in the yamen, right? Chen Shou looked at him suspiciously and answered cautiously, That depends on what Lang Zhong wants. If it's some important documents or confidential official letter, I'm afraid. Yang Fan waved his hand and said, No. The things I want aren't considered confidential in the yamen. It's just that it isn't convenient for me to ask for it. Chen Shou let out a breath of relief and smiled. Since that is the case, I believe this old one can do it. I just don't know what Lang Zhong wants. Yang Fan slapped his forehead and said, About this, I can't explain it clearly right now. How about this? As long as it involves the three law division's official documents, regulations, and procedures, as well as our dynasty's laws from the Law of Jingguan, etc., as long as it's related books and texts, I want them all. Chen Shou was startled again, but when he thought about Yang Fan's current status, he couldn't help but feel slightly enlightened. He quickly bowed and said, That's right. This old one will gather all these things as soon as possible and send them to Lang Zhong. The next day, Yang Fan arrived at the Ministry of Justice early in the morning, just like yesterday. As usual, he had nothing to do. Yang Fan spent half a day in his detention room, then began to patrol the various places. Everyone still had to show respect. This lowly official naturally treated him with the utmost respect, and his colleague from the other three divisions also wouldn't give him a hard time. Yang Fan spent the morning wandering around several offices. When it was time for lunch, he once again gave his pot of wine to Sun Yuxuan. He watched as they chatted and laughed, occasionally inserting a few words into the conversation. He didn't seem to care at all about how everyone was treating him coldly, and as though he was a mere figurehead. At first, everyone was a little wary of him, but it was like this for the next few days. Yang Fan didn't have the slightest air of a newly appointed official, so everyone couldn't help but look down on him. Since this person was harmless, those who were worried that he would get in their way also didn't feel any hostility toward him. Every day, Yang Fan had nothing to do. He just wandered around the various offices and chatted with the officials who were temporarily free of official duties. He was very knowledgeable, and there were many things that the officials here hadn't heard before. Very quickly, he became a rather popular storyteller. When he returned home, Yang Fan became even busier. The servants in the Yang residence felt that their Lang had been very busy lately. This Yang Fan, Yang Longzhong, was just like Yang Mingsheng, Yang Longzhong. The lights in his study always went out at midnight. The difference was that Yang Mingsheng's desk was filled with all kinds of documents that he needed to deal with, while Yang Fan's desk was filled with all kinds of laws, regulations, and systems related to the laws of the Tang dynasty and the 3 divisions of law that Zhao Yu had gathered for him. That night, after dinner, Yang Fan took a stroll in the garden with Xiao Man. After chatting for a while, he returned to his study. He lit a candle, opened a law book with a bookmark, and read it carefully under the light of the lamp. Yang Fan had a book filled with tiny characters. Whenever he saw something related to his job, he would read it over and over again, carefully writing down the original text and his understanding. By now, he had already memorized a thick book. Yang Fan held a brush in one hand and the book in the other. He was reading it carefully. When he reached a point, he seemed to have gained something and was about to write it down. Suddenly, he heard the sound of light footsteps behind him. As soon as Yang Fan heard the light footsteps, he straightened his back. Before he could turn his head, his vision darkened, and his eyes were covered by a pair of soft, jade-like hands. Yang Fan abandoned the brush and the law book and gently caught that pair of hands. He turned his head to look, and sure enough, it was Xiao Man standing behind him with a smile. Xiao Man's long hair draped over her shoulders, black and shiny like a mirror. Her beautiful face was hidden in the middle of her black hair, and under the light, she looked exceptionally lovely. Yang Fan reached out and pulled her into his arms. Xiao Man was only wearing light, soft clothes. Her wet hair brushed against Yang Fan's nose, and her body fragrance seeped into his heart. She had just taken a bath. Yang Fan held her soft waist and said, "The weather is getting colder. Why don't you wear more clothes? What if you catch a cold?" Xiao Man put her soft arms on his shoulders and softly said, "Lang Jun, don't talk about me. These days you sleep so late every day and you wake up early to practice martial arts. Although Lang Jun is young, you can't stand this kind of torment. Look at you, your eyes are bloodshot." Yang Fan pinched the space between his eyebrows. He felt that reading for days, especially such dry and boring things, really consumed a lot of his spirit. He sighed and said, "There's no other way. Today is not like the past. In the past, I stood up for White Horse Temple. I played Kuju with the Inner Palace and Tu Fawn. These things are similar to the Rot Tan Ball I played in Nanyang. It's even easier. It's easy to learn, and it's easy to amaze the world with one brilliant feat. As for achieving meritorious service in the Western region, it's because I took advantage of the situation and used my strengths. If I really had to deploy troops, arrange troops, and fight against the Turks, I've only read a few shallow books on strategy. I only have the ability to talk on paper. How could I achieve meritorious service?" That day, as Yang Fan said this, he suddenly remembered that it was the Tian AI Nu who commanded the army calmly that day, and brought the Flying Fox Pass garrison back to Ming Wei garrison safely. This credit was given to him, and later he was promoted to Lang General. This military ability was an extremely important reason, but it was a great gift from Anu. Where is she now? Yang Fan felt lost. Xiao Man saw this and gently snuggled into his arms. She softly said, "Thinking of Miss Anu again? I've been asking people to look for her these days. Although there are many temples in Luoyang, there's still a number. It won't be more difficult than looking for Elder Brother. As long as we have the heart, we can definitely find her." Yang Fan made a sound of agreement. He was hugging a warm and fragrant jade-like body, but he was thinking of another woman. He couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He kissed Xiao Man's smooth, jade-like cheek and said, "It's different now. I'm a complete layman in the law. If I don't cram, how can I convince the public? Your husband has worked so hard. My wife should reward me well." Xiao Man saw a man like him pouting and acting like a spoiled child. She felt it was a little funny. She poked his forehead and coquettishly said, "Haven't I taken care of you enough? Every day, I think of different ways to make things that Lang Jun likes to eat. How can I reward you?" Yang Fan rolled his eyes and said with a chuckle, "Then let's kiss." Although they were already husband and wife, Xiao Man still blushed. She twisted her body and rolled her eyes at him. She coquettishly said, "I don't want to." Yang Fan shook his thighs a few times. Xiao Man, who was sitting on his thighs, was jolted up and then fell on his thighs softly. Xiao Man's martial arts allowed her to fly over roofs and walls like a fairy flying in the sky. She seemed to be afraid after being jolted by him. She cried out and hugged his neck tightly. She coquettishly said, "You bad guy, what's wrong with you? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have bothered with you." Yang Fan laughed and said, "Little girl, now you're meat on our chopping board. Do you think you can do whatever you want? Come on, let me have some." After that, he pouted and went up to her. Xiao Man dodged left and right and giggled. "Don't do that. It's so disgusting. You look like a big pervert." Yang Fan suddenly stopped moving and stood there in a daze. Xiao Man asked nervously, "What's wrong, Lang Jun?" Yang Fan slightly narrowed his eyes and slowly asked, "What's the date today?" Xiao Man said, "The 5th day of the Chinese New Year." "What's wrong?" Yang Fan's eyes became more dangerous. "The 5th day of the Chinese New Year." Xiao Man didn't know why her elder brother was like this. She first felt guilty and cutely shrunk her neck. She stammered, It's the 5th day of the Chinese New Year." "So what?" Yang Fan said, "If I remember correctly, the last time we were lovey-dovey was the 29th of last month." Xiao Man blushed and gently punched his chest. She said angrily, "How can you always talk about this kind of thing? So what if it's the 29th? Yang Fan said aggrievedly, "The 29th. In other words, one day has passed from the 5 days you set." Xiao Man was startled and covered her mouth with a smile. "You can't blame me for that. It's you who study hard every day." Okay, you read your book. I'm going back to rest." As Xiao Man spoke, she twisted her slender waist and slid down from Yang Fan's knee. She flashed and escaped. "Where are you going?" "Bring her here." Yang Fan's ape arm scooped. Xiao Man's waist swayed and slid out of the door like a loach. Yang Fan chased after her. After a moment, a burst of crisp laughter came from the back garden. The laughter spread all the way to their bedroom. I knew it. Lang Zhong is so young. To be able to receive the saint's appreciation and be promoted as the youngest Lang general in the imperial court, he must have great ability. The head of the Ministry of Justice, Feng Shihui, listened to Yang Fan talk about the fierce battle outside the Ming dynasty. He couldn't help but rub his palms and exclaim in admiration. His face was filled with admiration, reverence, and worship. Anyone who looked at him would see that he was full of admiration from the bottom of his heart. After becoming familiar with Yang Fan, Feng Shihui rarely used such mushy and superficial flattery. The expression he displayed at this moment did not need too many words of praise. In the eyes of others, it seemed even more sincere. In the distance, Luo Ling fiercely spat on the ground. Along with the autumn wind, a sentence was faintly discernible, "Flatterer," starting again. Speaking of flattery, some people said that it originated from the Mongols of the Yuan dynasty. They said that the Mongols of that time, when two people were riding horses, they would always pat the buttocks of the horse to show respect. Others said that when they saw a fat horse, they would definitely pat the buttocks and praise it. There were no records of whether or not the Mongols of that time had such a custom. But speaking of the origin of this flattery, it was much earlier than the Yuan dynasty. Flattery and flattery hits the horse's hoof. These two proverbs had existed since ancient times. They came from a fable in the world of the mortal chapter of Zhuangzi. Hearing these words, the ears of Yang Fan, who had always had excellent hearing, suddenly seemed to have stopped working. Feng Shihui also seemed to have completely not heard it, even though the two of them heard it clearly. Flattery? That's right, Feng Shihui, wanted to flatter Yang Fan. Flattery also required great knowledge. Feng Shihui, did not need to flatter his direct superior. It was true that the few minister counselors were in charge of him, but did they have a right to promote or demote him? No right. If he wanted to flatter someone, then he had to flatter someone above his rank. If he wanted to flatter someone above his rank, then he could only flatter the minister counselors. Minister Chui's position was too high. Feng Shihui, couldn't get close to him, so he could only choose between Yang Fan and Qindong. Qindong had his own people, and Feng Shihui was not one of them. Of the judicial sector's 4 great masters, he was ranked the last. Betting on Yang Fan was a choice he had no other choice. If he bet correctly, then he could advance a step further. If he bet incorrectly, then he would still be ranked last among the four masters. What else could he do? The barefoot did not fear those who wore shoes. That was why Feng Shihui didn't care about Chun Dong's supercilious look at him at all. During these days in the Ministry of Justice, Yang Fan roamed about every day. Even though he still hadn't established his prestige, at the very least, he wasn't rejected by others as much. As for his greatest gain from being a storyteller, it was obtaining manager Feng's closeness. Feng Shihui was a famous bootlicker in the Ministry of Justice. It didn't take long for Yang Fan to find out about this, but he didn't believe that Feng Shihui was just a bootlicker. How could a useless bootlicker stand out from a group of smart people and climb to the position of the Ministry of Justice's manager? In the capital, a manager was admittedly not a high-ranking official, but when placed on a local level, he was still someone who could take charge of an area. The various government offices in the capital were very good at training people. Any minor character picked out here would be able to handle the complicated officialdom with ease. For Feng Shihui to be able to become the Ministry of Justice's manager, apart from observing people's words and body language, setting fires when the wind blew, and flattering others, he definitely had some true ability. As for him not being very proud right now, this was completely normal. Didn't Luo Ling say that in these 2 years, the Ministry of Justice's head chef had already changed 3 times? Zhang Chujin, Zhou Xing, and then Cui Yuanzong. In these 2 years, the Ministry of Justice had already changed 3 times. As the saying goes, a change in the ruler, a change in the courtiers. Those who didn't succeed today didn't necessarily mean that they didn't have true ability. It could also be because they stood on the wrong side and suffered a setback. As expected, after some understanding, Yang Fan now knew that this Feng Shihui was originally Zhang Chujin's trusted aide. After Zhang Chujin was executed for treason, many of Feng Shihui's trusted aides were also caught in the crossfire and lost their lives at the market. Feng Shihui was also frustrated. But frustrated. Feng Shihui was actually just frustrated. He wasn't executed, nor was he exiled. Instead, he was only demoted from minister counselor to manager. Who would dare say that such a person was only a bootlicker? After Zhou Xing took office, he naturally didn't like him. And Feng Shihui was well aware of Zhou Xing's methods, so he could only tuck his tail between his legs and behave, not daring to have any ideas. After a period of muddle-headedness, Zhou Xing fell and was replaced by Cui Yuanzong. Cui Yuanzong had his own subordinates, and as soon as he took office, he was promoted wantonly. Feng Shihui still didn't have a chance to stand out. However, Cui Yuanzong's conduct wasn't like Zhou Xing's. Playing a few tricks under his eyes wouldn't be life-threatening, so Feng Shihui's mind became active again. At this time, Yang Fan arrived. Yang Fan's body trembled again and again. He finally took in a bootlicker as his younger brother. Even though Feng Shihui didn't help him too much when it came to matters of the bureaucracy, Yang Fan obtained a lot of information that he might not be able to obtain from others, or even if he obtained it, it might not necessarily be true and detailed. Right now, he was listening to Feng Shihui's explanation. Feng Shihui spoke in a very organized manner. As Yang Fan listened, he gained a relatively clear understanding of the factions and power composition of the Ministry of Justice. As expected, Judicial Bureau's Right Minister Qindong wasn't Minister Chui's trusted aide. He had already guessed this. If this wasn't the case, Qindong wouldn't have only been a step away from Right Minister to Left Minister, yet still couldn't ascend. When Minister Cui took up his post in the Ministry of Justice, the trusted aide he brought with him was the ministry's Minister Pai Erding. Minister Cui always wanted to move Pai Erding to the most important Ministry of Justice, but he was firmly resisted by Qindong. Qindong didn't belong to any faction. He was an intelligent person. Back then, when Zhang Chujin and Zhou Xing were fighting for power, he saw that neither of the two big shots were easy to provoke. As such, he maintained a strict neutrality, not offending either side. At the time, he was just the ministry's minister counselor, his status not too high. When they saw his attitude, neither side felt like recruiting him. In the end, Zhang Chujin fell, and when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. A large number of positions became vacant. He took a step forward, becoming the ministry's minister. Later on, Zhou Xing fell, and he took another step forward, becoming the Judicial Bureau's minister. Now, of course, he could choose to rely on Shui Yuanzong, but he changed his profession halfway through. So how could he compare to the people Shui Yuanzong brought up himself? Relying on Shui Yuanzong wouldn't give him what he wanted, so why would he put the Shui clan's brand on himself? Shui Yuanzong's leadership abilities were far inferior to Zhang Chujin and Zhou Xing's, and he didn't have their methods. Chun Dong had painstakingly operated in the Ministry of Justice for many years, and his foundation was extremely solid. Now that the Ministry of Justice was being squeezed by the Imperial Envoy Station, Shui Yuanzong didn't dare completely fall out with Chun Dong under these circumstances. The two of them just stood there ambiguously. However, they never expected that a decree from the Emperor and Yang Fan would descend from the sky, completely messing up both sides' wishful thinking. The Ministry of Justice's Chun Dong formed his own faction, but his foundation in the Ministry of Justice was the most solid. The Ministry of Justice's Minister Pai Erding was Shui Yuanzong's trusted aide. Then what about Sun Yuxuan and Yin Xiaojun? These two people were officials of the Ministry of Justice before Shui Yuanzong was transferred to the Ministry of Justice. At that time, the two of them were only managers. They didn't show much of their abilities, and they didn't have much integrity. When Zhang Chujin was powerful, they relied on Zhang Chujin, and when Zhou Xing was powerful, they relied on Zhou Xing. Because they were fence-sitters, neither side saw them as a thorn in their side, nor did they see them as true trusted aides. In the end, Zhang Chujin and Zhou Xing fell one after another, but they weren't implicated and were promoted step by step. Now, that Shui Yuanzong was an official of the Ministry of Justice. They naturally leaned towards Shui Yuanzong. However, this kind of loyalty couldn't really be considered. In addition, their abilities were limited, and they didn't have a good reputation, so Shui Yuanzong was only pretending to be courteous to them. Shui Yuanzong had only been in the Ministry of Justice for a short time, and there were internal and external troubles. Right now, he only wanted to grasp the important departments and didn't have the energy to exclude them. This Sun Yuxuan was a jinshi of the Ming-Jing examination. The Ming-Jing examination mainly tested memory. If one could recite the sage's writings fluently, there was hope for him to pass the examination. This Sun Yuxuan's memorization was top-notch, but for some reason, he couldn't understand a law no matter how hard he studied. Once he was asked to deal with official documents, he would hold a brush in one hand and hold his forehead with the other, frowning and unable to write for a long time. There was a large backlog of documents in his hands, so he was given the nickname Hard to Write. Yin Xiaojun had a sinister temperament and would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Back when he was still the head of the Ministry of Justice, he once went to his maternal grandfather on a business trip. On the way, he was thirsty and asked a melon farmer for some melons to eat. If he didn't pay, the melon farmer naturally wouldn't agree. Yin Xiaojun harbored hatred in his heart and went to the local magistrate's office, saying that he found a thief hiding in the melon garden. The magistrate transferred a large number of officials to follow him to arrest the thief, turning the melon garden into a mess. Naturally, he couldn't catch the thief, but he did vent the hatred in his heart. From then on, he was given the nickname Waiting Sweet Potatoes. Shui Yuanzong's trusted aide, Pai Erding, also had a nickname. He had received this nickname not too long ago, and he got it together with Chun Dong. After Shui Yuanzong was transferred to the Ministry of Justice, he wanted to place Pai Erding in the position of the left Minister of Justice, but he encountered Chun Dong's firm resistance. One time, there was an urgent need to deliver an official letter to the Imperial Censorate, but the low-ranking official in charge of the storeroom received Chun Dong's instructions and deliberately found an excuse to avoid it. Pai Erding didn't have the key to open the door, and he was also worried that if he delivered the official letter late, he would be reprimanded by Lai Junxian. At that time, Lai Junxian was in the limelight. He didn't dare to offend him. In a moment of anger, Pai Erding went to get an axe, stepped on a stool, and with a few swings of the axe, he broke the window of the storeroom, climbed in through the window, and took out the official letter. Thus, the two of them were given nicknames. Chun Dong was called the Gentle Blade, and Pai Erding was called the Big Axe that cleaves the window. Even funnier was that because Assistant Minister Chui was powerless to do anything about it, he was given the nickname of Bodhisattva Chui. The so-called Bodhisattva referred to him as a wooden sculpture made of clay, unable to control his subordinates. Yang Fan couldn't help but fall into deep thought as he listened to Feng Shihui's explanation. This was a very familiar scene. Assistant Minister Chui had power and Minister Chun had influence. It was like a large imperial court trapping a small imperial court, a struggle for power no different from the open and veiled struggle between the Tibetan king and Prime Minister Qinling. And when he rashly interfered, they would temporarily work together to deal with him. This was similar to the reaction of the Tibetans when Wuzheil led the 9 tribes of the Western Turks to pastorate the Great Dipper Valley. When Minister Chui had failed to instruct Chef Wang Wan to lure the enemy into the urn, he had immediately pulled back and watched as Yang Fan and Qindong fought, hoping that both sides would suffer and he would clean up the mess. Wasn't this plan the same as how the Eastern Turks had silently slapped the Yehu? As large as a country, as small as a government office. From ancient times until now, this had always been the case. Yang Fan gently rubbed his chin as he thought to himself. It seems that the 4 great Vajra under Bodhisattva Chui's command, difficult to right brush, sweet potato waiting, gentle blade, and big axe that cleaves the window, are all disloyal and scheming. I was almost frightened by the array they set up at the start. Now it seems that they are just a motley crew of loose sand. Since that's the case, even if I, Beta Persei, am only leading a bootlicker, I might still be able to divide and conquer them. As Yang Fan thought of this, he raised his eyes and met with the examining bootlicker. Feng Shihui had not expected Yang Fan to suddenly raise his eyes and subconsciously averted his gaze. After a moment's hesitation, he resolutely met Yang Fan's gaze. The two stared at each other, a smile of mutual understanding appearing on their faces. Feng Shihui was very happy. He had clearly seen the sharp light in Yang Fan's eyes just now. As expected, Yang Fan had not come to the Ministry of Justice to waste his days. If Yang Fan did nothing, he had just found a fellow sufferer to share his grievances with in their free time. Since Yang Fan wanted to go to war, he was also eager to give it a try. Yang Fan was also very happy. He had intentionally let Feng Shihui see that look in his eyes just now. At this point, he had no intention of hiding it from Feng Shihui. If he did not let him know his intentions, how could Feng Shihui be so determined to work for him? It was about time to launch a counterattack. Yang Fan slowly said, "Manager Feng." Feng Shihui subconsciously straightened his body. Yang Longzhong. Yang Fan put on an expression as if he had 100,000 soldiers hidden in his chest and said in a deep voice, "Help me invite Dr. Sun and Dr. Yin. I want to invite them to a banquet tomorrow night." Feng Shihui felt a burst of excitement and said with his blood boiling, "Yes, your humble servant will. Tomorrow night?" Yang Fan still had a calm look on his face and said leisurely, "Why? Is there a problem?" Feng Shihui hesitated. "Tomorrow is Chinese Valentine's Day. Are you sure you want to invite them tomorrow night?" Yang Fan was shocked. Tomorrow is Chinese Valentine's Day? How can it be so fast? Chapter 410. We have a 10-day holiday every 10 days. It's not like the Political Affairs Hall doesn't know that. Tomorrow is the double 7th festival, and the day after tomorrow will be a 10-day holiday. There will be a day of public affairs in between. Why don't the ministers of the Political Affairs Hall move their 10-day holiday forward a little bit and put it together with the double 7th festival? That's right. Tomorrow is the double 7th festival. Everyone will be drunk. Will they still have a mood to work the day after tomorrow? Messing around for a day and taking a break the next day. Why don't the Political Affairs Hall be flexible? The Political Affairs Hall's notice was issued. Tomorrow was the double 7th festival. According to the rules, they would have a day off and then a day of work. They would be able to catch up with the 10-day holiday every 10 days. In the Ministry of Justice, the low-ranking officials complained when they saw the notice. They complained that the Political Affairs Hall didn't know how to be flexible. They couldn't have a good holiday. The Political Affairs Hall was actually the general name of the Secretariat, Minxia Province, and Shanshu province. The 3 provinces and 6 ministries system originated from the Sui dynasty. The power of the 3 provinces was divided. The disadvantages were greater than the advantages. The 3 provinces restrained each other. Government orders were not carried out and efficiency was low, especially the Secretariat, which had the power to issue orders, and the Minxia province, which had the power to review government orders. They bickered with each other every day because of political disagreements. Seeing that this method didn't work, Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty put the 3 provincial officials together. The office was called the Political Affairs Hall. It was located in Minxia province at first, and then moved to the Secretariat. The governors of the 3 provinces, who were also the prime ministers of the current dynasty, were all working here. The situation was a bit similar to how in modern times, some government departments would work together to provide a one-stop service in order to improve efficiency. When Yang Fan was in the palace, he often saw people going to the Secretariat. In fact, they were going to the Political Affairs Hall. When the Political Affairs Hall's double 7th festival holiday rule came out, the low-ranking officials started to talk and were indignant. Yang Fan also joined in the commotion. Those men are all 70 or 80 years old. They can't afford to drink wine. They can't even play with women, let alone enjoy the lanterns, go to the garden, and celebrate the double 7th festival. I'm afraid before the second watch period, they'll already be sleeping in their beds. To them, the double 7th festival is nothing. Why would they care about what we think? Exactly. A group of people who always thought that the people above them were all idiots, the low-ranking officials, and the Yamen runners felt that this Dr. Yang's words were very much to their liking. They all nodded their heads like little chicks pecking rice. Dr. Lang has hit the nail on the head. Your knowledge is truly extraordinary. The person who never forgot to flatter Manager Feng was, of course, Manager Feng Shihui. It was the higher-ups who ostracized Yang Fan. Yang Fan had no conflict of interest with these low-ranking officials. Although the low-ranking officials also had to respect the higher-ranking officials, even the higher-ranking officials had to maintain a friendly relationship with Yang Fan on the surface. Naturally, they could not avoid Yang Fan. After a few days, they felt that this Dr. Yang was not a hateful official. He was quite down to earth, so they all treated him as a colleague. Although they did not respect him as much, they did not regard him as an outsider. Perhaps some people felt that there would always be a group of people in life. If you did not treat them with hostility and behaved harmlessly, they would think that you were weak and incompetent. Instead, they would bully you to show how great they were. However, this kind of situation could only happen in the lowest level of the Yamen. In the wilderness, it would only happen at the level of ruffians. Even if it was a ruffian, when he became a big ruffian, he would be polite like a gentleman. He would never bully ordinary people like a ruffian on the street. Moreover, this group of people in the Ministry of Justice would not do so. Moreover, Yang Fan was not a person without a foundation. There were 3 great Buddhas standing behind him. Although these people could not directly insert their hands into the Ministry of Justice, since Yang Fan had no intention of fighting for power, these people did not need to make things difficult for him. Therefore, Yang Fan did not break the exclusion alliance of the officials in the Ministry of Justice for a few days. Instead, he mingled in the grassroots every day and laid a good foundation for the masses. Dang! 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 The bell that signaled the end of the Yamen rang. The crowd of petty officials and Yamen officials who were in the courtyard denouncing the people of the Political Affairs Hall for making the vacation arrangements were either brainless, pig-brained, or nonsensical, all dispersed at once, like monkeys that had fallen from a tree. As an official, of course, he had to walk slowly. Even if he did not have that many official cases to deal with, he still had to walk slowly. Even if he did not appear to be very busy, he had to be more solemn and dignified, right? Only Yang Fan escaped from the Yamen as fast as the low-ranking officials, or even faster. This new official really did not have any awareness of being an official. Lang Jun is back. Today was another day of accounting. Xiao Meng had been busy with nearly 20 shops in her family for the whole afternoon and had only finished accounting for 7. At this time, she had just returned home and had just taken a shower and changed into the regular clothes of Yenju. Hearing that Yang Fan was back, She immediately came out to greet him happily. Yang Fan took Xiao Mang's hand and said excitedly, "Xiao Mang, don't prepare dinner tonight. Let's go out for dinner." Xiao Mang was surprised and laughed. "Go out for dinner? It's so late." "For no reason at all." Yang Fan patted his waist and said with a smile, "What are you afraid of at night? With the badge of the Ministry of Justice here, we can do whatever we want in Luoyang City. Hee, except for the palace." Okay. You really can do whatever you want." Xiao Mang was angry and amused at the same time. However, Nyonyo was naturally not immune to elder brother's requests and arrangements. Xiao Mang agreed obediently. Seeing that Yang Fan was still holding her hand, she couldn't help but say coquettishly, "You have to at least let me change my clothes. How can I go out like this?" Yang Fan seemed to have woken up from a dream and said, Oh, not bad. You go and change your clothes. I will also go and change my clothes. It is really inconvenient to go out in official clothes. Yang Fan asked third sister to bring him a light green regular clothes. He did not wear a headscarf and only wore a xiaoyao scarf, which gave him a rather elegant and unrestrained feeling. In the Tang dynasty, people of the upper class would always wear powder and flowers when going out. Men were no exception. However, Yang Fan was really not used to wearing a light layer of white powder on his face and a peony flower on his hat like Lu Junfan. He still wore clear soup and fine noodles, refreshing. However, his tan skin in Nanyang had gradually become fair. Although it was not comparable to those men who liked to wear powder, it was fairer than most men in the market. Wearing this light, soap-colored clothes, he gave off a feeling of being as divine as jade. Yang Fan rinsed his mouth, washed his face, changed his clothes, boots, leather belt, and tied a xiaoyao scarf. He stood in the courtyard and did not see Xiao Mang come out of her room. He paced back and forth in the courtyard until the sun was setting and there was only a faint red hue on the horizon. Only then did Xiao Mang slowly come out of her room. She was wearing a high-waisted lotus-colored long dress, with small flowers at the front and narrow sleeves. She was wearing a beautiful half-sleeve shirt with a gold scarf draped over it. On her feet was a pair of cloud-tipped satin boots. She looked bright and beautiful, charming and lovely, especially that tender and alluring little face. With just a single appearance, it completely stole the brilliance of the sunset rainbow, and the corridor immediately felt as if it was lit up. Looking at Yang Fan's burning gaze, the little lovely wife was somewhat at a loss. She stretched the corner of her clothes and looked under her skirt. Then she asked slightly shyly, "Is there something wrong?" Yang Fan did not say anything. He simply turned around and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Xiao Xuanzi, change the horse into a carriage. Tao Mei, Sanjier, quickly tidy up, fallen Yangzi out." "Ah." Xiao Mang pointed her finger at her lips and timidly said, "It's inconvenient, right?" Yang Fan hurriedly shook his head like a rattledrum. No, it's quite nice." Before he finished his sentence, Xiao Mang ran back and said while running, "It's all Longjuan's fault for not being clear. Then I'll change my clothes." "Don't." Before Yang Fan finished his sentence, Xiao Mang lifted the hem of her skirt and disappeared into the room like a little peacock. Yang Fan put his hand on his forehead and slumped his body. He rushed forward again and shouted, "Xiao Xuanzi, change the carriage into a horse. Tao Mei, third sister, you don't have to follow us out." Out of the Good Fortune house, passing the Good Selection house, the two rode side by side and entered the Gentleness house. Xiao Mang was also wearing a man's robe. Her natural beauty was still hard to hide, but made her a bit more handsome. From afar, she looked like an elegant young master. Looking closely, she was a beauty. "Langjun, where are we going?" No need to ask. Your husband has already inquired about it in advance. This place is very interesting. No way, we're going to close the door. I know, but it doesn't matter. We're not going home tonight. We'll spend the night outside. Look, there are bridges between the buildings here. We can come and go freely. There's no need to go to the street at all. Yang Fan pointed the horsewhip forward. He saw exquisite and beautiful small buildings with carved beams and painted rafters. Colorful lights were hung high on the upper and lower floors. It was charming and warm. It was too much for his eyes to take in. The most eye-catching were the beautiful and charming girls in colorful clothes. One by one, they stood at the top of the building and waved at them enthusiastically. The whole building was full of red sleeves. Good, not spectacular. Although they stood at the top of the building and were still a bit far away, Yang Fan had amazing eyesight. He could clearly see their facial features. Although he didn't understand women's makeup, he could see that these women were wearing different clothes and makeup. Even their lip makeup was different. Beautiful pomegranate, big red spring, little red spring, tender wu xiang, half side jiao, wan jinhong, Saint Sandalwood heart, dew pearl, inner family circle, heavenly palace xiao luo yin, light red heart, orangutan halo, little vermilion dragon, gu shuang tang, seductive flower slave. There are thousands of different styles. Of course, Yang Fan couldn't name these lip makeup, but he could see the difference. Lang Jun, do you want to bring Xiao Meng to this place tonight? Xiao Meng's happy expression was gone. She looked slightly angry. Yang Fan didn't notice that there was a girl at the top of the building making eyes at him. This girl was tall and plump. Her face was like a full moon. Her hair was tied up in a high bun with yellow flowers stuck on the side of her temples. Her snow-white skin was slightly exposed, squeezing out a deep cleavage. Oh, that pair of Shandong choked noodles big buns were really big. Seeing that she was waving at him, Yang Fan politely nodded to return the greeting. He said to Xiao Meng, "Yes, I've asked Feng Shihui. In our Luoyang city, this gentleness lane is the most prosperous. There are erotic dances and songs, feasting and green lights. You could stay up all night." Xiao Meng pulled the reins of the horse. Her two black and bright eyebrows gently raised. On her clear and beautiful face, her eyes faintly carried a trace of demonic intent. It was just like the time when she flew to the sky and bumped into Yang Fan, disguised as a thief under the wall of the Showan Lane. She said with a murderous look, "Lang Jun brought Nu out tonight. Are you here to visit the brothel's romantic lane?" Chapter 411. What was more miserable than a eunuch going to a brothel? It was taking his wife to a brothel. This place was very elegant indeed. A hidden pavilion amidst the flowers, a peaceful pavilion amidst the water. The pavilions here were not only hidden among the flowers and trees, but they also did not stop by the gurgling water. Sometimes by the water, sometimes by the flowers, they were built according to the local conditions. Being here, one would suddenly forget the mundane world. It was indeed an elegant place. Yang Fan, on the other hand, was very uninterested. Not far away, there was water, and there were a few red caltrops in the water. Under the shadow of the lantern, koi fish decorated the water caltrops, and the red caltrops also swayed, a little bit beautiful. There was a railing on the side of the pavilion. The shape of the railing was beautiful, and the curve was smooth. It was commonly known as the beauty lean. At this moment, there was a beauty called Xiao Man, leaning her graceful body against the railing. Her beautiful eyebrows mixed with the elegance of the garden. Not far away, there was a swing, gently swaying in the breeze. This was originally an extremely beautiful scene. Yang Fan originally thought that under the moonlight among the flowers, he would drink some wine with his wife, taste some delicacies, chant some songs, and then walk side by side in the garden, using the canopy of the tree as an umbrella. Walking among the fragrant flowers, he would be as beautiful as jade, on the cardamom branches, accompanying his wife to spend an unforgettable romantic night. But the ideal was very full, but the reality was very harsh. From a distance, the sound of stringed instruments, interspersed with one or two enchanting laughter, constantly reminded them. This was a brothel. Yang Fan knew of the famous gentleness fawn. But none of the friends he was familiar with in the Showan workshop had the qualifications to spend the night in this gentleness fawn. The cost of spending the night here was frighteningly high. Even if you didn't find a beautiful woman to accompany you, and didn't have the money to tie you down, just other expenses alone, you might not be able to save up for a year. So, the situation here, Yang Fan heard from his friends in the brothel. He thought that this place was like a paradise on earth, but he didn't expect that the paradise on earth in the eyes of men couldn't be separated from sensual pleasures. Even in this extremely elegant and secluded garden, it couldn't escape the smell of lust. Yang Fan's original plan was very good. First, he would book a beautiful garden, order a few delicate and delicious dishes, and then he would drink wine with Xiao Man. When a mood was high, he would take her to wander around the flowers under the moon and accompany her to play on the swing. When it was the third watch, they would walk hand in hand through the rows of embroidery buildings with red lanterns hanging high. Then they would walk through the bridges connecting the buildings and stroll through the entire Tongwen Fong. In the tenderness workshop, it was a tender night. He also expected that there would be singers and dancers in this kind of place, but he did not expect that the erotic taste here had already been immersed in every grass, every tree, every flower, and every tree. It was not a place where he and his wife could be romantic at all. Yang Fan really did ask Feng Shihui in advance, but he said that he wanted to find a very elegant and quiet place with a very close person. How did Feng Shihui know that he was talking about his wife? Of course, the first place was recommended here. When men seek pleasure, it was called romantic. Of course, people would not deliberately point out that this place was a brothel. So, Yang Fan ignorantly brought his wife here. In the end, he found that this place was indeed elegant and quiet. If he wanted to seek pleasure here, there were indeed countless secret spaces. But to bring his wife to a brothel, it felt very strange. This place, cough cough, it's not what I imagined. Yang Fan touched his nose and guiltily said, "How about we leave?" "No, this place is very good. The girls in this place are not only beautiful and charming, but they are also well-educated and considerate. If you don't want to sleep, they can play a lot of interesting games with you, such as throwing hooks, shooting arrows, throwing dice." Xiao Man counted her fingers and slowly explained to him. That half-smile made Yang Fan's forehead sweat. Yang Fan laughed dryly and mumbled, "I'm not familiar with them. Why would I come here to play games? It's better to go home with my wife. Haha. But you've already spent money." Xiao Man glared with her almond-shaped eyes. "Booking this garden, it's 100 strings of coins. Lang Jun spent a lot of money in one go, and we just eat a few dishes and leave." Yang Fan did not speak. His wife was a little money grubber, and when she mentioned money, the problem was very serious. Therefore, Yang Fan did not answer. He just continued to rub his nose. His handsome nose was almost flattened by him. Xiao Man looked at his embarrassed face and suddenly smiled. She slowly walked over and sat in his arms. She stared at him and said, "Lang Jun seems to have never been to a place like this before." Yang Fan said with a bitter face, "If I've been here before, why would I be such a jerk and bring my wife here tonight?" Xiao Man smiled sweetly. Her cherry lips moved forward and planted a kiss on his cheek. Her tone was a lot softer. "Tell me, why did you bring me out today? There must be a reason, right?" Yang Fan stammered, "Because tomorrow is Chinese Valentine's Day." Xiao Man blinked and said, "Yes, that's what's strange about Nunu. Tomorrow is Chinese Valentine's Day, so the curfew will be lifted. Lang Jun wants to play, so why not bring Nunu out tomorrow? Why did you choose today?" The autumn air was crisp, and the weather was not hot anymore. Yang Fan was wiping his sweat. Because tomorrow night, I have something to do. What's the matter, Lang Jun? On a day like Chinese Valentine's Day, there shouldn't be anyone inviting you, and Lang Jun wouldn't invite guests, right? Under normal circumstances, it's like this. Yang Fan wiped his sweat again. His wandering eyes suddenly became firm. Since he could not hide it, he decided to confess. "Nyonyo, elder brother, tomorrow night, I have to see someone." Yang Fan began to play the emotional card. He knew that as long as he called Nyonyo, Xiao Man would not make things difficult for him. A woman? A woman's intuition was really scary. Xiao Man immediately guessed something. Yang Fan nodded slowly. "Yes, a woman." Xiao Man's eyes darkened. She gently lowered her head and said faintly, "Before Sister Wan'er, I have nothing to say. Miss Anu, it's not that I can't tolerate her. You are a man." Xiao Man gently bit her lip. She looked more and more pitiful. "Even if you play outside and occasionally do something, she won't blame you. But do you have to choose to be with her on Chinese Valentine's Day?" Chinese Valentine's Day was a festival for unmarried girls. It was also a festival for begging for love and marriage. For married young women, it was a festival to be spent with their husbands. There were trees in the south, and they could not be missed. There were wandering girls in the Han, and they could not be missed. If Yang Fan had only chosen this day to go out, it would have been fine. But he chose this day to spend with another woman. No wonder Xiao Man was sad. Yang Fan hurriedly said, "Of course not. You're thinking the wrong way." He held Xiao Man's soft hand and sincerely said, "The reason why I chose tomorrow is because this is the time she set. And when I promised her, I didn't think so much. You also know, men are sometimes very careless. But I'm not going to see her tomorrow to flirt with her." Xiao Man raised her head and looked at the night sky outside the pavilion. There were many stars twinkling in the sky. A bright Milky Way ran from north to south, dividing the sky into two halves. On the east and west sides of the Milky Way, there was a shining star facing each other across the river. It was the Altair and the Weaver Girl. Xiao Man looked at the Altair and the Weaver Girl in the sky and softly said, "Princess Taiping." Yang Fan nodded seriously and said softly, "There are some things that must come to an end. Only after it is settled can I feel at ease." Xiao Man looked down at him. Her eyes were shining like the Altair and the Weaver Girl in the sky. "Lang Jun, you don't have to explain so much. Of course I believe you. If a man wants to hide something from his woman, the more you ask him, the more he will lie to you. Smart women, it's better not to ask." Yang Fan looked at her in surprise. "It seems to make a lot of sense. When did you realize such a truth?" Xiao Man rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, "You're showing your foxtail, aren't you? I didn't think of this. It was Madame Wong who told me." Xiao Man glanced at the pond. A fat golden carp jumped up and swung its tail. With a splash, it dived back into the water, causing a lotus branch to sway. Xiao Man sighed softly and said, "Lai Junshun has been demoted to Tongzhou to join the army. Madame Wong has also followed me to the post. I have one less person to talk to." Yang Fan laughed dryly. He rubbed his nose and said, "You have one less person to talk to, and I have one less thing to do. If the person you can talk to returns to Luoyang, I'm afraid I'll have to be a busybody." Xiao Man wrinkled her nose at him. A gentle smile suddenly appeared in her eyes. It was as if the entire Milky Way was reflected in her eyes. It was stunningly beautiful. "You're going to see her tomorrow, so you want to accompany me tonight?" "Yes." A hint of shame appeared in Yang Fan's eyes. His first kiss was given to Taiping, his first love was given to Anu, and his first night was given to honor. As for Xiao Man, it was probably because of her first marriage and status. Only because of this, he felt even more guilty to her, because he should have been with Xiao Man on Mingyi. "I promise you, starting from next Qixi, we will spend every Qixi together." Under the starry sky, Yang Fan said so. "Yes." Xiao Man snuggled into his arms and said sweetly, "Lang Jun has never been to this red light district. Looking at your clumsy appearance, I'm very happy. Men always have things to do, and they are busy in a righteous manner. I'm very happy that Lang Jun can put Nu in your heart. I'm even happier that Lang Jun is willing to make such a promise to Nu." She raised her face, and her smile was brighter than the starry sky. In this world, how many girls can receive such care? So, does it matter if this is the wilderness, red light district, or a quiet and elegant place? What's important is who I'm with. There is a flat road made of solid yellow soil, and on both sides of the road were rows of elm trees. Standing on the upper floor of the brothel, one could see the overhanging eaves on the opposite side. All kinds of lights, high and low, inside and outside the houses, decorated the whole Tenderness Lane like the Milky Way in the sky. Here there were red candles, dancing and dancing, couples coming and going, people singing and moaning. There was also a pair of people holding hands, walking from one building to another across the bridge like a cowherd and a weaver girl strolling on the bridge of magpies in the sky. It was not Qixi yet. This night belonged to only the two of them. However, the night covered Xiao Man's face, and the drunk men and women in the brothel didn't see clearly that Xiao Man was wearing a hairpin. So this enviable scene soon became a legend of Longyang. Many of the pleasure seekers suddenly came to a realization in the midst of their life of luxury. breaking sleeves, and sharing peaches is true love. As a result, men in Luoyang became more popular. Chapter 412. The Double Seventh Festival was the day when the cowherd and the weaver girl met at the Magpie Bridge. The weaver girl had skillful hands, so on this day, little girls would often pray in the garden, hoping that the weaver girl would grant them a pair of skillful hands. The cowherd and the weaver girl were separated by the Milky Way and could only meet each other once a year. Therefore, this day was regarded as Valentine's Day by the world's lovers. It was widely recognized as a good day for lovers to make vows. Later, Bai Ji specially wrote this day in the Song of Everlasting Sorrow, on the 7th day of the 7th month in the Longevity Hall, when no one was whispering in the middle of the night. In the sky, we would like to be lovebirds. On the ground, we would like to be intertwined branches. The Tang dynasty could be said to be one of the dynasties with the most holidays. The other dynasty was the Song dynasty, which was a paradise for civil servants. Of course, this was the Great Zhou dynasty now. However, in the eyes of many Tang citizens, they had always confused this Great Zhou dynasty with the era name that the empress had to change every few days. They had no awareness of a change in dynasty. On the Double Seventh Festival, every family would prepare fruits, wine, and food to worship the two stars of the Ox Lady. Now that the imperial court had also treated this day as a festival and had given everyone a long holiday, and even lifted the curfew, the Tang people who loved lively events would definitely not let go of this good opportunity to party all night long. Before the sky turned dark, the city of Luoyang began to be lively. Little girls in every family were threading needles, and spiders were not concerned about it. The whole city of Luoyang was decorated with lanterns and colored streamers, and all kinds of music and dances were performed. It was like the new year, attracting countless people. Ding Ding Main Street, from the Duanmen to the Ding Ding Gate, was a straight line, 8 miles long and 500 feet wide. On the wide street, torches were lit, illuminating the world. The sound of metal, stone, gourd, and leather could be heard from dozens of miles away. In Chong, and the moon was like a mirror, and every family held a needle and thread at night. Fairy dresses and jade pendants were empty, and they could not meet in heaven and earth. Chongqing was dark, and the night turned dark, and fireflies flowed in the jade steps and golden pavilions. Banji was full of sorrow, and the river watched the bullfight. The current Luoyang was even more flourishing than Chong. One could tell how lively it was without asking. In the face of such a magnificent scene, although Princess Taiping's appointment was to go boating with Yang Fan on the Luo River, she would not disregard the amorous feelings of Ding Ding. Before going to Tianjin Bridge to take the boat, they would have to stroll along the long street. For the convenience of going out, Taiping was still dressed in men's clothing, but it was obvious that she had dressed herself up. Her lips were painted red, and her eyebrows were thin. The usual tender and charming charm was not very obvious, but there was a kind of graceful feeling like water. When Yang Fan looked at her, he had the feeling that he was looking at Wan Er. Taiping's 8 extremely sturdy female sumo wrestlers had also changed into men's clothes, and were hiding in front of them, on their left and right sides, quietly guarding them from several zhang away. Yang Fan and Princess Taiping walked side by side, strolling along the bustling Ding Ding Street. The street was bustling with noise and excitement, but the two of them walked very slowly and quietly. This was the first time the two of them had strolled along Ding Ding Street since they had met by chance on Shang Yuan Chong Street. Strolling along the streets, they could not help but recall the scene on top of the 100-foot lamp tree. It was like a dream from last night. The two of them could not help but feel a slight sense of loss. Perhaps it was a nostalgia for the passing of time. Princess Taiping looked at the sky, which was clear and bright. But because of the bustling street, looking at the sky full of stars, it seemed to be contaminated with a bit of happiness in the mortal world. Princess Taiping sighed softly. The cowherd and the weaver maid, separated by the Milky Way, meet once a year. It is really not easy. This sigh was also faint. It was not known whether she was sighing for the cowherd and the weaver maid, or for the difficulty of meeting with Yang Fan. Yang Fan also looked up at the sky and lightly said, "One day in heaven is 1 year on earth." In fact, the cowherd and the weaver made meat every day. The mortals in the world judge others by themselves and think that the immortals suffer like them. Princess Taiping was angry and amused at the same time. She gently turned the small golden fan in her hand and knocked on Yang Fan's shoulder. She softly said, "You spoil the fun." The two strong female sumo wrestlers nearby immediately turned their faces away and did not look at her. Yang Fan smiled and did not react to Princess Taiping's flirting. Princess Taiping's expression slightly darkened, and she sighed again. "Even if it is as you said, the cowherd and the weaver made meat every day, why do mortals in the world place their resentment, separation from love, and unattainable suffering on the immortals?" Yang Fan shrugged and said, "I am slow-witted and really do not know. Speaking of which, this Qixi Qiao Qiao is a special festival for girls, although many men join in the fun." Princess Taiping lightly tapped the small golden fan in her palm and said in a low voice, "A girls' festival? If it is because of girls, I think it is probably because in a girl's heart, a good man is like the Altair star in the sky, which can only be found but not sought. It's hard to find a man I like even if I'm holding a lantern." In front of them, a few cute and adorable little girls, holding a few carp lanterns and orange lanterns, walked past them, as if to confirm Princess Taiping's sigh. But what entered their ears was the little girls' laughter, and they did not know the slightest bit of sadness. Yang Fan could not bear it any longer and coughed. "Your Highness, when are we going to go boating on the Luo River?" Princess Taiping rolled her eyes at him and said, "There is still a night's work. The night is long. Why are you in such a hurry?" Princess Taiping's beautiful eyes turned, and she suddenly smiled. "Could it be you like to go boating alone with me?" Yang Fan shivered and quickly laughed dryly. "Ah, in my opinion, let's go a little further and walk to the Ding Ding Gate, and then walk back." Princess Taiping snorted and faintly said, "Those things in the palace. I am very annoyed. Can't you give it to me a little?" Yang Fan touched his nose and did not say anything. The two of them continued to walk forward, shoulder to shoulder, not saying a word. Their eyes slowly swept over the young boys and girls who were happily and gracefully floating past them. They did not even look at the bustling scene in the middle of the street. What is going on in front? As Yang Fan and Princess Taiping were walking, they suddenly saw a crowd in front of them. Today, there were all kinds of performances and acrobatics on the Ding Ding Street, and it was not uncommon for people to gather in some places. But this place was the roadside, and it was impossible for people to not go to the center and perform by the roadside. Moreover, as they paid attention, they seemed to hear the sound of ducks and geese crying. Princess Taiping's thin eyebrows rose, and she lightly pointed the small golden fan in her hand forward. Immediately, 4 strong and round female sumo wrestlers walked forward, swinging their arms. The 4 women passed by, and the waves split apart, and a broad road was opened. Yang Fan and Princess Taiping then slowly walked in. The crowd of onlookers was forcibly pushed aside, and at first they were quite dissatisfied, but looking at the imposing manner of this group of people, they knew that they were either rich or noble families, so they did not dare to curse out loud. As soon as Yang Fan walked to the front, he exclaimed in surprise. He saw a big iron cage was placed on the ground in front of him. The cage was not placed directly on the ground. The bottom of the cage was covered with a thin iron plate, and underneath it was a pile of red-hot charcoal. There were a goose and a duck in the cage, and in the middle of the cage there was a copper basin. It was unknown what was in the basin, but under the light, it did not look like clear water. The charcoal fire heated up the iron plate, and the goose and duck were in unbearable pain, so they dashed around in the cage, circling around the fire. Sometimes they were so thirsty that they would pounce on the copper basin to drink the juice. Yang Fan did not understand. He patted the shoulder of a nearby onlooker, who was watching with great interest, and asked, "Brother, what kind of show is this?" The man cast a glance at him and did not turn his head anymore. He stared at the goose and duck in the cage with great interest and replied with a laugh, The guests on the high platform are watching the show and the dance, and at the same time, cooking delicious food. These big goose and fat duck were bought by them, and the copper basin in the cage is filled with seasoning. They said that when the goose and duck are roasted to death, they will be full of the seasoning, and their meat will be extremely delicious. Haha, this kind of eating method is really unheard of. What? When Yang Fan heard this, he could not help looking at Princess Taiping, and their eyes revealed a shocked expression. Although ducks and geese were meant to be eaten, but using this kind of cruel method to torture and kill animals was also unheard of. The two of them happened to look at the high platform in front of them. The place where the platform was built could not be considered too close to where they were, probably because the ducks and geese's miserable cries were too noisy. The ducks and geese were flapping their wings and flying around in the cage. The goose feathers and duck feathers were flying everywhere. It was not a beautiful scene. But the candles on the high platform were bright, as if it was daytime. From where the two of them looked, they could see the people on the platform clearly. There were 3 people on the platform, 3 young men in embroidered clothes who were less than 20 years old, wearing embroidered clothes and a beard hat with an extraordinary bearing. The 3 of them were lazily reclining on a couch, pointing at the hundreds of men and women who were dancing and singing on the opposite side of the street, talking cheerfully and wittily. Under the light, with a cursory glance, they felt that the 3 of them were very handsome. One of them was standing on the side where they were standing. That person was about 15 or 16 years old, still a young man. His delicate and pretty eyes were already very handsome. The other person was about 20 years old. His facial features were like a painting, so beautiful that he did not look like a man. Looking at the person on the outermost side, Yang Fan was immediately stunned. This person's appearance could not be described as delicate and handsome. That facial features was beautiful, clear and bewitching, charming and beautiful. The beauty of his appearance, most likely not below a new and Xiao man. If one said that the young man in the middle was too beautiful to look like a man, this person was clearly a woman. The reason why Yang Fan did not compare Wan with Princess Taiping was because although Wan and Taiping were delicate and pretty, but that kind of mature woman's beauty had nothing to do with handsomeness. Handsomeness was a kind of beauty that was in between androgynous. Nu and Xiao Man were slightly younger, so they were closer to this kind of beauty. When Yang Fan thought of the problem, a suspicion immediately arose in his heart. Perhaps this young man is originally a woman, changing into a carriage so that it would be convenient for him to go out. Yang Fan used his eyesight to look carefully. This person's facial features were exquisite. Her skin was fair. That kind of whiteness was the real whiteness. There was absolutely no powder applied, but the pink was bright and smooth like jade. That is a woman. Princess Taiping whispered in Yang Fan's ear. Seeing that he was still staring at the stage, a sudden jealousy arose in her heart. She could not help but stretched out her hand, gently pinched his waist, and angrily said, "Can't you take back your eyes?" Yang Fan took a deep breath, still staring at the beautiful woman on the stage, and said in a low voice, "No, that's a man." Princess Taiping followed his gaze and glanced again, said, "I am talking about the outermost one." Yang Fan said, "I am also talking about him." Princess Taiping Pucci laughed, said, "Nonsense, what kind of eyes do you have? If he is a man, I don't know how many women will be embarrassed to death." "Humph, humph, do you want to bet if he is really a man, I will gouge out this pair of eyes for you?" Yang Fan turned his head and seriously said, "Princess, better not set this bet. He is really a man, because I have already seen his Adam's apple." Chapter 413. Hearing Yang Fan's words, Princess Taiping's mouth turned into an O shape, like a cute little girl who was startled. She looked at the man on the stage who did not look like a man, and then looked at Yang Fan who had a serious look on his face, and asked, "Are you joking?" Yang Fan did not speak, but his expression had explained everything. Princess Taiping looked at the woman on the stage again, and said in disbelief, "How can a man look like this? What an evil doer." Yang Fan said with a faint smile, "It is nothing. It is said that there are many men like this in the Goose Hall. Their skin is better than pink, and their cheeks are like peach. Their wrists move, and their clothes are light as the wind blows." Taiping made a nauseous expression and said softly, "Disgusting." She rolled her eyes at Yang Fan again and said angrily, "You are not allowed to go to that kind of place. If I find out, I will break your legs first." After saying this, her face turned a little red. Yang Fan shrugged his shoulders. "I've not been to that kind of place, but the popularity of men has been since ancient times. If it is too early, the records will be lost. But since the spring and autumn and warring states period, it is not uncommon in the history books. In the Han Dynasty, it was especially popular. Emperor Gaozu Liu Bang, Emperor Wen Lu Hong, Emperor Wu Lu Xiao. Almost half of the 25 emperors of the Han Dynasty kept male pets. As for the current dynasty, the atmosphere is even more flourishing. Men raise their bodies to sell their goods and calmly welcome and send them off. Incense brothers, heroes on the dry road, they are everywhere in the streets. The youth is like a young history, and the beauty is like the rosy dawn, holding one's trousers and blushing, turning one's hair slanted. Princess Taiping gently frowned her beautiful eyebrows and said with disdain, "Stop talking. The more I hear, the more disgusting it is. Yin and yang in the universe, male and female, there are differences. Men with eyebrows are beautiful and coquettish, and they wear strange clothes and accessories, and their attitude is similar to that of a woman. What is this? Not to mention that men are female to entertain men. But it is disgusting enough that a man looks like a woman." Yang Fan glanced at her and said, "It seems that your highness is wearing a man's clothes even though you're a woman." Princess Taiping took a deep breath and looked at him provocatively. "Look at me. Which part of me looks like a man?" When she took a deep breath, the 2 round lumps on her chest became even more prominent. Her waist was slender, and her buttocks were prominent. Although she was wearing a man's robe, her womanly side was exposed, especially her face. Under the light of the lantern, it appeared strangely charming, a pair of petal-like red lips slightly parted. As long as one wasn't blind, who would be able to treat her as a man? Yang Fan didn't dare to look again, but he didn't reply. He just turned his head away. Princess Taiping smiled complacently. She took another look at the stage and said, "However, these 3 people are definitely not like the Catamites in the Guqin's house." Yang Fan said, "How can I dare to make such an assertion? You know them?" "I don't know," Taiping said. "I don't. However, even if the famous Catamite prostitutes are rich and have this kind of extravagance, they won't have this kind of bearing." Princess Taiping squinted her charming phoenix eyes lightly. Looking at their clothes and makeup carefully, they can't be considered to be extremely rich. But each and every one of their movements, even the manservants serving behind them, had a certain air about them. This is the bearing of the aristocratic families, which can't be learned by the nouveau riche. It's even more impossible for men and women who are used for sex. Yang Fan couldn't see these things, but he believed in Princess Taiping's judgment. Yang Fan shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter if they're Catamites or born women. It has nothing to do with us. Let's go to the front." By this time, the duck and goose's feet had been scalded to a crisp. They were lying on the iron board, still breathing. Their bodies were twitching from the heat of the iron board. Bursts of fragrant meat wafted in the air, but the duck and goose still let out miserable cries from time to time. Princess Taiping couldn't bear to watch. Yang Fan's words were exactly what she wanted. The 2 of them were about to leave, when suddenly they saw 2 servants wearing black clothes and small hats leading a young donkey to the bottom of the stage. They raised their heads and said something to the stage. Because it was noisy on the street, Yang Fan didn't deliberately listen, so even he didn't hear clearly what they said. He only heard the beautiful man on the stage, who looked the most like a woman, said, "Kill it, cook it while it's hot. It'll go well with the wine." Immediately after, 2 servants brought the donkey to the side. Immediately, several burly men pounced on it and nailed 4 wooden stakes to the donkey's 4 legs. Then, they took out ropes and firmly tied the donkey's 4 limbs. Yang Fan and Princess Taiping were about to leave, but seeing this scene, they didn't know what they were going to do, so they couldn't help but stop. They saw the servants tied the donkey very quickly, Obviously, it wasn't the first time they had done this kind of thing. Then he saw a big man with a naked upper body, holding a cow ear knife in his hand. He came to the side of the donkey, raised the knife, and with a pew sound, blood burst out, and a wound was opened under the donkey's abdomen. The onlookers let out a hong sound and retreated in fright. Princess Taiping couldn't help but let out a scream and covered her mouth with her hand. She was scared stiff. Yang Fan looked at her and couldn't help but take her little hand and pull her back a few steps. That soft little hand felt as cool as jade when he held it in his palm. Princess Taiping had never seen an animal being slaughtered, so she was shocked by this scene. Her heart was beating wildly. As soon as her hand was held by Yang Fan, she knew he wanted to protect her. She couldn't help but feel a sweetness in her heart. She quietly glanced at him and saw that her Lang Jun was staring at the donkey in front of them. She was a little unwilling, so she couldn't help but lightly pricked his palm with her fingernail. They saw the saber-wielding servant plunge his big bare hand into the donkey's belly through the gurgling blood. He stooped down as if groping for something. Suddenly, he gave a loud shout, and the onlookers cried out in alarm, and a section of the donkey's intestines was pulled out of the donkey's belly. Ugh! Princess Taiping couldn't bear it anymore. She felt waves of nausea. She quickly turned around and hid herself behind Yang Fan's shoulder. She hurriedly said, "Let's go, let's not look at this kind of thing anymore." Yang Fan complied and walked out with her. Princess Taiping didn't dare to look back. She only firmly held on to the corner of his clothes. She looked very pitiful. Yang Fan was very curious. He didn't know what those people were going to do. So he retreated very slowly, still staring inside. He saw that the servant who used the knife cut a piece of the donkey's intestines amidst the donkey's miserable cries and threw it into a big basin nearby. Immediately, someone started to clean it. Someone in the crowd excitedly said, "Hey, did you see it? I heard that people eat it this way because it's fresh." When the donkey's intestines are cleaned and cooked, the donkey is still screaming and not dead. Tasting it, the donkey's intestines are especially delicious. Yang Fan gently shook his head and thought, what's the difference between killing the donkey and cooking it with the donkey's intestines and cooking it with a live donkey's intestines? These people's way of thinking is really strange. In the end, it's just sensationalism. The two of them walked for quite a distance before Princess Taiping realized that she was still holding on to the corner of his clothes like a little girl. She couldn't help but shyly let go. Immediately, she remembered the feeling when he was holding her hand. It vaguely reminded her of the time when Yin Shangyuan was holding his hand and running on the long street. She felt a sweetness in her heart, and her frightened heart calmed down a little. Yang Fan didn't have the same thoughts as her. He only shook his head and sighed. As long as there's a festival, this Ding Ding Street is always lively to see. Princess Taiping snorted. What kind of lively is that? First, it's a man who doesn't look like a man. That's fine, but he prefers this kind of cruel cooking. It's even more disgusting. Yang Fan smiled and didn't comment. Right at this moment, a group of girls came over from afar, chattering noisily. They were all talking at once. They were very excited. Did you pick it up? Of course. I picked up 2 needles, one 7-hole needle and the other golden needle. Aya, you're so lucky. I searched the ground for half a day and didn't pick up a single one. What bad luck. I told you to come out with a lantern, but you insisted that we all carried lanterns, and there's no need to carry lanterns. Are you lazy? I carried the lantern and shone it on the ground. When I saw the shiny silver needles, I naturally picked them up. AI. The girl became even more dejected. These needles were sprinkled by the saints. They've touched the saints' hands. If I had known earlier, I would have brought out the brightest lantern no matter what. Hearing this, Princess Taiping smiled slightly and revealed a disappointed look in her eyes. It turned out that the Qixi festival was also celebrated in the palace. Every Qixi festival, the weaving and dyeing department would offer sacrifice. The Minister of Commerce would give out 7-hole needles, golden needles, and other things to the imperial concubines and palace maids. The Emperor and Empress would also build a beautiful platform on the side gate and display fruits, wine, and dishes on it to ask for favors from the Altair and the weaving maids. Sometimes they would throw 7-hole needles and golden needles at the foot of the city and allow the common people to approach and pick them up on the ground. Looking down from a tall building, one could see countless people walking around with lanterns. It was a funny scene. When Princess Taiping was young, she accompanied her father and mother to play on the Qixi Festival. She used to throw 7-hole needles and golden needles on the platform as a game. Thinking about it now, it was like a dream. The girl who didn't pick up the Qiqiao needles saw the girl who picked up the 2 sewing needles and said, "They might not all be left behind by the saints. Maybe there's the crown prince, the imperial concubines, and the palace maids." The girl who picked up the needles snorted, "You don't understand? Palace maids are not qualified to throw needles to the common people. Imperial concubines or the crown prince can, but the current crown prince is about to be deposed. He is imprisoned in the East Palace all day and cannot step out. How can he still celebrate the Qixi Festival with the saints?" Hearing this, Princess Taiping's eyes darkened. The news that the crown prince was about to be deposed was known even by the common people. The girl said, "Even the crown prince is not qualified to come. How can there be imperial concubines in the harem?" Princess Taiping's legs seemed to be filled with lead, and she walked slowly. Yang Fan walked a few steps and suddenly realized that Princess Taiping did not follow him. He turned his head and saw that she was troubled. He thought of what the girl said and knew what Princess Taiping was worried about. He wanted to turn around and comfort her. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back. The descendants of the Wu family were not qualified to be the crown prince. All along, Yang Fan's plan was to help Li Tang regain the throne. On this point, he and Princess Taiping were like-minded. But in the current situation, the crown prince was indeed in danger. The changes in the future were unpredictable. Yang Fan wanted to comfort her, but he did not know where to start. Princess Taiping walked slower and slower. With her eyesight, how could she not know that the crown prince was in danger? It was just that today, she finally let go of her worries. But she was reminded by the words of the girl. Now that mother is the emperor, Li Tang may not have no hope of reviving. But once the crown prince position falls into the hands of the Wu family, then it will be over. But once mother has made a decision, who can influence her? The people mother trusts the most are never her relatives. The more relatives they are, the more she fears them. Princess Taiping was very worried. She did not know why, but the image of a young man who was more beautiful than a girl on the stage suddenly flashed through her mind. Princess Taiping's eyes moved. She suddenly stopped and waved to a female sumo wrestler. She whispered in her ear, "You go and find out the names of the 3 young men who just pulled out the intestines of a live donkey and where they live." Chapter 4:14. The streets were bustling with noise and excitement. But one must be with interesting people in order to enjoy the excitement. Yang Fan and Princess Taiping were strolling on the streets, but they did not know how to be romantic. The city was filled with lanterns, and the streets were as bright as day. However, to Yang Fan, that feeling was far from the dreamy and illusionary feeling he had last night. Princess Taiping's mood was even lower than Yang Fan's. The unintentional words of those girls swept away the joy in her heart. Thinking of her brother, the Li family, and her own unpredictable fate, she was depressed. "Let's go to the Tianjin Bridge. It's so noisy here." The 2 of them spoke at the same time. Although their words were not exactly the same, their meaning was the same. Therefore, they turned around and walked toward the Tianjin Bridge. They could see the Tianjin Bridge in the distance. The lights at the bridgehead made the graceful bridge look like a crescent moon on the horizon. At this moment, a woman and a young boy hurriedly rushed over and walked opposite to Yang Fan and Taiping. Because of their hurried footsteps, they almost bumped into each other. The streets were crowded with people. Since Princess Taiping wanted to enjoy the life of the common people, the 8 strong women could not drive away anyone who could get close to the princess. This was the foot of the Son of Heaven. Under normal circumstances, no one would come out and hurt people without saying anything. Although the woman's footsteps were hurried, she was a woman and the child she was leading was also an underage child. Therefore, the 8 maids did not appear to chase her away. By this time, they almost bumped into the princess. 2 maids wanted to step forward to protect her. Yang Fan saw the matron was in a hurry to avoid Tai Ping and almost fell down. Hastily, he reached out to support her. Seeing her clothes and hairstyle, he noticed she was a married woman. He slowly said, "Auntie, be careful." "Thank you, Langjun." The woman thanked him. She pulled the young boy and was about to leave when 3 people hurriedly chased after her. The one in the middle pointed a fan at her and shouted, "Wife, don't go." He caught up with her in a few steps and stretched out his hand to stop the woman. He laughed and said, "Dear, I'm not a man-eating insect. Hee hee, I just want to treat you to a cup of wine. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" The woman was angry and anxious. She said, "I am a woman. I don't know you. Why would I drink wine with you? How rude. Get out of the way." The man surnamed Pan winked and said, "It's fine if you don't recognize him first. Won't you recognize him after a drink?" Yang Fan and Princess Tai Ping looked at each other. They did not expect that they would encounter such a vulgar plot of molesting a civilian girl when they were about to reach the bridgehead. However, the more vulgar it was, the more common it was. In the boundless world, spring and white snow were definitely not the theme of life. That's why Confucius said, "I have never seen anyone who is as virtuous as lustful." Fortunately, they were at the side of the bridgehead, and the light was not bright enough. Princess Tai Ping, dressed in men's clothing, was standing next to Yang Fan. The man hurriedly glanced at her and did not see her beauty clearly. Otherwise, he was afraid that Princess Tai Ping would have provoked him. Seeing this situation, Yang Fan and Princess Tai Ping could not help but look at the woman seriously. The woman was tall and slender, her skin was fair, her buttocks were small, her waist was slender, and her neck was slender. She looked like she was full of life. Looking at her age, she should be about 25 or 26 years old. She looked dignified and intelligent, with a different kind of beauty. Whether it was her eyes that were as bright as spring water or her skin that was as smooth as jade, her whole body emitted a kind of pure aura. Therefore, her dignified temperament and beauty were especially moving. Next to her stood a young man of about 13 or 14 years old. He looked strong and stocky, probably her younger brother. As for the youth surnamed Pan, he was about 24 or 25 years old. His appearance was not ugly, and his brows were delicate and pretty. However, his gaze and expression, along with a faint smile that was not a smile, gave off a sense of wretchedness. At the foot of the sun of heaven, the universe is bright. Please conduct yourself with dignity, the beautiful woman said with a frown. She pulled the young man and wanted to leave. The young man, surnamed Pan, laughed mischievously. He waved his hand, and the 2 people who followed behind her grabbed her from the left and right. Seeing this scene, Yang Fan and Princess Tai Ping were not in a hurry to leave. Yang Fan had seen young masters of rich and powerful families or ruffians take liberties with beautiful women. But Princess Tai Ping had never had the opportunity to see such a scene. Therefore, she stopped and only watched from the side. Both sides exchanged a few words. Yang Fan and Princess Tai Ping stood to the side and understood the general situation. It turned out that this woman was not the young man's elder sister, but his mother. The young man was already 13 or 14 years old. It seemed that this beautiful woman should be a few years older than her young appearance. This mother and son also came out to play on the Chinese Valentine's Day. They did not expect to meet this refined scum surnamed Pan. This surnamed Pan was called Pan Junyi. Today, he also came out to play with his 2 servants. At first, he chose to go to the crowded places. He squeezed and rubbed against the crowd. He rubbed against the woman's plump buttocks and touched the girl's breasts. He rubbed against them until his heart bloomed with joy. He was playing happily when he met this beautiful woman who was shopping with her son. It must be said that this Pan Junyi had good taste. It was probably because he had seen a lot of flirtatious and charming women. Seeing this woman's dignified and refined appearance, he was like a diner who had eaten a lot of fish and meat and suddenly saw a plate of juicy side dishes. He immediately drooled with greed. In fact, he was also very careful. He deliberately followed this young woman around for half a day. He saw that she was only accompanied by her son. There was not even a maid or maid by her side. He knew that she came from a small family. His courage grew, and he thought of a crooked idea. He chased and teased along the way. Pan Junyi's temper was aroused, and he could not let it go. Princess Taiping was somewhat curious at first. When she heard the story clearly, she immediately revealed a disgusted look. She said to Yang Fan in a light tone of anger, "Why are you still looking here? Quickly send this disgusting thing away." Yang Fan cast a glance at her and thought, "You are a dignified princess. You also have the 8 great Vajra guardians by your side. You only need to give an order, and you will immediately make him disappear. Why do you have to order me around?" He did not know that in Princess Taiping's heart, she did not have the slightest thought of ordering Yang Fan around. Instead, when a woman encounters a problem, she would subconsciously seek support from her man. As for whether she had the ability to stop this kind of behavior, she ignored it. Yang Fan also wanted to stop it. After hearing Princess Taiping's words, he took a step forward and shouted, "Stop!" Pan Junyi pushed the woman to the corner. Her son, who was angrily cursing, was also pushed to the side by a servant. He was about to reach out to hook the woman's round and lovely chin when he suddenly heard Yang Fan's loud shout. He turned his head and gave him a look. His face sank, and he coldly said, "Your Excellency, this path is very spacious. Walk on your own path and don't meddle in other people's business." Yang Fan smiled and said, "To me, this is not other people's business. Since I have seen it, if I don't do something, I will be neglecting my duty." After saying that, he took a step forward and put his hand on Pan Junyi's shoulder. He exerted a little force. Pan Junyi cried out in pain and quickly let go. Yang Fan was still holding his shoulder without moving. He said to the woman, "Auntie, take your son and leave." The woman was shocked and scared. She quickly thanked Yang Fan and looked at her son in fear. Her son was currently being twisted by one of Pan Junyi's servants. Princess Taiping waved her fan. A female sumo wrestler dressed as a man's hand flashed past and reached out to pat the servant's shoulder. The servant turned his head to look, only to see a fist as big as a bowl flying towards his face. With a pung sound, his face looked as if a dye house had opened up, with multicolored hair draped over it. The man's head was covered, and he fell to the ground. When he got up, he felt a great pain. He wanted to open his mouth to curse, but he suddenly found that his teeth were exposed. He reached out to touch them and only felt blood on his hand. It turned out that a few of his teeth were also knocked out. That woman was only a woman from an ordinary small family and could not bear to see such a scene. As soon as she saw her son had escaped, she quickly took his hand and hurriedly thanked Yang Fan and Princess Taiping as they hurriedly left. Pan Junyi saw that they were even more overbearing than him. He couldn't help but fly into a rage and said, "How dare you? You're just a few street dogs. How dare you injure this young master's servant? This young master will send you to the Luoyang prefecture to eat the plank." Princess Taiping impatiently said to Yang Fan, "Are you going to have a court hearing here? Hurry up and send them away." Yang Fan laughed. The hand that was holding Pan Junyi's shoulder slid down to the back of his neck. Pan Junyi couldn't even speak. He choked and coughed. Another family member saw this and was afraid that his Lang Jun would suffer. He quickly called out, "Stop. My Lang Jun is the youngest son of the Minister of Examinations in the Ministry of Appointments. How dare you be so rude?" Yang Fan made a sound of surprise and said, "So you are from an official's family. This kind of behavior is really a disgrace to your family. This official will teach him a lesson on behalf of his father." After saying that, he lifted his leg and kicked Pan Junyi's, but with a bang. Yang Fan did not hold back his strength in this kick. Pan Junyi cried out in pain. Yang Fan used Pan Junyi's, but like a ball. He seemed to be performing the technique of bouncing the ball. His leg kicked 17 or 18 times in an instant. Finally, he let go of Pan Junyi's shoulder and kicked him hard. Pan Junyi fell to the ground like a dog eating sh*t. Yang Fan heavily snorted and patted his waist. He said, "This official is from the Ministry of Justice. Do you think I can do anything about this? If I see you using your power to bully men and women again, I will teach you a lesson. When I bring you to the Yamen to be punished, I am afraid that your father will not look good either. Get out." Seeing this person's skills and hearing that he was an official from the Ministry of Justice, the two servants knew that they had hit an iron plate. They didn't dare to say anything more. They just went forward to pick up Pan Junyi and ran away. Yang Fan clapped his hands and walked back. Princess Taiping smiled and said, "How powerful." Yang Fan shook his head and said, "He is just a gentle scum. He uses his family to bully good people. There is no power to speak of." Princess Taiping smiled and pointed forward with her small fan. She said, "There, the boat is parked there. Let's go." The two servants of the Pan residence were afraid that their young master would be at a disadvantage, so they carried Pan Junyi and ran far away before putting him down. The moment Pan Junyi's feet touched the ground, he fiercely slapped the uninjured servant's face and scolded, "Useless idiot!" He angrily dusted his robe that was stained with mud and said, "In the future, don't tell me your name. Do you want to ruin my father's reputation?" The servant obediently agreed. Pan Junyi turned around and looked at the back of Yang Fan, who was walking to the pier. He gritted his teeth and said, "The Ministry of Justice? Humph! When I find out who you are, I will definitely teach you a lesson." The servant who was punched in the face by the servant from the princess's mansion held his crooked nose and said with a sad face, "Lang Jun, let's go back to the mansion." "I'm not going back." Pan Junyi's face was full of anger. He said, "I suffered such a big loss for no reason. Is this the end of it? Bah! If I don't sleep with that woman, I won't be able to vent my anger. Go after her. You must find her." Chapter 415. Ever since Wu Zetian sealed the Luo River as a divine river and forbade fishing in the Luo River, the river had become much more deserted. It was currently night, and there were no boats passing by, so there were only a few pleasure boats on the river. These pleasure boats belonged to the wealthy and noble families. Ordinary families did not have the leisure to do so. Even if they did, they would not be able to withstand the repeated inspections of the officials to see if they had brought any fishing nets or fishing gear. The boat that Princess Taiping had prepared was not very large. It was not one of those luxurious pleasure boats or pleasure boats. It looked very ordinary on the outside, and it only had one floor. The middle was the cabin, and the bow and stern were the decks. At most, it could hold 20 to 30 people. Footboards had already been set up between the boat and the shore. The officials inspecting along the river already knew who the owner of the boat was, so they did not dare to obstruct them. Princess Taiping and Yang Fan boarded the boat. They untied the ropes and raised the sails. The boat slowly sailed to the center of the boat and then followed the Luo River downstream. On both sides of the shore, there was still an endless clamor of music and dancing. However, there was still some distance between them, and the boat was much quieter. On the front deck, there were only two people, Yang Fan and Taiping. The 8 maids had already retreated into the cabins. The two shores were lit by lanterns, and above them was the Milky Way. The water sparkled and gradually became hazy. Although it was already autumn and the gentle autumn wind blew, it did not cause one to feel cold. At some point, Princess Taiping had already taken off her head. Although she was still dressed as a man, her long hair fluttered about her shoulders. Under the starlight, there was an abnormally gentle and beautiful feeling. Princess Taiping lightly sighed. Looking at the scenery slowly gliding by on both shores, she sweetly said, "Only here do I feel a bit more relaxed." Yang Fan turned his head and stared at her, asking, "Isn't it good to be on the street?" Princess Taiping shook her head and softly said, "Loneliness. There are too many people there, so I am very lonely." These words seemed very difficult to understand, but Yang Fan understood. Yang Fan was silent for a while. His gaze met the slowly approaching pleasure boat and said, "Perhaps for you, loneliness is already an unbearable pain. But is it really so hard for a proud daughter of heaven? If that was the case, how could he be envied by the world? Most of the time, it's not that ordinary women don't have the same feelings as you. It's just that they don't have the time to feel sorry for this kind of feeling, because they have suffered much more than you, and they have experienced much more bitter things than this." Princess Taiping frowned slightly. Not only did she not get comfort from Yang Fan, but she was also implicitly stabbed by him. Didn't this guy have any tender feelings for the fair sex? Princess Taiping frowned slightly and then relaxed. Because of this, he is Yang Fan, the one and only. There were many people around her who were willing to flatter her. As long as she was willing, there would be countless men who would carefully serve her every day. Wasn't the reason why she was infatuated with Yang Fan because he was different from others? Perhaps the first time his heroic figure had entered the heart of this beautiful princess was on that day, on the banks of the Luo River, when he had flatly refused her. Princess Taiping's star-like bright eyes stared at him and softly said, "No matter what, today you are willing to accompany me. I am very happy, really." Yang Fan similarly stared at her and seriously said, "But I am not happy at all. I am not willing to be forced, manipulated by others. Even if she is a beautiful princess, even if there are countless men who would wish for such an invitation. What I said is also true." He lightly exhaled a mouthful of impure air and then inhaled a mouthful of autumn wind. Between this exhalation and inhalation, he asked in a low voice, "You said, one Er's oath is not unbreakable. Can you tell me now?" Princess Taiping's face slightly showed a trace of anger, and then she helplessly smiled bitterly. "When facing me, can't you have a little bit of patience?" Yang Fan did not speak, and Princess Taiping's tone had a slightly pleading tone. "I have not been this happy for a long time. The last time was that night. Tonight, let's not talk about business and also not talk about other men or women, okay?" After a moment of silence, she added, "Tomorrow morning, I will tell you everything you want to know." Yang Fan's hands held onto the side of the boat. The pleasure boat in front of them was passing by, and the waves caused their boat to rise and fall. As the bow of the boat rose and fell, Yang Fan smiled at Princess Taiping and said, "Okay, tonight is Chinese Valentine's Day. Do you have wine to drink?" There was wine on the boat. There were all kinds of wine, and all the famous wines of the Tang dynasty were here. Of course, most of them were wine. They were using a set of sparkling and translucent wine glasses. The glasses shone brightly under the light. When the dark red wine was poured into the glasses, the red color of the wine reflected on their faces. The two of them tacitly stopped bringing up all the problems that troubled them. This night, they only gave it to joy. They talked a lot. Princess Taiping told Yang Fan how she felt when she first saw the bow-hitting youth, and how he was surprised when he first refused her invitation. Yang Fan talked about how he trained the monks at the White Horse Temple, and how he wanted to defeat the women of the inner court. Of course, he also talked about how he first appeared on the banks of the Luo River. He talked about how they used tricks to deal with Lu Junfan, making Lu Junfan write the Book of Separation on her own initiative. In the end, they went for wool and came home shorn. This made Princess Taiping very happy. The wine and dishes were very sumptuous. Although they were all fish, they were cooked in a variety of ways. There were also many kinds of fish. They were all fresh fish caught from the Luo River and cooked on the spot. As early as 3 or 4 years ago, Wu Zetian decreed that the Luo River was closed to fishing. However, this ban was only effective on the common people in the marketplace. If the princess wanted to eat the fish of the Luo River, it would be as easy as turning over her hand. Because they had entered the cabin, Princess Taiping's 8 great Vajrapani hid outside. Naturally, neither the boatman nor the cook could listen to their conversation, so there were only the 2 of them in the cabin. Although there were only 2 people, they did not feel that the boat was empty. Loneliness did not depend on the number of people or the number of people, especially when a man and a woman were together. The wine cups were not big. Every cup of wine was just enough for people to taste its mellow fragrance. Therefore, the wine was poured frequently. The more the wine was poured, the faster one would get drunk. When Yang Fan felt that his face was already swollen to the point of numbness, Princess Taiping's eyes also stared blankly. Where is this boat going? Yang Fan's mind was still clear. He listened to the sound of the oars outside the cabin with some uneasiness. It doesn't matter where it goes. It's best if it goes to the horizon. That way, I won't have so many worries. Princess Taiping giggled. Seeing Yang Fan's worried expression, she covered her mouth and said, "Look at your courage. Don't worry. When the boat reaches the junction of the Yi River, it will turn back. When it's daybreak, it will definitely come back. After Princess Taiping finished speaking, her body tilted and she snuggled into Yang Fan's arms. Originally, they were sitting opposite each other, separated by a few tables. Unknowingly, the two of them had already sat together. When the warm and fragrant jade entered his arms, Yang Fan was slightly surprised. Princess Taiping's soft and beautiful face had a touch of drunkenness. She hugged Yang Fan's waist and said coquettishly, "I want you to hug me to sleep." "Coax me to sleep." Yang Fan smiled bitterly. It was not the first time that he had pushed away the princess's hug. But this drunken princess, precisely because she was unconscious, how could she do this? Yang Fan's hand had already reached her shoulder. In the end, he did not use force. He just gently slid down. One hand supported her soft and plump waist. The other hand slid down along her smooth back and stopped at the bump. As soon as Princess Taiping fell into his arms, she immediately fell asleep. Neat eyelashes covered her eyes. On her rosy cheeks, a pair of petal-like lips were slightly pouting. She looked like a tender and naive child. Yang Fan leaned back and found a comfortable position. Taiping, who was originally lying in his arms, was now lying sideways on his lap. She used his thighs as a pillow, still sleeping sweetly. Yang Fan let out a long sigh. He leaned his head against the bulkhead. With a slight undulation of the ship, his body gently swayed. His body was drunk, but his heart was not. His mind was still clear. At this time, Taiping was undoubtedly cute. But tonight, it was only tonight. Not to mention that she had a husband. Not to mention the resistance from Wu Zetian. Her own personality made it impossible for her to be a good match for Yang Fan. She was like a ball of fire. Her love was blazing. But because she was carried away, she would burn herself and others. The only reason she could tolerate it now was because Yang Fan wasn't hers. What if they had a closer relationship? Yang Fan had never doubted her love for him. But no matter how careful Taiping was, he could feel the arrogance and strength hidden deep in her bones. She was her Princess Taiping. This was her charm. But because of this, Yang Fan had never thought of letting her become a little woman by his side. That was impossible. The royal family would not allow it. The empress would not allow it. Even Princess Taiping herself would not allow it. The obedience and gentleness in the boudoir would never become her everything. Once she left that bed, she would still be her Princess Taiping. Yang Fan was not an ignorant teenager with a face full of pimples. He was not an ignorant teenager who was stimulated by hormones. He thought that he could have everything if he had love. He thought that he could solve everything. He thought that he could overcome his personality and all objective existences. Love was not everything. Love could not replace everything. Love could not conquer everything. He gently pulled a soft and smooth quilt and wrapped it around Taiping. Just like that, he hugged her and slowly closed his eyes. In the sky, there was a Milky Way. On the ground, there was a Luo River. On this night, the cowherd and the weaving girl met on the Magpie Bridge. The cowherd and the weaving girl met once a year. If this year was a year on Earth, then they would actually meet every day. The ordinary people were just a group of fools who were fooled. What if this year was a year in heaven? Then in the human world, it would be 360 years. Ordinary people were not immortals. They could not live for 360 years. Therefore, this meeting was already a lifetime. Yang Fan and Taiping, were they in heaven or on Earth? In the Milky Way, the magpies were building a magpie bridge. In the Luo River, the bow of the boat was plowing the water. In the sky, in the water, on the shore, on the boat, in the eyes, in the heart, they weaved together and danced, in heaven and on earth. It was a mess. Chapter 416. It was dawn. At dawn, the boat was anchored by the Tianjin Bridge, rising and falling with the waves, just like Princess Taiping's plump chest. Princess Taiping woke up leisurely. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Yang Fan quietly staring at her. His eyes were clear. He was sitting, and it seemed that he had been sitting all night. Princess Taiping was surprised when she saw the situation on the boat. She hurriedly got up and said apologetically, "You didn't sleep all night?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "It's okay to not sleep occasionally." He paused and said, Listen, many people on the bridge and on the street didn't sleep all night. They're going home now. Princess Taiping said embarrassedly, but you have to go back to the yamen to work today. Yang Fan smiled again. It doesn't matter. In fact, I am more free than anyone else in the yamen. I can sleep at any time. No one will bother me. Princess Taiping couldn't help but laugh and said, I vaguely know about your situation in the Ministry of Justice. I know that you sleep every day, but I also know that you are not a person who likes to admit defeat. Although your counterattack may not necessarily be a victory, if you don't fight back, then it is too abnormal. I think many people are probably waiting to see what you can do. Yang Fan frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, Many people? For example? Princess Taiping said sweetly, For example, the Mother Empress, me, King Liang, and Shui Yuanzhou. Yang Fan gently stroked his chin and said leisurely, So many people? I didn't expect that. Princess Taiping gently moved her messy hair away from her temples. She rested her head on Yang Fan's lap. Her cheeks were pressed by the folds of her clothes, which made her look like a lazy and charming mature woman. She used her long and slender fingers to tuck her hair behind her ears gracefully. She said slowly, The Queen Mother sent you to the Ministry of Justice, so it's impossible for her not to be concerned about your actions there. Wu Sanxi's greatest opponent is Wu Qingxi. If you can control the Ministry of Justice, then you'll be a great help to him, so it's impossible for him to not be concerned. As for Shui Yuanzhou, his abilities may be limited, but to be able to sit in such a position other than Fu Yu Yi, that kind of trash, there's definitely no idiot. And we have the same goal. Of course, I also hope that you can establish yourself in the Ministry of Justice. Princess Taiping stared at him and said word by word, Therefore, many people are waiting and watching. If you can't get a foothold in the Ministry of Justice, then neither the Queen Mother nor Wu Qingxi will hesitate to give you up. After all, they want you to be of help to them, or to make them worry less. They don't want to treat you like a child who hasn't grown up and run to you every day to support you and worry about you. As for Shui Yuanzhou, he has only been in the Ministry of Justice for a short time. He has reached a delicate balance with Chun Dong for the time being. After all, he is the head of the Ministry of Justice. This advantage can ensure that he can suppress Chun Dong. Therefore, he also doesn't want a person with a strong background to jump out and raise a tiger. Yang Fan smiled and said, It sounds so complicated. This is why I don't like the officialdom. There are too many insidious people here. In comparison, being in the army is better. And those influential officials, although they are all arrogant and domineering, they show their emotions on their faces. They are not like those people in the Ministry of Justice, all of whom are like smiling tigers. Princess Taiping sighed and said, The officialdom is like a battlefield, but it's even more complicated than a battlefield. Yang Fan interrupted her sigh and began to talk about love. It's already dawn. Let's not beat around the bush. I went to the appointment last night because you forced one of her to make a poisonous oath. How can this oath be broken? If you don't tell me earlier, it will always be like a thorn in my heart. Princess Taiping's expression darkened, and she asked gently, Have she told you about the oath? Yes. Did she tell you what I said? Do you need to say it? You and I are allies. Of course, allies can also be abandoned. So, if I say that you came to save me because you and I have a common goal and we are allies, I will be speaking against my conscience. However, I appreciate your kindness, but it doesn't mean that I can let you bully my woman. I am very angry about this. I am really angry. Your woman, Princess Taiping listened and felt a little sad. If the person Yang Fan was talking about was her, how good it would be. Unfortunately, she had to play the role of the one who bullied his woman. Princess Taiping lowered her eyes and said softly, I said to her, if I can't get it, you can't get it either. I can save her, but you have to make a poisonous oath. If you break the oath, then he will. Princess Taiping was silent for a moment. She raised her eyes and asked, Do you understand? Yang Fan frowned and said blankly, What do I understand? Princess Taiping's face was a little red, and she said, I said, if I can't get it, you can't get it either. This is the premise of her poisonous oath. So it's not unsolvable. Yang Fan thought for a moment and suddenly understood. He was shocked, and his expression was complicated. Then, the expression on his face became more and more interesting. Princess Taiping lowered her eyes and didn't dare to look at him. She secretly glanced at his expression, and her face became redder and redder like a hen laying eggs for the first time. In fact, this bold princess sometimes liked to be shy. Yang Fan's expression kept changing. After a while, he suddenly said in a low voice, "But when you made Xiao Man swear, you didn't say that." Princess Taiping glanced at him faintly and said faintly, "Because I didn't know that you loved her so much. I only thought that it was enough if she didn't pester you. Isn't it good to have one less person to share with me? But you can like Xiao Man after one air. Why can't you like me? How can I be with you? Why not?" Princess Taiping raised her head and her eyes were shining. "Now everyone thinks that I am with you. What about it? As for the future, it is not impossible for me to divorce the emperor's son-in-law. If the emperor's son-in-law divorces me, I can also do it. Impossible. As long as your mother is alive, it is absolutely impossible. You are the only daughter of the empress. It doesn't matter who your husband is. The important thing is that his surname is Wu. When she is alive, I can be with you without any status. My mother is getting on in years. One day, she will leave me. So what? At that time, you can have a status?" Princess Taiping was silent for a while and became angry. "Now I can be with you without any status. In the future, can't they give up their status?" Seeing that Yang Fan's eyes became sharp, Princess Taiping quickly gave in and explained, "It is not that I want to be aggressive, but because of my identity. Even if my elder brother is the emperor, he will not allow his sister to share a husband with another woman, unless I am the emperor." After saying this, Princess Taiping suddenly became stunned. Her eyes suddenly brightened, and no one knew what she was thinking. Yang Fan said, "If you are the emperor, I will not be your empress. There is already an empress in the world. Perhaps she has the ability to be an emperor better than many men. But because of the opposition of the people, her wisdom and energy were used to eradicate the dissidents. As a result, if it were not for the strong foundation laid by the 2 generations of the Taizong and Gaozong, she killed so many members of the royal family, good ministers and famous generals, and the world would have long been rotten." These words were simply rebellious, but the 2 people in the cabin had the idea of, after the empress, they will restore Li Tang's empire. Naturally, they would not care about these words. Yang Fan said in a deep voice, "Therefore, one empress is enough. No one can stand another one. Unless there is a day when the women in this world can be on equal footing with the men, you'd better give up on this idea." Princess Taiping said, "Let's not talk about the world. Let's talk about you and me first." Yang Fan said, "Speaking of you and me, I am naturally grateful to be able to win the heart of your highness. But your highness's plan is always unbearable. You always feel that you have suffered a lot and made a lot of concessions, but you never seem to think about other people's feelings. Xiao Man is my first wife, and won her, and I have been in love for a long time. I will be with them for a long time, and in the future, we will have children. Then, one day, you tell me to divorce them and kick out the children they gave birth to for me. But your magnanimity is you can allow them to secretly contact me without a name. You still feel that you have made a great sacrifice and suffered a great grievance." Princess Taiping was somewhat at a loss and said, "What did I say or do wrong? What is wrong?" Yang Fan held his forehead and said in distress, "Your Highness, you've been high and mighty since you were born, noble beyond words. Your identity is naturally different from ours. As a child of the royal family, your thinking will never be on the same level as ours. I don't know how to communicate with you." Princess Taiping frowned tightly and looked innocent. Even though she was extremely smart, she still couldn't understand what Yang Fan was talking about. She was a descendant of the emperor and indeed had an essential difference from ordinary people. Her identity, her environment, made it impossible for her thinking to stand on the same level as ordinary people. Yang Fan's previous worries were not wrong. Some things were deeply rooted in the bone marrow along with a person's living environment and status. When it was formed, it was difficult to change because of other things, even if it was love. The longer they were together, the more estrangement and divergence there would be. The prince and the princess lived a happy life from then on. That was a fairy tale. They might be together sweetly, or they might be more and more bored. They might be intimate, or they might have an affair. They might have a cute little prince or princess, or they might be resentful towards each other because they couldn't have a child. They might be 4 generations living under the same roof, or they might have a conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. They might still be happy, or they might be sleeping in the same bed. As for a princess, marrying a poor boy who lived at the bottom of society since childhood, and still being able to be very harmonious with him, that was a fairy tale among fairy tales. Chapter 417. Seeing her confused face, Yang Fan gave an example. What's the difference between this behavior and what your mother did to Wu Yuji? Perhaps you didn't use that cup of poisonous wine? You have a noble status and a beautiful appearance. Therefore, even in my heart, I have never felt that there was anything hateful about your actions. I even felt flattered until I personally saw one wash her face with tears. Your Highness, you have a noble status and unparalleled beauty, so I should be flattered that you favor me? What if you and I were reversed? If I were you and you were me, I was the descendant of the emperor, the imperial prince, I had status and identity. I liked you, who already had a partner, and I wanted you to give up the person you loved to be with me. I felt that I had suffered a great injustice when I was with you, and I didn't care about my status with you. I promised to marry you one day and give you status. You should be grateful, right? What's the difference between this and those foppish men who rob women by force? If the man surnamed Pan that we saw last night didn't just want to play with that beautiful woman, but really liked her, should she be grateful and abandon her husband and son? Princess Taiping said slowly, That's different. Yang Fan raised his eyebrows and said, What's the difference? If that woman had a husband, because a noble young master of status, well-dressed, good-looking, and who had feelings for her seduced her, she would abandon her husband and son and be willing to be his mistress. The result would be that she would be scolded by the people of the world for being fickle and shameless. On the other hand, if this person was a man and was favored by a noble woman with status and identity, and he refused to abandon his wife and son to have an affair with her, wouldn't that make him a cold-hearted man who doesn't know what's good for him? Princess Taiping was at a loss. She felt that what Yang Fan said seemed to make sense, but also seemed to be strange and unreasonable. For thousands of years, it had been a world where men were superior to women. Even though she was a high and mighty princess, it was impossible for her to be completely unaffected by this concept. Therefore, she never felt that there was anything wrong with what she did. Therefore, she had a lot of resentment towards Yang Fan. But now, after listening to Yang Fan's words, she felt that it was indeed reasonable. Princess Taiping said blankly, Then what should I do? I hope you can untie this knot in Wan'er's heart. No matter what the result is, I don't want you to use coercion to make me submit to you. That kind of Yang Fan is not the man you want. Yang Fan said, No matter what happens between us, I don't want you to use coercion to make me submit to you. But Princess Taiping was so confused that she did not notice. She only stammered, But how can I untie the knot in her heart? That oath, Yang Fan said, I've never believed that the gods in the underworld would care about what vows everyone has made. An oath is like a devil in the heart. Princess Taiping was silent. Yang Fan looked at her expression and did not say anything else. She was an intelligent woman. It did not take much effort to talk to intelligent people. If she could understand, these words were enough. If she could not understand, then it would be useless to say more. Dong, 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 dong. The bell and drum on the gate of heaven sounded, startling countless jackdaws that flew all over the sky. The gate of heaven was close at hand, so the sound of the bell and drum was especially loud. Even the river under the Tianjin Bridge seemed to be rippling, as well as stirring up ripples in their hearts. Yang Fan listened to the sound of the bell and drum and said to Princess Taiping, I have to go to the Ministry of Justice in a while. With regard to the situation in the Ministry of Justice, I already have some plans. Duguan Zhongzhong's son Yuxuan and Simon Zhongzhong, Yin Xiaojun are two fence-sitters. I plan to start with them first. If I want to knock these two down, I need to borrow their power. I need to borrow your power. Princess Taiping raised her eyes and glanced at him. There was a beautiful expression in her eyes. Why not King Liang or Shui Huai? Yang Fan said, that's because you're the weakest among the three forces. I can't reveal all my trump cards to others at once. Sun Yuxuan and Yin Xiaojun are not worthy of my trump cards. Princess Taiping gritted her teeth and said hatefully, you just said that I'm a playboy who bullies men and tyrannizes women, and now you want my help. Does this count as going back on your words? Yang Fan sternly said, you have to be clear, my princess. Right now, we're talking about official business. This is a matter between allies. If you help you, will be helping yourself. If I gain a foothold in the Ministry of Justice, it will be of great help to your plan. It is better to separate public and private matters. Princess Taiping hesitated for a moment and said, Mother Empress is watching how you're going to open up the situation. If I step in, will she think that you are a hopeless fool? Yang Fan smiled. Our emperor is a person who wants to achieve nothing and does not care about trifles. If I call for reinforcements for every matter, I will be an incompetent person. But if I just want to open up the situation and do not use my ready-made connections because I am afraid that people will talk behind my back, then I will be foolish. A foolish person will not be able to achieve anything. Shindong has the geographical advantage. He has been working hard in the Ministry of Justice for many years. Cui Yuanzong has the timing. As the head of the Ministry of Justice, he can naturally recruit a large number of confidants. This is their strength. I have the strength of harmony. Why should I not use it? Should I tie my hands and feet and give up my advantage because I am afraid of being ridiculed? I have what you don't have. That is my ability. You have to admit it. Yang Fan said it very calmly and naturally. It seemed that after being locked up in the censorate court, he had really thought through a lot of things. He felt as if he had been reborn. Princess Taiping looked at him, and there was a faint feeling of fascination in her eyes. Now he was a little overbearing and a little unreasonable, but she just liked his taste. It was probably because there were too many men who surrounded her from childhood to adulthood. So she could only see this man in her eyes, and in her heart, she was only willing to let him live in her. Yang Fan was about to leave when he suddenly stopped and said to Princess Taiping, I don't want to make one sad anymore. You tied the knot, so you untie it. After thinking about it, Yang Fan was still worried. He looked at her again and said, If you are not willing to do it, I will do it myself. I'm not helpless. One swore my name. To tell you the truth, Yang Fan is only the name I am using now. My surname and name are not Yang Fan. I am not from Jiaoji. My childhood actually grew up in a small place called Taoyuan Village in Xiaozhou. Princess Taiping's face changed. Yang Fan was very satisfied with her reaction. If one was a man, she would be a very upright gentleman. Regarding things like vows, some people could be as casual as eating and farting. But one was different. She would value vows and keep them, especially this oath that concerned her life and death. Even if there was a chance that it could be fulfilled, she would rather be wrong than offended. Although Yang Fan did not believe this, he could not make one not believe it either. Therefore, he could only let Princess Taiping untie this knot herself. He believed that as long as Taiping was willing to do it, there must be a way. Yang Fan opened the cabin curtain and walked out. When the 8 strong women, the bosun, the helmsman, and even the cook saw him come out, they quickly looked at the sky and the water, pretending that they did not see him at all. The princess and this man had spent the night together in the cabin. This was a very embarrassing thing for them, so they could only pretend that they did not see him. The pedals had not been put down, but the ship was not very high. Yang Fan only needed to jump and lightly landed on a soft sand. Then he brushed off his robe and walked towards the Tianjin Bridge. He did not notice that when he said the words Taoyuan Village in Xiaozhou, Princess Taiping's eyes flashed with horror and fear. The Peach Blossom Village was a small place, and the high and mighty princess should never have heard of it. Because he and the princess were conspiring against each other, he was not worried that if the princess was curious, she would inquire about the Peach Blossom Village. But it was obvious that Princess Taiping already knew about this place. And Yang Fan thought that this trump card had shaken Princess Taiping's mind. The trump card should always be thrown out cleanly to look cool. Therefore, after throwing out these words, he casually flicked his sleeves and left, not noticing the horror and fear in Princess Taiping's eyes. Yang Fan arrived at the Ministry of Justice. After midnight, he went back to his room to sleep. Chen Dong's assistant, Luo Ling, found an excuse to sneak in to see Yang Fan sleeping soundly. Luo Ling held back his laughter and went back to tell Chen Dong what he saw. Chen Dong shook his head and sighed, feeling a little disappointed that Yang Fan did not fight for power. Since Yang Fan was so sensible, although Chen Dong still hated him for taking away the position of the left minister, he also knew that it was not up to him to come and go. As long as Yang Fan did not fight for power with him, then he would be the de facto leader of the Ministry of Justice. And with a puppet like Yang Fan in the middle, he could avoid direct conflict with the aggressive assistant minister Cui. Therefore, at lunch that day, Chen Dong's attitude towards Yang Fan was a lot more polite. After lunch, as usual, it was time for the petty officials and public servants to chat. When the bell rang again in the afternoon, everyone returned to their own quarters to do their work. Yang Fan burped and said to Feng Shihui, who was about to leave, "Tomorrow is a 10-day holiday. Help me make an appointment with Dr. Sun and Dr. Yin. I want to treat them at the Golden Hairpin Drunk." Yang Fan smiled and said to him, "You should come too. We haven't had a gathering yet." When Yang Fan said this, he suddenly remembered that on the first day he reported to the Ministry of Justice, Dr. Chen Dong seemed to have said that he would hold a banquet to welcome him. Now it seemed that this banquet could not wait for the time being. If he wanted to let old Chen treat him, he would probably have to wait until he had a showdown with old Chen or even old Cui. Feng Shihui looked at his thoughtful expression and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Although he was not optimistic about Yang Fan, since he had decided to rely on Yang Fan, he originally had the idea of keeping a rare commodity. If that was the case, as a subordinate, should he first treat his superior to a meal? It was too empty to just flatter. Thinking of this, Feng Shihui said to Yang Fan, "Yang Longzhong, how can I make you spend money? Even if someone wants to treat, it should be this lowly official who treats you first. How about, after the yamen is dismissed, let's have a small gathering first." When Yang Fan heard this, he repeatedly waved his hands and said, No, tonight, absolutely not. Tonight, I have a very important matter to attend to." Feng Shihui looked at his serious expression and unconsciously became nervous. "What is it, doctor?" Yang Fan said, "Last night on the Double Seventh Festival, I was outside and did not return for the whole night." Feng Shihui suddenly understood. "Oh," Yang Fan said, "although we had already informed you in advance, but women, you know." Feng Shihui nodded his head and said with a sympathetic face, I understand. Doctor, take care.